I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Hi guys, good morning. We're back on Valor, which is exciting. I need to go to my politics channel and post that we're live over here. I need to go to my Discord because I'm assuming everybody got used to me being live on my home channel. And we're back live on Valor. Come hang out. Exclamation points. YouTube link. Post. And let me go to my Discord and say at everyone. We're back live on Valor. Come hang out. Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Link. Send. Publish. All right, and we're Gucci. And we are Gucci. Christian Blair says, good morning. Gen X says, wait. Christian Blair says, Sitch and Adam flirting with the far right, huh? Chenk, of course. Jonah Zill says, good morning. Gen X says, wow, Jonah, you're just an early bird now. Based. Hippopotaman says, please do an in-depth video on why you voted Kamala. Yeah, sure, we can talk about that. Jonah Zilla says, we back? True. Christian Blair says, when Connor is rich as fuck, we should get together and do a Never Trump guy flash mob. I will unironically do that. Bama says, hell yeah, Big Gay is back. Bama, you are my dumbest chatter, but you are also one of my silliest, so I will keep you as a pet. Mud Farmer says, wrenches assemble, indeed. Ayo, S says, we're back. Gen X says, Connor Perma Bama. No, he will be our pet. Red Titan 5, he'll be the replacement for whatever 4690 until he pisses me off so bad that we do a perma. Red Titan says, good morning, morning, Connor. Hope you had a great day. I take psychic damage on your behalf. So in one way, it's great because I get to hang out with you guys. I get to consume political content. I get to have fun. I get to banter with my boys and my girls. However, sometimes it's overwhelming and I take so much psychic damage that I'm on the verge of spiritual and existential collapse. So, kind of depends on the day, right? S says, morning, Connor. Hope you have a great day. I think I did that. Gen X says, I thought Connor had to do it. Lol. I was thinking about it. Groovy Harp says, can't believe the UN tried the old escalator emergency stop assassination trick. One of the oldest tricks in the book. True. John Kennedy says, I can outshoot Connor. That's probably true, John Kennedy. For those of you who don't know, John Kennedy is a member of Intuitive Defense. It's a firearms channel. They go over and they create effectively, they do other stuff. But one of the things that is like a cornerstone of the channel is a game called Noob, which is effectively testing your marksmanship skills in a game of horse. So what I would recommend is if you are trying to practice your marksmanship skills, watch them do a noob trial. And then if you have a range, go try out the noob trial. And then practice. Christian Blair says, not today, we won't. True. Red Titan says, watching from Manila, Philippines. Based. Good to see you. Sorry that you're a product of colonialism, but I'm happy that you speak enough English in order to understand what I'm saying. Gen X says, oh, I forgot about whatever 4690. Well, not me. He was a cornerstone of our schizo-rightoid posters, but, all good things must come to an end. Thank Brandon says, happy, joy. True. Well, QC John, good morning, Girl Hottest. Good morning to you. Groovy Harp says, I've been going to the range lately, really enjoying it. My shooting buddy's muzzle safety, however, raises my blood pressure through the roof. Then you need to don't beat the fuck out of them literally, but you need to beat it in their heads. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Never point your weapon at anything you don't intend to shoot. Keep your fingers straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Know what's in front of your target and behind it. And you basically need to have your dumbass buddy recite to you the 4 safety rules before you go to the range with them. Gen X renewed their membership. Thank you kindly. Christian Lair says, or purchase a dry fire system. They are really cool and they will improve your accuracy. True. Gen X says, how was I not a member here already? Well, truth be told, we had a month where we were demonetized, which was not my fault. And then we had a week where we were demonetized, which was my fault. So, you know, I'm sure that some memberships expired during that month where we were gone and that week where we were gone. S says, how are we here in 2025 when a president can say something as horrible and then do it, but blame the other side? I miss pre-MAGA world. Me as well. But maybe we should address that for Hippopotaman. Hippopotaman, I could draw you. Groovy says 4 rules. I just know reduce, reuse, recycle. So true. So true. I could draw you a new drawing, but I think I actually already have a drawing for you that will at least explain a preliminary, like, since I'm not making it a segment, like I could make it a segment later. Maybe I'll do it as a part of the Sitch and Adam segment because it's kind of relevant in that area. But sorry for clearing my throat. Let me clear my throat. So there was, where is it? So ideology. What is this? This one's old. Oh, cute. Far left versus far right, socialism definition, socialist history, MAGA republicanism versus other stuff, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, why Adam Friended is wrong. Yeah, there we go. That's one of them for sure. Econoboy socialist map, a fair work week, why Trump. I think this is the same thing as the other one, but we'll do it. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at some of these because I know that there's another one in here. Although maybe that was it, truth be told. That might have been it. I think sins of the left and sins of the right might be the other good one that I was thinking about. So let me go ahead and take a look here. Mental health requirements. MAGA is not Burkean. Oh, we could do these as well. These make sense. So, Hippopotaman, I hope you appreciate me pulling up a bunch of mind maps. I promise we'll get there momentarily. All right, cool. This is good enough. All right, I pulled up a bunch for Hippopotaman who asked, where is he? Please do an in-depth video on why you voted Kamala. Okay, so this is going to be, like, I would say the main one. Now, Kamala Harris did, don't worry, the Democrats, I can articulate it in a moment, did plenty of fucked up shit. However, for me, this is what Trump has done in his 2 terms. So he tried to overthrow the government of the United States via the false elector scheme. He is accused of, by the Lancet magazine, through the cuts to USAID and the cuts to PEPFAR, he's accused of causing 14 million preventable deaths over the course of the next 5 years from disease by closing USAID with no plan. He's backing the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, supported by the U.S., and he's trying to turn Gaza into Atlantic City. He backstabbed Ukraine, resulting in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of preventable deaths. He's done mass deportations, fucking with the construction industry and agricultural industry that's on the verge of causing price shocks. In the 80s and 90s, he had a best friend who sex trafficked 14-year-old girls and was credibly accused of raping said girls. Donald Trump is credibly accused of raping said girls, and he's now covering up that pedophile ring. He detained and deported people without due process. He glorified the torture in detaining of people in Sukkot and Alligator Alcatraz. 2 people that we know were tortured are Kilmar Abrego Garcia and Andre Hernandez Romero, who were tortured in Sukkot. He ignored court orders to restore due process and justice. He threatened Greenland, Denmark, and Canada for no discernible benefit. He tariffed our allies, passing on the cost to consumers, pretending that it's a win. He rug pulled his own audience in order to scam them. And then now he's, scamming the United States people by accepting millions of dollars in bribes via the cryptocurrency coin. And then he killed a corruption case against Mayor Eric Adams so he could get a city mayor to participate in mass deportations. But also recently he killed a corruption investigation into Todd Horman, who actually just accepted a bag of cash of $50,000. That's the current deportations are. So if any one of these things, which are all terrible, by the way, if Kamala did any of these things, it would have been, if Hillary Clinton had did any of these things, this would have been like do you guys remember Benghazi? Do you remember how many hearings we had on Benghazi, Libya? And I'm happy to have 10 different hearings on Benghazi, Libya, because I think the Obama administration and Hillary Clinton fucked that up, resulting in an unnecessary American death. I'm happy to talk shit about Hillary Clinton. However, each one of these is a Benghazi. Each one of these should be 4 years to 8 years, 10 years of congressional hearings on the extent of the corruption and mass death caused by the incompetence of the Trump administration. But he does so much stupid shit so quickly that it's difficult to hold him accountable. So right here is like why I voted Kamala. It's not because I knew all of this shit was going to happen, but I knew half of this shit was going to happen, and I had an instinct that the other half was probably going to happen. I couldn't have specifically said, oh, he's going to kidnap, detain, and torture random gay Hispanic hairdressers. Like I wouldn't have been able to say that. I wouldn't have been able to say he was going to drone strike without due process random civilian vessels in the Caribbean. But I had a feeling. Then I would say that he's not a Burkean conservative because he doesn't default to the status quo, but he doesn't take on good progressive and liberal criticism, which is Edmund Burke. He's not an environmental conservative. The Department of the Interior tried to sell hundreds of millions of acres of our national heritage. He's not a neoconservative. He's trying to withdraw American soft and hard power from the world stage. He's not a social conservative. He's actually just like a sex trafficking pedophile piece of shit. And then he's not a fiscal conservative. He's run worse deficits than the fucking Democrats. So all of the values that I was raised with, he has betrayed. So, and he betrayed during Trump 1, not just Trump 2. And so for the sake of moving on, you can ask me to show you these later, but I also have the sins of the left and the sins of the right. Do not mistake my hatred of the Trump administration for complete sweeping for Democrats. I know Democrats have done bad shit. I'm a critic of the Democrats. I think that the Democratic Party loves to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I think that if Democrats didn't have infighting, they wouldn't fight at all. And so, it's also not lost on me that the reason why the Epstein files are probably not released right now is because there are cross-party representatives like Bill Clinton and Bill Gates, who's one of the world's largest philanthropists, full-on rapist, who also had sex with underage prostitutes, also known as sex-trafficked minors. So, yeah, it's not... don't mistake my criticisms of the MAGA administration for full-throated endorsement of the Democrats. It is not. Connor, can I tell Doobie to shove a broom up his ass when you're talking to him? Absolutely. Then, hold on. John Kennedy says, can I link one of our videos? No, because we don't have links on YouTube. However, I can pull it up and show the guys real quick. Show the guys and gals. Here is Intuitive Defense. This is Mr. Kennedy's channel. There's some political stuff in here every now and then. They're obviously like a Pro 2A channel. There's Kennedy reviewing various firearms. But if you go to, and like if you're into GunTube stuff, then you'll probably be into their content. But one of the main things that they've done is Noob. And just so you can catch a feeling for the vibe.
Shooter, do you understand all the elements of the Walking Dead challenge?
I do.
Sorry, real quick. Team target silhouette. On the command of standby go, the shooter starts walking towards the target. The shooter must get the first shot before crossing the 25-yard line. Come to a stop, shoot at any point in time. The shooter can only take their last shot from the 15.
Standby.
All shots are to be aimed.
Go.
There you go. Nice.
Well, you said you might have done good.
I might have done good, but
Or
I
you might
probably
have done
didn't.
poorly. Let's go downrange and look at ye old targets. The objective.
So here's the thing. Like, you can look at that and be like, oh, I could do that. He just walked 10 yards and just put 6 rounds on target. I could do that. Go practice it. And the reason why I'm saying go practice it is because it's easier said than done. And when you lose focus for a second, you yank on the trigger, you have a flyer, you step weird, so you're not doing the proper, like they call it the Groucho walk, where you're kind of like walking smoothly. That way the rifle or the pistol isn't bouncing up and down. You have to do this intentionally, because what's going to happen in a real scenario is you're going to be adrenalined out of your mind. And when you're adrenalined out of your mind, you're just going to be like blasting targets. So in order to become a shooter, you have to practice the fundamentals under stress, under time, under anxiety. And so that's where I strongly, strongly, strongly recommend, if you saw that and you were like, oh, I could do that. Oh, I could do it. Go try. Go try. You will be surprised at how many weaknesses you have in your gun game. And one of the things that I like about Kennedy too, that he told me when we were in person, is that he's not a gun guy. He's a shooter. And that's what I thought was like really cool, because there's plenty of gun guys. Matter of fact, I'm not trying to talk too much shit, but my business partner, his name is Colin, and he just showed me a pistol that he picked up, because he is a wealthy man. He picked up a Bonehead Infinity Bonehead, which is a 2011 it's a 2011 9mm pistol. It looks like it costs $5,000. It's fucking beautiful. It's black and copper. The stippling is perfect. The optics are perfect. It's comped. It's one of the prettiest guns I've ever seen in my life. But I would never buy this gun. And the reason why I would never buy this gun is because it's so pretty, I would be scared to beat the shit out of it. So, anyways. Uriel says, the Daily Autist segment, did you take your Tylenol, Connor? I sure did. Christian Blair says, want to bet Connor has not purchased the Bob Ross wig on Amazon.com yet? I got to wait for the check to clear. The check's not going to clear until next month, brother. Christian Blair says, want to bet Connor has not yet purchased? Yes, I responded to that. Zena says, what's up? I say, what's up back. John Kennedy says, can I link the video? Nope, but I can show the girls and gals your channel. So if you are into shooting, if you want to practice basic firearm stuff, then go to Intuitive Defense. Christian Blair says, holy shit, looks like my online memes folder. Based. Gen X says, y'all, I saw a post on X with tens of thousands of likes and comments about calling people Tylenol Americans. Based. S says, I don't buy the calling people fascists as getting people killed. I just think Trump and his admin need an excuse to call someone Antifa and send them to Guantanamo Bay. True. Scrolling. 7th, like reporting in 07. Thank you for my wrenches. Kay says, good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Mika Ali says, honestly, voting for Kamala because Trump is worse is valid, but not based. I barely know anything about Kamala. What would she even do? Mika Ali. That's kind of the point, is that like, what? A normie Democratic admin. So what did Biden do? Like, can you answer that question? Now, the Democrats would get frustrated because they would say, oh, well, he did this infrastructure bill, and he did this, he tried to do something with student loans, and he tried to pass the Inflation Reduction Act, and he tried to do this, and he tried to do that, and he actually did do this, and he did do that. But do you understand that the Biden admin was so boring that the most you can get mad at is he tried to defy the Supreme Court in order to defy people's student loan repayments? You understand that's one of the worst things he did. So if you can't say what Kamala would have done wrong, what Biden did do wrong, that's kind of an indication of like the degree of severity of difference between a, normie Democrat admin and a Trump administration. Now, I know Kennedy's not going to agree with that, but that's okay. And that's mostly because he's a 2A guy. That's his topic. Gen X says, wait, are y'all aware that 1,200 detainees from Alligator Alcatraz have disappeared? They are no longer in the system and nobody knows where they are. Well, I hope they didn't feed them to the alligators. That's the most I can say. Eben says, Kamala and Dems were too scary by propagandized Americans via Fox News and Russian misinformation. I mean, Anonymous Chatter for 10 says, have you considered popping a Tylenol before stream? I hear it gives you giga brain powers. Yep. Shaved Dog Butt says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, Shaved Dog Butt. You sent me something interesting, didn't you? Steven is R-slurred. Oh, you sent me a Second Amendment effort post. I need to read that. Leader says, no, Connor. Well, check out the big brains on Brad. True. Xena says, I wonder if you have the Qatari jet on there. I don't, but I would consider that part of the crypto stuff because it's just like open corruption. Listen, I shit on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden for effectively fleecing corrupt foreigners in order to launder approximately $10 million back into the Biden family over a decade. Okay. The Trump administration, the Trump family makes that look like child's play. That's a Tuesday to the Trumps. So Dank Brandon says, it sucks when they don't realize a water gun is loaded. When you look down the barrel, you shoot yourself in the face. True. Gen X is rhetorically defective. Your name is apt. We don't have to make Trump look bad. He does it himself. Kamala isn't communist and had zero communist policies. Is rhetorically defective here? I love how he has to make Trump seem so bad just to push people to vote for communists in the country. Yeah, define communist, you fucking retard. See, that's not an ableist slur. That's not an ableist slur because his name is not the R slur. It's rhetorically. Like, honestly, and I would be impressed if you actually had the real definition of communism, but you won't, so I'll just go ahead and save you time. The definition of socialism is decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production within a Marxist framework. Within a non-Marxist framework, it's trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. And then within a communist framework, it's achieving a moneyless, stateless, classless society. The China has not even achieved that. Okay. The fact that you think that Dengist China, post-Deng China, which is state capitalist now, is what the Biden and Kamala administration would achieve is fucking cope. And I think you're retorted, which is a mix of an ableist slur mixed with this guy's name. Harley says, good morning. Good morning to you. Joey Satter says, do you talk about Trump while you're having gay sex with Destiny? No, but go fuck yourself. And matter of fact, go fuck yourself. See ya, Joey Saturday. If you want to come into my chat and you want to hang out and you want to give criticisms and have fun, that's totally fine. But if you're going to be a bitch, then you're not going to stay around. Dice5 says, how many billions did Trump take directly from Americans with his rug pull? No idea, but I'm sure it's at least millions. Millions, if not tens of millions. Cameron Mosley says, wait, what did Adam and Sitch do? Nothing too bad, but there was a video that I watched recently. I just started it last night, and they were effectively covering a lefty freaking out, saying that we're on the verge of Nazi Germany. And then they were starting to say that the lefty was freaking out too hard, but then they said that the Trump admin was actually kind of bad. And so I kind of want to check out the content and see how far they're willing to sweep. Yes, you watching him as early as 9:50 EST, rhetorically defective? Sure. Xena says, have you seen that Hickok 45 video where an old man hunts his Christmas trees with a sawed-off shotgun? Most American thing I've seen in my life, and I'm Canadian-based. Christian Blair says, all these Rob Noor fans are effing cringe. Dude has to apologize like a soy bitch because he had mixed feelings on being a bad faith hypocrite. Yep. Wildman542 says, the amount of training Keanu Reeves went through for John Wick movies is intense. True, but John Wick would have died within the first movie. Test Dummy Human gifted 10 Valor Media Network subs. What a king. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Test Dummy Human, for kicking us off with a bang. We haven't even done any content yet. Why is Rob Noor relevant? He's not, but Andrew Wilson props him up because he thinks that he's an okay debater for the shitters on Twitch and YouTube. Test Dummy Human says, no time to watch today. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Test Dummy Human. I will catch you later. He picked up an Infinite MES. I don't know what it is, but it's a 2011. 2011s are shit and overpriced. I don't agree. I think 2011s are sexy as fuck, and if I could pick one up, I would. But they're probably over-engineered from a technical perspective, but they're still beautiful firearms. Christian Blair says buying guns because they are pretty is so effing homosexual, more homosexual than spending time on homosexually interacting with good food. Interesting. I've been wanting a lever action rifle for a few years now, but I'm poor. Preach to the choir. Although maybe we won't be poor forever. Mika Ali says the capital gains tax, that'll probably be Kamala's biggest thing that corpos would hate. It'd be like I guess. Yeah, right. She had the proposal that she would do a unrealized corporate gains tax, which was stupid. And by the way, it lost her the support of a lot of rich people. But that's the thing. Democrats are cringe. Trump is a massive piece of shit with demonstrable harm. Kamala didn't pass the unrealized corporate gains tax. Some fucking lefty shitbag in her team said, hey, this would be a good talking point. And then she did it. And then it turned out to be a bad talking point. Hey, how's the day going? Valor Media Network, Fire W says, pretty good. Wow Man says, are you Tylenol autistic or vaccine autistic? I'm vaccine autistic. Good morning, Valor Media, says Patty. Good to see you. John Kennedy says, thanks for the eyeballs on our channel. You might be surprised about this, but despite our deal with Destiny, at no point in time did he stream anything of ours. Well, that's sad. That's sad. But what are you going to do? You know, streamers, big streamers have egos and they forget. They're quick to forget acts of kindness from small people. So what I would say is you got to grind. You got to grind until Steven is showing off your content because he's like, oh, I know those guys. Oh, I know those guys. They're so fancy. St. Patty says the Biden family is going to make you an ice cream you can't refuse. True. Emmanuel Random says, do you think we need bolters when the Tesla bots come for us? Yes. Better than the bolters that I'm making, by the way. Mika Ali says, all I heard was a capital gains tax, which I hear is good, but I find it funny that before I saw ads that he'd destroy the economy. Well, okay. The unrealized capital gains means you had a stock, you sold the stock, and you pay a tax on it as if it's some kind of income. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure realized capital gains over 100,000 is currently taxed at 20%, which I think is more than reasonable. Like more than reasonable on behalf of the government. If anything, I would think it was a little high. However, what the Biden admin / Kamala were proposing, which I think is commie gobbledygook and stupid as fuck, is they were trying to do unrealized capital gains. And so what that would mean is that at the end of the year, let's say your stock portfolio doubled in size, but you didn't sell any assets. You would pay taxes on the doubling in size of your stock portfolio. However, that doesn't really make much sense because almost immediately, like we experience peaks and troughs in the market. So you get taxed on a asset that increased in value. However, when it decreases in value, you still have to pay tax on the decreased value. It just seems like a silly way. Like, I don't like taxes on assets. I think taxing on assets is silly. Because an asset is not always liquid. And if you have to take away from an asset in order to pay taxes, I think that's probably bad economics. S says, why isn't it bigger news that Trump chartered Epstein's plane Lolita Express for campaign stops last year? Because he does so much fucked up shit that you can't even keep up. Good morning, back to the Thunderdome. True. All right, I'm gonna go for like another 5 minutes, and then we'll probably get into the content. Bruh, the Groypers and anti-fans are back. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, I guess they rallied after Charlie Kirk got shot. They had to go into their little, like, you know, circle jerk corners of the internet in order to jerk each other off, and then now they're back. This is a family show. I shouldn't be so edgy. Eben says, Valor Media, it's sadly hundreds of millions with Trump coin alone, billions when you include his wife's rug pull. Good God, it's so blatantly awful. Right. Right. So how am I supposed to freak out? Now, I still will, because I like to have principles. I like to have things that are wrong when the Democrats do it and are still wrong when the Republicans do it. I like to do that. I like to have things that I believe, like lying. Okay. Lying is bad in general. If you lie to a Nazi in order to save a Jew, am I going to judge that differently than when you lie because you like shoplifted and you don't want to get caught? Of course. But if you lie as a Republican in order to shoplift, or if you lie as a Democrat in order to shoplift, I'm going to call you out on it. And let's say the Republican steals, or let's say the Democrat steals a candy bar, but the Republican steals, I don't know, half the inventory of the store. Then, of course, I'm going to have more heat for the Republican, but I'm still going to tell the Democrat, hey, don't steal candy bars. Right? I'm not going to do the thing that you guys do, which I think is total fucking cope, which is like, well, the other side stole half the store. Therefore, I should be able to steal candy bars. It's like, no, fuck you. Stealing's bad. All right. And then my wife brought me a breakfast taco. So I'm going to take a bite, even though it's bad streamer etiquette. Good stuff. Purple Flex Stress says, what happened to the last stream, Connor? It just vanished. We got smoked for covering Brandon Herrera. So I don't know what the problem was. YouTube still hasn't gotten back to us, but we're back now. So who gives a shit? Breakfast taco. Andrew Giaconopoulos says, hi, Connor, just beat Hollow Knight last night while listening to your streams. Wish I had some more interesting to contribute, but there you go. Hey, that's just fine. Thank you for the VOD view. Wowman says, check the politics forum on Discord. We've been brainstorming merch ideas for the COG. Well, now we have to draw them, and now we have to put them in the merch store. Unrealized gains tax is dumb, but it's not getting rid of step-up basis is dumber. Sure. Destiny getting back into gaming, spent the entire night gaming. I mean, that's cool, but, you know, I don't care. I think it's a waste of time, but I understand that he's trying to do other content besides politics for the next 90 days so he gets remonetized. Hippopotam Man became a member. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Mad Money Max says, disagree with capital gains rate tax. Why should capital gains be taxed lower than earned income? Because it provides liquidity for the market. So it's not necessarily income, although, I mean, it functionally is income when they sell the asset. But when you invest in the stock market, when you invest in businesses, you provide liquidity for the market to grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it's not the same as just like taking your cash and putting it in a mattress in your house, or taking your cash and, buying a gold-plated jet ski. It's, it's more pro-social. It's more pro-market. Eben says, unrealized gains is dumb and nonsensical because there was no event/transaction. I agree. Jonazilla says, how would you even tax unrealized gains if you don't sell the stock, you don't have the money yet? Yeah, you would actually do, and this is why it's so stupid. You would have IRS agents assess the value of the stock at the end of the year in order to harass rich people to pay on assets that they haven't sold. So I think that's silly. Uncle Fatty says, property taxes, business assets can be depreciated over time via the Schedule C, rendering the tax just word with no payment mode. Sure. It's not that the tax code can't be complicated, guys. Like the tax code, you can tax assets. My house is taxed annually. I pay property taxes. However, I think that while that's fine for me because I'm bringing in an income, I think that for retired people or disabled people, that property tax can be a burden where, if you're a retired old person on a fixed income and you're still paying property taxes and then you get assessed at a higher rate, then what happens is you have to reduce your grocery budget in order to pay your property taxes. I don't think that makes any fucking sense. I would probably, no bullshit, if you made under $50,000 a year as a retired person, I would probably eliminate property taxes for somebody with an income less than $50,000 a year. Because it's too big of a burden. And then they end up selling their house and they have to live out of an RV and then they die in a tornado. It's fucking sad. Dank Brandon became a member. Thank you kindly. Is he fighting the taco? I'm about to. Give me a second. Oh. Gross off. I'm sorry. The line cares not for good streamer etiquette. Dude. My favorite one of those, because I keep seeing those on Twitter, is the lion cares not for the pangs in his chest 2 to 3 times a month. Oh, I love it. That is a dry taco. Don't lie. No. It's eggs, it's hot sauce, and cheese. It's actually great. Mad Money Max says, nah, fuck the boomers. They need to move out of their McMansions into smaller houses so people who actually want to raise kids can move into them. All right. Let's not be too mean to the boomers, okay? Xena says, seen MAGA uncritically believe that Tylenol is now bad for pregnancy. Makes me want to in-game myself. They really trust this man. Listen, Tylenol could be bad for you, okay? Tylenol could cause your kid like a little bit of autism, okay? Oh, Shaved Dog Butt says you skipped my membership. Not on purpose. Shaved Dog Butt became a member. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you. But Tylenol could be bad for you. Maybe it increases your chances of autism by this much. But you, like with all medical stuff, you have to balance risk. Okay, you have to balance risk. Do you want to miscarry because of a fever, or do you want to have your kids be a little bit into trains? You know, you got to balance this shit. So, very silly. Xena says MAGA will joke around if Trump cured cancer, libs will be pro-cancer. Meanwhile, Trump is cutting cancer funding. I know it's silly. Yeah, Tylenol now with just a touch of tism based. Everyone is going to move in with Mima and Pop Pop under Connor's tax plan. No. Boomers do need to get out of the way. Boomers need to get out of the way, but I have a different plan for that. It's all right. My plan is to create a flu, maybe out of China, right? Like have a bioweapons research lab, create like a really hardcore flu that has like a 20% lethality rate amongst like really old people, but has like a less than 1% lethality rate amongst young people. And then just like release that into the world. And then we'll shut down the economy for 2 years, but we'll wipe out 20% of the boomers. Like I would do something like that. That was a joke about COVID. All right. Fire W says, did you read about Kemalism? If yes, did you like some aspects? Let's do that now. I promise you that I was going to do that yesterday. I'm going to do that now. Then we'll start the content. Kemalism wiki. Let's bring it up. Kemalism or Ataturkism. Well, I already know that. But let me tell you where I don't like it already is it's like an aggressive anti-theistic secular ideology. But we can take a look at the other aspects. Is a political ideology based on the ideas of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder and first president of the Republic of Turkey. Its symbol is the 6 arrows. Ataturk was defined by sweeping political, social, cultural, and religious reforms designed to separate the Republican state of its Ottoman predecessor and embrace a Western lifestyle, including the establishment of secularism/laicism, state support for the sciences, gender equality, economic statism, and more. Most of those policies were first introduced and implemented in Turkey during the Ataturk presidency through his reforms. Let's skip the principles. There are 6 principles of the ideology: republicanism, based; populism, cringe; nationalism, based; laicism, don't know what that means; statism, don't know; reformism, could be based. Together, they represent a kind of Jacobinism, cringe, defined by Ataturk himself as the method of employing political despotism to break down the social despotism prevalent among the traditionally minded Turkish Muslim population, caused by, he believed, the bigotry of ulama. Interesting. What's ulama? In Islam, ulama, the learned ones, are scholars of Islamic doctrine and knowledge. They are considered the guardians, transmitters, and interpreters of religious knowledge in Islam. Interesting. Okay, republicanism based, populism cringe, sovereignty based. Laicism is Kemalist ideology aims to banish religious interference in government affairs and vice versa. It differs from the passive Anglo-American concept of secularism, but is similar to the concept of laïcité in France. This is too far for me, but that's okay. That's okay. So it seems like 60% based, 40% cringe, but for a political philosophy. I'll read more of this later. But for political philosophy, like 60% based, 40% cringe is actually like a decent ratio. Like I said, I hate democracy. I think democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones. Let's pull up some content. Let's do an intro. Let's get cracking. Don't worry. I know half of my audience is, Coomer brain freaks anyway. So you'll like the live and learn not live and learn, the Straighterade. I know half of you are Coomers, so you'll like Straighterade segments. Heated debate and her take. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this, but it's still relevant. This is an older segment, but it's still relevant. So full screen. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I hold real Republican values from about a decade ago, and I think MAGA is cringe. That being said, I have some fire political content for you today. Straighterade is a communist. Don't be confused by her aesthetic. Pisco is a liberal, maybe a progressive sometimes, and they do a podcast together. We've actually been criticizing, we, being Stephen and I, that liberals and progressives are currently too comfortable calling communists and leftists and socialists their allies within the political space. Well, Pisco used to fight us on this, and then he fought his communist co-host once the air was clear. So we're going to break that down today. We're going to let these people fight, and we're going to pause intermittently in order to break it down for our amusement. Let's go.
Is that it's not compelling to phrase it that way at all. It sounds like she can't really, like, even though she's the candidate, like, she can't do anything.
Well, she was in a rough spot, and Prime didn't help her out.
Yeah, see the strategy. How's that strategy going for Democrats?
They're talking about Kamala Harris, by the way.
Like bully every individual person into voting.
No, I'm not saying it's the best strategy. I'm just saying
no, it's just the one that you deployed in this particular conversation where you had somebody who didn't want to vote for her.
No,
and it's you abandoned her and like
stop. So Prime was never going to be convinced. He's not going to be convinced. I'm not going to convince Prime.
You're never going to convince the person that you're talking to. It's always for the audience. You know that. You acknowledge that? You acknowledge that? Okay, thank you.
So I am emphasizing the fact that she had a difficult job and she had to do certain things to be aligned with the administration. Otherwise,
thank Brandon. We just need a 30 years seniors cruise that comes back and picks up more olds every few years. Based.
Risk being seen as like some kind of rebel of the administration. And
yeah, God forbid she separate herself from this really, really unpopular administration.
Are you acknowledging it was a tough spot?
Yes, but I actually have citations for the claim that you made, which is that she signaled.
Sorry. On the mere notion that she was in a difficult position, you agree with that notion. So why are you fighting me on it?
I shouldn't have said but. I said yes and. I should have said yes and. But yeah, I agree.
Yes. So she was in a very difficult spot. And people should have given her the benefit of the doubt.
No, see, here's the thing. What she did.
Okay. We're going to break this down a little bit just for the sake of flow. Okay, so right now they're arguing about the Kamala presidency because leftists are more pissed that she didn't cater harder to them on Israel-Gaza, on, lefty economic concerns, et cetera, et cetera. And as a result, they use that as an excuse to stay home. I think there were like 5 million people who voted Democrat who did not show up in the 2024 election. They just were not enthused about a Biden presidency. They were not enthused about a Kamala succession. And so that's kind of why Trump won. And so what's going on right now is a struggle for power. The lefties are saying, in order to win, in order to get us to show up and vote, you have to cater us to us more. And the liberals are saying, look at the fucking disaster that you ushered in. Israel and Gaza is worse. The economics are worse. The mass deportations are worse. Hundreds of thousands or millions of people are dead, and it's because you threw an electoral fucking tantrum. Grow up, choose the lesser of two evils. We're not going to cater to you on stupid policy. We're not going to cater to you on things that are geopolitically not going to happen. And so as a result, suck it the fuck up. And so the lefties in turn, in my opinion, are saying, well, then we're not going to vote for you and you can go fuck yourself. Which, by the way, is kind of like a crazy way to throw a childish tantrum when you look how fucked up our country is right now. Sorry, my dog is scratching her ear, but she's kicking her foot into a cardboard box. So if you heard that, my apologies. Continuing.
From there, I can absolutely hold her accountable for. She's the fucking vice president of the United States, and she's the Democratic candidate in the challenge to Trump.
Separate issue. The issue about what she should have done is separate.
I know. Did I say it was part of the same issue? That's what I'm saying. That like it's one thing. No, it is responsive because I'm saying yes, she's in a difficult spot, but separate point, introducing separate point, pay attention to the separate point that I'm fucking making, which is I'm saying it's totally valid to criticize her for her electoral strategy, even considering all of the other things that were stacked against her.
Uncle Fatty says, big up. Much respect for the showing on the Raging Tomato program. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think that I spurred out a little bit, but, you know, Rob Noor does that to me. And then in reference to Misfit Patriot, I understand people were like, oh, well, you're interrupting him. You're interrupting him. Okay, well, stop saying stupid shit. Is this a panel? And that's something that, like, I'll try to dial in the vibes because I'm going to have another Raging Tomato debate soon. But I think they're used to, like, holding the baton. Like, one of them holds a talking stick for 5 minutes, and then they pass you the talking stick, even if they said a bunch of really stupid shit. And that's not how any Twitch and YouTube's politics panel has ever worked, ever. Okay? In reference to... Excuse me. In reference to the Dylan Burns show, the format is like, yeah, Dylan Burns will interrupt in order to facilitate progress within the conversation, but largely it's left up to the combatants how they want to interact. So if they actually want to get to the point of another person's point, they can sit there and listen. However, if the person is going from point to point to point to point to point to point to point, and they're just yapping for like 5 fucking minutes, then yeah, you can interrupt them in the first 20 seconds, especially if they're repeating themselves. And so that was something that we're going to have to dial in over time, because once again, I think that like Raging Tomato is used to like, you hold the talking stick, talk for the next 5 minutes, even if you repeat yourself and even if it's a gish gallop, which is annoying as shit.
Yes, but when I'm talking to Prime about what he should have done, I can't, like, yeah, Kamala should have made different choices. Prime should have made a different choice. And
Right.
what I'm saying when I'm talking to Prime, wow, thank you so much for the Raiders from the Majority Report. Welcome, the Majority Report. We really appreciate the Majority Report. Big fans of the show. And right now we're doing a little bit of a decompress.
Pisco is going to do good, by the way. Like, I know Pisco's like kind of smaller. His videos, you know, kind of wax and wane algorithmically, but there's no way that you can do this many good debates on big shows like Tim Pool. There's no way that the Majority Report, which underperforms considering its subscriber base, but overall has a large audience, there's no way that you can get this kind of cross-pollination and not grow. Pisco, if he keeps going, he will be a successful creator.
After my debates with Tim Pool. And yeah, we're just talking about that in a different conversation I had with someone about the election in 2024. So thank you so much for the raid. Shout out Majority Report. Very much appreciate y'all and what you're doing. So yeah, listen, I can understand and even appreciate that Kamala should have made different choices. I agree with that. And I even agree fundamentally that Biden should have made huge different choices vis-a-vis Israel and Gaza, especially after.
And maybe dropping out earlier.
After, you know, Netanyahu was showing his hand that he wasn't taking these ceasefires seriously.
Yeah, maybe
100%.
not do the genocide.
Yeah, but I just view that as a separate question from what you're.
Yep, Zenith nails it. Kamala had a duty to be a better candidate. The voters had a duty to suck it up and protect democracy. Both of these things are true. Zenith, you get it.
Responsibility is as an individual in like the voting situation.
Okay, but you know that I voted for Kamala Harris. I voted against Trump.
I know.
And you know that I agree with you that, yeah, she's on the easiest position, because if she breaks from the party too much, it's like what you said. But if she doesn't do it enough, which she didn't do it enough, you're not going to be able to inspire and reach voters that are dissatisfied with the current status quo. And unfortunately, voters look up, they see what party's in charge, and they blame them. They're not going to factor in, like, you know, other. Okay, so we agree on both of those points. I just feel like there is, especially in this conversation of Prime, I think that.
Yes. Okay. Cise Puede also nails it. Real people make lesser of two evils decisions every day. Go to work versus have no money and be homeless is one. Laugh my ass off. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I get really frustrated with in reference to like the libertarians, in reference to people like Fabian Liberty, or in reference to Lactoid or whatever. Although I think Lactoid did vote. But the people who chose not to vote because they were like some libertarian or conservatarian, they're like, oh, well, I didn't want to sully my personal reputation by choosing the lesser of two evils. And it's like, bro, that's like the most luxurious political position you could possibly have, is I don't want to sully myself with my vote. Stop being a pussy, evaluate the lesser of two evils, figure out which one is which, and pull the fucking lever. Okay? Pull the lever in the trolley problem, you pussy. And then stand by your decision on which way you pulled the lever, and then tell us what you think. Otherwise, you're not engaged in politics. You're engaged in having an opinion.
That is the show of good faith on your part. Should be explaining what your issues with the campaign were instead of making excuses. Because that's how it comes off.
Listen, I'm happy to say that there were mistakes made.
What were some? Name just like 2.
Okay, I'll name some mistakes.
Awesome.
I do think that even though I enjoy the unity, because I'm very anti-Jan 6 pilled, and so
I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
Appreciate that we're acknowledging the bravery of some Republicans to stand up against that. I think cozying up to Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney was probably, I don't think it mattered that much in retrospect, to be honest with you, but I don't know that was the right move to make. I don't think that tying yourself so heavily to the Biden administration, even though you're the vice president, and that's what I mean, it's a difficult spot, notwithstanding the fact that it puts you in a difficult spot, you should have done more to remove yourself from that. And then ultimately, I do think that the position on certain domestic policies should have been much more clear and tangible in a way that, like, Mamdani's approaches are quotable, right? You can, even if I don't agree with all the policies of Mamdani, they're easy to remember, and what he stands for is easy to remember. Some of that I think has to do with candidate quality with Kamala, although I think that she did an honorable job in how she ran her campaign and that she stood up after Biden screwed her over, frankly, not just, by the way, in the decision to run again, but kind of sidelining her throughout the entirety of their presidency. So yeah, I think those are genuine mistakes that she made. I like the Tim Walz pick. All I'm trying to say is it's a separate issue, what she should have done and what Prime should have done as a voter. And as a voter, for him to answer, like, I wouldn't vote for Kamala even if it would save.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was in your chat saying these are stupid answers. Okay, I don't disagree with you on that. But if you only just want to keep it to that one thing about here's what you ought to do, here's what you ought to do. I just don't think, like, if that's the way that the conversation ends up going, it's not productive. It's funny, but I'm not going to pretend like it's productive. It's not persuasive. It's not interesting. You not having, again, fucking tunnel vision that I've told you about, where you're getting triggered over bringing anything else into the conversation. It's like, no, we're just talking about your responsibility, right? But his responsibility is not a constant. It's an outcome, right? You say you think that there's no way his mind could have been changed. Maybe for this past election, doesn't seem like it, but for the next election, maybe it could be changed. And I don't think that you seized upon the opportunity to try to point that out.
I mean, I asked them, I basically said, would you vote for Newsom and JD, like, over JD Vance? And I think that he was still giving like the same kind of cagey answer, that unless he was willing to do the kind of policy prescriptions that he wanted to do, and frankly, that I think should happen. I'm in favor of stopping aid to Israel. I am. People might think that, like, I'm taking this ultimately elastic stance on.
Okay. I'm explaining why that's stupid geopolitically. And people view this as like a moral endorsement, but it's not. It's a descriptive endorsement. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's go to Google Maps. A little bit of map autism for my favorite Tylenol Americans. Israel maps. Okay. So the Jews have main character syndrome. And the reason why they have main character syndrome, is because they founded the Abrahamic religions, and Islam and Christianity can be viewed as Abrahamic faiths. And Abrahamic faiths are 4 billion of the 7 billion people on the planet. Now, not everybody is like a devotee, right? Like, Europe is pretty secular. The United States is secularizing. Muslims take to Islam with different levels of fervency. So it's not that like all 4 billion people are like Abrahamic devotees. It's just that they're exposed to the Abrahamic tradition, right? Now, the funny thing about this is if you look at it geographically, Israel is at the crossroads of humanity. So God has a fucked up sense of humor. He chose his favorite people, and then he put them in the path of every European army that wanted to go to Africa, every African army that wanted to go into the Middle East, every Middle Eastern army that wanted to go into Africa, and every Asian army that wanted to go into Asia, every Asian army that wanted to go into Europe or Africa. They all had to pass near or through Israel. And so as a result, Israel got conquered like a dozen times over the past 3,000 years. And so what the Jews of Israel ultimately ended up saying is, wow, we keep getting murdered and enslaved, and that's bad. So let's go ahead and spread out. That way we don't get murdered all the time. And so they became minorities across the entire world. There's Jews in China. There's Jews in India. There's Jews in Africa. There's Jews in Europe. And this wasn't necessarily like a conscious, a conscious plan. People were just looking for safety. But what ended up happening was they, worked within their societies in order to elevate their status. That way they would be less likely to be victims of racial religious pogroms. And that lasted all the way up until the early 20th century. Well, what happened in the 19th century is a bunch of European Jews said, hey, we're treated as second-class citizens. Everybody thinks we're pieces of shit. Everyone hates us. We used to have a Jewish-dominated state in the Middle East, in Judea and Israel. As a result, we're going to start a socio-political movement in order to return to that territory, and that was called Zionism. Well, what ended up happening was in the 20th century they did that. There was the Nakba. There was the reverse Nakba. People say that derisively, but that's effectively like Israel ethnically cleansing its surrounding territories. But then simultaneously, Middle Eastern and North African countries were also ethnically cleansing Jews from their territories. So a lot of the Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the Middle East and North Africa either immigrated to Israel or the United States. After World War II, where a third of the Jewish population of the planet got wiped out, half of the population of Jews worldwide ended up in the United States and half of them ended up in Israel. And so when you're asking the question, why does the United States support Israel so aggressively? Well, it's because, relatively speaking, we believe in the post-World War II narrative that Europe wiped out a third of international Jews. That's bad. They should have a safe place to call home, which should be Israel. And then they should also be treated as equal citizens under the law in the United States and protected from anti-Semitic attack. So that's one thing that's backing the concept of Zionism. The other thing that's backing the concept of Zionism is that Jews are pretty intelligent on average. On average, they're pretty smart people. And so IBM has a plant in here. There's other military industrial complex manufacturers who have plants here. There's other high technology innovation that happens in Israel. And so what we don't want from Israel is we don't want to sever international aid and military ties and all that kind of stuff, and then have the Israelis say, well, the United States is no longer supporting us, so fuck them. So in order to make up for the lack of financial and military support, we're just going to start selling everything that we've ever learned from the United States and our own high technology to Russia and China, the United States rivals. So you can say on a moral basis, we should sever all trade, all military ties, all intelligence sharing with the state of Israel. I'm just telling you, it's not going to happen. That's not a moral claim. That's a descriptive claim. Back to it.
On Israel, and I'm kind of just shying away from the question. I'm not. I don't support aid to Israel, and I agree with a lot of the critiques, the left-wing critiques of
even the critiques of AOC
fungibility,
voting
so
for that.
The fungibility
right?
argument makes sense, and I was even.
Well, it's good to see you anyway, Silver. Silver says all my meets happen in the morning, and then I'm forever behind on the stream for the rest of the day. It's all good. I appreciate you being here.
Saying as much. I just don't think that you should have just throw AOC out with the bathwater. I think she is making a understandable vote just in terms of optics, and people should give her the grace to fucking have that vote.
No.
All I'm saying is that even if Gavin Newsom took what I took to be a bad position on funding to Israel, or if Governor Shapiro were the nominee or some other nominee who's potentially more or less hawkish or more accommodating to Israel, we should still vote for them. That's what I mean. And I don't think that Prime is in the mood of being convinced on those kind of harm reduction arguments. And these are arguments, and this is another point that I brought up in the recap here, which is it doesn't make sense to be so pure-minded, and I want to know what your opinion is on this, with respect to voting, but to be ultimately a deal maker when it comes to the substantive negotiations on the ground, right? Everyone would acknowledge that in order to get to a peaceful resolution of the Israel-Palestine dispute, what's going on in Gaza, it will require some kind of mutual consideration.
H-Lock became a member. Thank you, King.
And some kind of deal. And that's going to necessitate not a pure stance where we're only giving the Gazans everything they want, the Palestinians everything they want. And people seem quite willing, and even the Palestinians themselves and Hamas are willing to come to deals and agreements that are, benefiting both parties to have.
Numinac says, not going to lie, wearing sunglasses indoors is kind of sus. Well, okay, I was bringing this up yesterday, and I'm going to do it again to you guys, okay? So a lot of people say that I need to look into the camera more. That way I can build like a more parasocial, bond with you guys. Oftentimes I'm looking over here because this is where my chat is. I need to get when I get paid, because, YouTube is on a month delay. I don't know if you guys know that. So we did make a good amount of money this month, and I will have excess income next month, which is great. I'm not just going to be paying bills. I'm actually going to have some cash. So when I have some cash, I'm going to buy a monitor here and a monitor here. I'm going to have my old chat over here, the one that I'm scrolling through chronologically that you guys get pissed off that I'm always late for chat. And then right here, I'll have live chat. So if there's something going on where like Pisco's in chat and he wants to piss, then I can like check over here and be like, oh, okay, Pisco, let's call. Whereas I'll have the old chat so I can chronologically scroll through, and then I can talk to you guys about whatever the fuck you were talking about 30 minutes ago. Now, when it comes to the sunglasses, though, I understand that she probably stopped doing it. Maybe she had eye surgery. Maybe she had a little bit of pink eye. I don't know why she was wearing sunglasses. But the problem is that, like, look at this right now. Like, look into your camera, okay? Imagine that I was cross-eyed. That would be uncomfortable. Imagine that this is how I talk to you at all times, where I was just constantly staring into your soul without blinking. That's uncomfortable. So as a result, what the sunglasses do is it makes it so people can't make fun of your cross eye, people can't make fun of your pink eye, and people can't complain about you staring into their soul. Okay? So while the sunglasses can be douchey, they can also be a tool with which to properly feel like you're paying attention to your chat. Meanwhile, nobody can actually see where your eyeballs are. They can't see you playing Candy Crush in the corner. All right? We Gucci? We good? Code for 5 says she's just hungover. True. Dr. Zaya says there are not all those socialist arslers who didn't vote because Liz Cheney endorsed Kamala and Kamala didn't chimp out over Israel hard enough. True. Patriarch gifted 10 Valor Media ship members, and he was complaining about not having a wrench. So I think by law, I have to give him a wrench. Well, you already earned it, Patriarch, just by being a normal member. And thank you for the gifted memberships. I will come over to Valor Media Network momentarily to gift you your wrench. Let's go.
Have some sense that you would take one stance on voting, that there's this exceptional thing with like the vote must be pure, but your sausage making of the deal, there you can have a kind of more give and take relationship that you couldn't have with respect to voting for a leader. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand what he's saying. I think what she's going to do, though, is she's going to go back to tactics, where she's going to say, yes, I understand descriptively exactly where you're at, but from a tactical perspective, shaming leftists has not worked. So you need a different tact if you're going to get leftists. That's what she's going to say. And if she says that again and they loop again, I'm going to fast forward 10 minutes.
Of course, it's never going to be... It's politics. There's political realities to contend with, and a good compromise is going to be one where everybody is upset, and that's certainly going to be the case when it comes to the resolution, which is all going to be on Israel's terms. Let's not kid ourselves otherwise. Whether Kamala had won or Trump had won, that's always going to be the case. Like Palestinians.
I didn't put it in the topics that we're going to discuss today, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on the strike in Doha, because it just really does.
All right, Patriarch. You should have your wrench.
Seem that the Israelis, in coordination with the Americans, are setting up these negotiations to be completely impossible, and to put up deals and then use
no way. Is Israel sabotaging? No way.
No, I'm not saying this like it's a big confusion for you, but like at this point, it seems like even the capacity for making a potential deal that is.
Groovy Harp says, my mom didn't take Tylenol when she was pregnant with me. She just smoked cigarettes and drank alcohol like a normal person. Based. H-Lock says, Connor, where can I find the Rob Noor conversation on Raging Tomato? You can go to... Let me go over here. Counterpoints politics. What I try to do, by the way, is I try to slice these up into VODs to be watched later. But a lot of you guys watch it before it ever happens. And so since this one was getting good metrics and we had a shitload of support that day as well, I just left it up right here. So just go to Counterpoints Politics, go to the live segment. It's the most recent one, is politics, violence ever justified? The first half of the 5 hours, need I remind you, that I was live at night, I was exhausted, is me bullying Misfit Patriot and also working on my Halo Magnum. Then the second half, somewhere in here, American Nacho joins, and I made fun of his mustache, which was really like mean, by the way. I do think that he's like king of the village people with this mustache, but I'll admit that the mustache is good. It's a good mustache, right? And then here's Rob coming into Moral Frog about me working with Democrats for the 50th fucking time. And then I do a bunch of terms of service violations where I called Donald Trump a pedophile. And Raging Tomato gets mad because I keep, instead of saying PDF space file, instead of saying, I don't know, grapist, I say pedophile and I say rapist. Because here's the thing, by the way, you're not going to get demonetized as a channel for saying the word pedophile or saying rapist because you're being descriptive. What's going to happen is, oh, by the way, this is me doing so much, like getting so heated and doing such like crazy saying the word pedophile and rapist that she actually like timed out the conversation like 3 or 4 times. But anyways, the point is that like you're not going to lose your channel for using those words. What's going to happen is the VOD is going to have a yellow $ instead of a green $. So you're going to lose out on ad revenue from the VOD. But I probably had like 10 to 20 super chats during that stream, and Raging Tomato probably had like 100. So it's kind of like, you know, unless she's the smallest streamer there, if she had 50 to 100 super chats, I don't know why she's worried about a yellow $ next to a VOD. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe YouTube has said you can never say the word pedophile ever, but I've never heard that. If I'm being descriptive, if I'm talking about a criminal case, am I not allowed to use like accurate language? Anyways, H-Lock. So to answer your question, Counterpoints Politics, live, and then the most recent video.
A target for the Israeli government, both in terms of how they approach Iran and what they're doing with the strikes in Doha. So what's your reaction to that?
It's no surprise they're not interested in that. It's been like 2 years, you know, they claim around about the hostages. If they give a fuck about those hostages, they could have come home a long time ago. It's not about any of that. You know, this is a
It's about ethnically cleansing Gaza. I largely agree.
Lunatic state, man.
If the Gazans broke and said, you know what, we're tired of starving, we're tired of getting bombed, we're tired of civilian casualties, we're tired of living in rubble, we're tired of not having access to clean water, we're tired of not having shelter, we're going to all move to Libya, or we're going to all move to Jordan, or we're all going to move to Egypt, and Libya, Jordan, or Egypt agreed to that, I'm pretty sure Israel would be like, yep, see you later. Have fun. Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
I heard that
and also they have no incentive because, you know, we're one of their coffers, and what
Yeah, because we don't pressure them at all. This is descriptively true. I'm okay with it. I understand that I have some Zio shills in chat. I understand I have like some Zion lions in my chat or whatever. But at the same time, like, listen, it is Israel holding 2 million people in abject misery in order to recover 48 remaining hostages who are probably all dead? Or are they holding 2 million people in abject misery because they want them to voluntarily fucking leave? You know? You tell me.
what conditions do we attach to anything that they do ever?
Israel, you mean?
Yeah.
We can still cut back funding. I agree. We should still be politically pressuring Israel to change their tactics in Gaza. We should still be leveraging American military technology and say, hey, you don't have access to this shit until you start behaving better. Just because we are interested in the continuation of the state of Israel does not mean that we need to write them a blank check. I agree with this sentiment.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
So
No,
they have no incentive to be reined in. because they know they can do whatever
And yes, it's the same Straighterade from the Pixie stuff. Yes.
they act with impunity.
And it's kind of undermining.
Friends at gunpoint. Well, welcome to politics.
Like Qatar has kind of tried to act here. And listen, I think that we're no friends of these oil Gulf states. At least I'm not. But
have you guys have autism? So every time I stare into the camera, you guys are like, no, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm not gonna lie, it's one of my favorite things to do now. One of my favorite things to do is just stare into the camera, just stare into your soul. It's awesome.
they were trying to act as a mediator here. It's undermining the potential for them to act as a mediator as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, I don't see. But this is one of the reasons why.
Is there a similar delay when you get PayPal donations? Bruh, I have to check my phone for PayPal donations. Are you shitting me? You're lucky if I ever acknowledge PayPal donations. Yeah, like, bruh. Yeah, I don't see any PayPal notifications in my email, but you would have to, I would have to see your chat say, hey, Connor, I don't want YouTube to be getting a cut. Therefore, I sent you a PayPal. Check your PayPal. And by the way, that's going to be 30 minutes late until I get those 2 monitors and my Bob Ross wig.
I get so frustrated with Prime's position is this is the kind of shit that Trump is encouraging and allowing for. Like, I think that he was well aware that when he made these entreaties to Hamas, because he was saying this is the last deal, take it or leave it. And he sent some kind of ambiguous set of requests to Hamas vis-a-vis their, I think even on Truth Social, he was saying something like that.
You staring at us isn't making it awkward. It's the erection. Did I say cacode? Yes, I said cacode. Yes, I did. What am I supposed to say? Your name's Cacode. I don't know if you know that. Kikode. Cacode. That's it. That's your name. It's not my fault you fucking wrote it weird.
But that kind of shit, I don't think would happen with the Democratic president. That we'd have this level of involvement and culpability in specifically undermining the negotiation. I do believe in the sincerity of the Democrats when they were trying to get to a ceasefire. You might not believe that they were doing the most effective thing, and I would agree with that. But I don't think that they were actively scuttling the talks like Trump is now.
Mm. Well, I mean, let's say you were having this exact same conversation, not with like, if you could just be part of a focus group, okay? No, you're not part of the focus group. You happen to pass by.
AF Racing says, I did a line of Tylenol this morning. I'm happy to report there are 514 ceiling tiles in my office. Yes.
Somebody who's just left a focus group, and they're a registered Democrat who did not vote in the last election, and they give identical arguments to that Prime just gave you. Would you really?
Sorry, I got to call it out. Straight Pans or Darth Panzer says, straight out of the gym, how we doing here? We're doing pretty good, man. I'm going to have to lift. I'm going to have to lift this stream. I already did. I did biceps over the weekend, but I didn't do the back exercises. I did half of shoulders last week, so I should finish my shoulder exercises. So I think I need to do shoulders and forearms today. And then I just need to do a back workout, and then I need to do chest and triceps. So you've motivated me, Darth Panzer. I'm going to start lifting momentarily. Bud123 and Darth Panzer are the most based amongst us because they tell us whenever they work out.
Really employ all the same arguments and same strategies to convince them to vote?
No, I wouldn't use the same strategies to convince a lib as I would a lefty.
You don't know that you don't even know if they're a lib. You just the information I provided to you is the only thing that you know. They're registered Democrats.
Again, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You happen to be walking by a convention center and outwalks these people that have just participated in a Democratic focus group. And these people are registered Democrats and independents. I'll add independents in there, who voted in the previous election for Joe Biden, but did not vote this time in 2024. Would you? And they make the same arguments to you that Prime made. Would you use the same lines of argumentation that you made against Prime to convince them to vote? Do you that?
I mean, I would, but I'm like meaner. I think it takes a plurality of tactics. Okay, bullying and shame. A lot of people say that they don't work as political tactics. But I would also say that being a pussy also doesn't work. So if the Democratic establishment goes, oh my God, leftists, we were so wrong. We need to give you everything you want. We need to decommodify basic human needs, and workers need to own the means of production. And you know what? Israel and Palestine, we need to nuke Israel right now. And we need to just free the Palestinians from the river to the sea. So based. I can't believe we didn't see it before. You know what's going to happen is, number one, the leftists are not going to see that as sincere because they already know that politicians deliver the world and then, they promise the world and deliver 10% of what they promise. But you're also going to lose a shitload of liberals. A shitload of liberals are going to be like, oh my God, you're catering to these leftist, socialist, communist freaks. Fuck this. I'm either going to abstain from voting, or I'm going to become like a moderate Republican. Like, you have to understand, it's a seesaw. Politics is obviously not a binary, but the tightrope that Democrats are asked to walk, where they must simultaneously cater to the far left and cater to moderate right wing, it's almost an impossible task. I am not enviable of their position. If I was a moderate Democrat who was trying to cater to both, though, I would probably try to cater to the left wing domestically, and I would try to cater to the center right and center internationally. And the reason why I say that is because I think that leftists are so used to getting nothing that if you talked about like universal daycare, or making sure that working people have enough food to feed their working class families, or if you talked about building more housing so we could reduce rent nationwide, I think that like leftists are so used to never being a part of the domestic economic conversation that they would probably pinch their nose for international affairs in order to get some domestic W's. Now, the only problem with that is that shit costs money, and rich people don't like paying taxes. So that's another challenge.
They ought to have voted for.
But you could probably win electorally with a domestic, economically populist message and a moderate international strategy. I think that's probably a winning message.
Kamala Harris in 2024, and then they should vote again against whoever Republican candidate there is in 4 years.
Stress the harm being done to Gazans under the current administration and what I view would be the difference. But if you're someone like Prime who doesn't take into consideration the amount of harm and the disparity between those two, that's literally what he's saying, is that you can
sorry for pausing so much. But Zenith says, did she just ask what conditions do they attach to Israel? Biden stopped giving them 2,000-pound bombs and Trump removed the restriction. Yeah, bro. Yeah, there was not a single world in which Kamala Harris would not have been more moderate on Israel. There's not a single world in which she was the greater of two evils in reference to Israel-Palestine. It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. Sager Snow says, bro, I think you need to start have a staring into the camera segment daily. Chat is almost as antisocial as the lonely Japanese men that need AI to learn to make eye contact. My chat is filled with hikikomori and hikimorettes. That's funny.
Infinite amount of harm on one side of the ledger, and it won't change how I act.
Yeah,
those people
crazy.
can't be
Wait, did I look at guns? I don't think I look at guns.
convinced, Aaron. And that's what, like, we've had a lot of public spats and disagreements with the live and learn, hutch type mentality. We've taken some differences of opinion.
Wait, what's the hutch type mentality?
Like, the coalition building, like eject all the left, and these people are a cancer.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Anonymous chatter says, I work out at night, so I never get to share. I also do a 6-day split, so just assume I worked out yesterday. Based. And then Gen X is saying that she needs to get back into the gym. Based.
Sure, we don't. If we lose or if we win in November, it'll prove we don't need these fucking people. And now the same people that were saying they're fucking irrelevant, they're on Twitter, they don't do anything, they don't fucking vote, man. All they do is whine about genocide. Now they're turning around scolding all of these people as though if they had voted, it would have had some difference on the outcome. And it's like,
okay, the reason why I think that Yeah. I think Steven said this, and I don't think it's true, that we don't need leftists at all for the electoral stuff. We can just win with moderates. And I would agree with that if he was willing to reach out to Never Trump people, but he basically says, fuck anybody who still identifies as a Republican, which I think is a losing strategy. So, I think Steven saying liberals can go on their own, I think is stupid. The reason why I've criticized leftists for fucking up the most previous election is because, as an example, Michigan flopped to Trump. That's crazy. The fact that a Rust Belt state flipped for Trump is fucking crazy. And the way that it flipped for Trump was not just economic populism, which Trump hits that bell every time that he can. It's also because of Israel-Palestine and because of the large Muslim population of Dearborn, Michigan. I think the Dearborn district went for Biden 68-32. And I think that in this most recent election, Kamala was around 40. Jill Stein got 28% of the vote, which is effectively a protest vote. And then Trump won the state because the Democratic vote was split. So, no offense, Dearborn, but you kind of like I had this conversation with Ali the other day, who's a Muslim, I think from the Rust Belt. And he was like, yeah, like he didn't say this exactly, but he was effectively saying like, yeah, Gaza's talking now, bitch. And I'm like, they're talking now by getting the shit kicked out of them by IDF with a blank check written to IDF. That's not exactly like, that wasn't a winning strategy. All right. At least the Democrats would have pressured for the people in Gaza to be receiving food. Trump doesn't even give a fuck. Trump would actually just watch 2 million people starve to death because he supports Israel that much.
Oh, so you did need them. Which is it? Because it can only be one. Either they're terminally online dipshits that don't.
Sorry, real quick. Fashion 40 says almost 150 people and 52 likes. Damn, like the stream. It's true. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We already had almost 10 people donate today. I'm going to thank Gen X for renewing their membership. Anonymous Chatter for a super chat. Test Dummy Human for gifting 10 Valor Media Network memberships. What a fucking king. Hippopotaman became a member. Dank Brandon became a member. Shaved Dog Butt became a member. H-Lock became a member. And Patriarch gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. What a bunch of fucking kings. But like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends. Tell them that you're hanging out with Connor in the morning and you're having a good time. Engage with chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting, cool people in chat. We have the smartest, coolest, most insightful, most vibrant chat in all of Twitch and YouTube politics. We make up for our small size with high quality. Then, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But if you're a brokey, don't worry about it. Pay me with your eyeballs, and I will gently stare into your eyeballs to thank you for your viewership.
Matter and they're just screaming into the void, or they were consequential and you needed their votes, and now all you have for them is like scolding. Okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying that there is not an inconsistency on the terms of like relative power. I think that sometimes that they play fast and loose with like how much power they have. On the one hand, they're the reason Kamala lost, like you said. On the other hand, they have no power.
They have no power, so we should ignore them and cut them out.
Right. So I'm not
mutually
there.
exclusive.
What I'm just saying is like there is a subset of people who can't be convinced. There is a subset of people where they're criticizing Mamdani as in principle being a stooge of the Democrats, at the same time as they're criticizing the Democrats for not rallying around him, which I do, by the way. I criticize the Democrats for not rallying around Mamdani in the context of the New York City mayoral election, especially people like Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. But there are people like Prime, I think, who I'm never going to convince him because he doesn't care about consequences. And how do you convince someone by appealing to consequences for someone who doesn't care about those consequences? It's kind of like if I really am in the wild meeting with someone who thinks like Prime do, I might as well just start singing, because nothing I say about the harm that their vote might cause is going to affect their calculus.
Well, there's just things that are brought up disingenuously, and it just drives me crazy. Like the USAID cuts. Okay, one, we knew that Doge was going to happen or whatever, but we didn't know about the USAID cuts. Now I hear that number, the 14.
Dude, Sam says Democrats have so much work to do in the next few years, it seems almost impossible. Listen, I'm not going to lie. Part of the reason why I want to go with North with the Never Trump Republican mission and try to fight for like a moderate insane right is because principally that's what I think is appropriate. Like, listen, I'm not like Pisco. If I see Bonnie Blue banging 1,000 dudes, I want to call that woman a whore, and I want the state to institutionalize her. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so you guys, all you liberals in my chat who are like, Bonnie Blue isn't hurting anyone. She should be able to bang 10,000 dudes in 24 hours if you want. Gross. Okay? Gross. Gross. What's up? Dang. When are you going to be back? All right. See you later. Please? Anyways, so Bonnie Blue's a whore. So the whole point is like, I don't want to have to be in a room of liberals where I'm like, Bonnie Blue's a whore and she should be institutionalized by the state. And you guys are like, why don't you just let adults have fun? If you do heroin and bang 1,000 dudes, what business is it of yours? Like, I don't want to have that conversation 10,000 times. It's so fucking annoying. I really just want to be in a room of like sane people. And I'm like, Bonnie Blue is a fucking whore and she should be institutionalized. And you guys are like, yeah, probably. Like, I would rather just do that, right? And I think that's more likely in the center right than it is to happen in the center left, because you guys like to make excuses for all sorts of shitty behavior. Anyways, the other part, though, is I'm not going to lie. I don't want to be a part of your sinking ship, you know? And the reason why is because I swear to God, the liberals in Washington, D.C. are fucking asleep at the wheel. They're asleep at the wheel. They don't give a shit about domestic economics. They're not talking about the people who work at Dollar General making $10 an hour, unable to afford their kids' meals, unable to afford groceries, sending their kids to a shitty public school. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like the principles of neoliberalism. They're talking about the world international order and how do we free Eastern Europe from the clutches of Russia. And it's like, yeah, I care about the free world as well. I care about freeing Eastern Europe from the clutches of Russia. But you guys are ignoring the working class of America and the middle class of America so much that you're allowing the country to fall into proto-dictatorship. It's like constant political navel gazing. It's embarrassing. Like the San Francisco episode of South Park, where it's a bunch of progressives like farting into champagne glasses and then smelling their own farts. That's what it felt like in Washington, D.C., bro. So I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of the pussies who simultaneously cry about our society falling into proto-dictatorship, and yet they won't look outside their window to the working class and middle class of America and be like, oh, wow, people can barely afford to survive and they don't feel like they have dignified lives and they feel like they're constantly being fucked by the state. Maybe that's radicalizing people to vote against me. It's not exactly like a difficult conception, but I think these people are so comfortable in their think tanks. I think they're so comfortable giving $10,000 speeches. I think they're so comfortable being consultants that they don't give a fuck because they got theirs. So anybody in America can figure out how to get theirs. It's just a skill issue. So sorry for that rant, but genuinely speaking, the liberals in DC that I met, the people who actually have money and power, I think they're totally fucking asleep at the wheel. They're totally asleep at the wheel. It's borderline fucking embarrassing.
Million that are projected to be killed. Let me make my argument before you make faces. Let me make the argument, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Pisco, you smug bitch.
Okay, so by 2030, there's a study that projects that because of the USAID cuts, which were complete.
Oh, damn. She's been listening to Counterpoint streams. Let's go.
completely unconstitutional, which I didn't agree with, obviously.
Yeah.
14 million more people are going to die because they're not going to get access to aid that they would have otherwise if the USAID budget had been preserved. Okay. That number is brought up all the time to be like, that's 14 million people that could have been saved if you'd voted against Trump, voted for it.
Oh, damn. She's going to argue against this? Uh-oh. We're going into dangerous waters here. How are you going to... This is a barrel roll at low altitude. How are you going to pull out of this one?
Democrat and prevented USAID and Doge from like these cuts from happening and from Doge happening, right? Let's pretend all else being equal. MAGA, the Republican Party is the exact same. Democrats are the exact same, except they also support the USAID cuts. Would you then say that, and MAGA doesn't support the USAID cuts?
Oh,
okay. Would you then say, oh, we ought to vote for MAGA then?
So
because 14 million people.
Well,
so if Democrats supported the...
Hold on. Sorry, what?
And say that, and MAGA doesn't support the USAID cuts. Okay. Would you then say, oh, we ought to vote for MAGA then?
Hold on. This point might be so stupid that I have to hear it in its entirety again. Sorry.
Million more people are going to die because they're not going to get access to aid that they would have otherwise if the USAID budget had been preserved. Okay. That number is brought up all the time to be like, that's 14 million people that could have been saved if you'd voted against Trump, voted for a Democrat and prevented USAID and Doge from like these cuts from happening and from Doge happening, right? Let's pretend all else being equal. MAGA, the Republican Party is the exact same. Democrats are the exact same, except they also support the USAID cuts. Would you then say that, and MAGA doesn't support the USAID cuts? Okay. Would you then say, oh, we ought to vote for MAGA then?
Hold on. Okay. So not only is this wildly stupid, sorry, Aaron. This is pretty fucking stupid. Sorry. I'm finishing up my first set of forearm workout. I know it looks weird. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm going to do to make you guys extra uncomfortable? I'm going to start doing forearm workouts while staring into the camera. All right. So not only is this wildly stupid, because that's not the scenario. Where's my why Adam friended is wrong thing? All else being equal. So she wants to shift this variable to the Democrats. She wants to say, if the Democrats are going to kill 14 million people, should you vote Republican? Well, number one, that's not the case. Okay. So that's silly, but let's entertain the hypothetical. Okay. 14 million people are going to die from preventable disease because the Democrats get into power. Well, we still have the false elector scheme in trying to overthrow the government of the United States. So we have a direct threat to the Constitution of the United States via MAGA. We still have the ethnic cleansing of Gaza supported by the U.S. and turning Gaza into Atlantic City. We still have the backstabbing of Ukraine. We still have mass deportations fucking with the construction industry and the agricultural industry pricing that we're about to experience price shocks on. We still have the fact that Trump in the 80s, 90s, and early thousands had a best friend who sex trafficked 14 to 17-year-old girls, and Trump himself was credibly accused of raping said girls and is now covering up the pedophile ring. We still have him detaining and deporting mass deportations, resulting in the torture of people at Sukkot and Alligator Alcatraz, including Kilmar Abrego Garcia and Andre Hernandez Romero. We still have him ignoring orders and restoring due process, threatening Greenland, Denmark, and Canada for no discernible benefit, tariffs against allies and passing on the cost to consumers, pretending that it's a W, rug pulling people via the crypto scam, and then accepting corruption via crypto, and then killing a corruption case against Eric Adams and killing a corruption case against Todd Horman, the current deportation czar. So does the 14 million dead change the calculus? Absolutely. And I would argue that the 14 million dead would, if somebody said, hey, listen, all of this shit is bad, but I cannot in good conscience vote for people who are going to cause hundreds of thousands, if not millions of preventable deaths. As a result, I'm either abstaining from voting or I'm actually voting Republican. I think that could potentially be a moral position, But here's the problem with this hypothetical. The inverse is true. So not only is Trump causing the 14 million preventable deaths due to USAID and PEPFAR cuts, but also he did all this other crazy shit that threatens the Republic of the United States. So there's no argument here. This is a bad hypothetical. This is a terrible hypothetical. I don't know why she's smiling. This is not a W. I'll get back into the content momentarily, but somebody said, if my true enemy was Israel, if do what hurt Israel the most, leftists instead did what hurt Democrats the most, their actions reveal their true enemy. I mean, Marfin says, I don't know where Connor got his stats. Dearborn in Wayne County, which Kamala received 62 and Trump received 33. How much of the vote? How much of the vote did Jill Stein get in Michigan? Excuse me. 18%. Give me a second. Trump wins Dearborn. Jill Stein wins 18% of the vote over Gaza. Blah, 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 blah. So maybe it wasn't 28. Maybe it was 18. President-elect Donald Trump won 42% of the vote in Democrat, according to the city's official results. He campaigned last week, pledging to bring peace to the Middle East, despite his longstanding support for Israel. Vice President Kamala Harris gained 36% of the vote. So, bro, calculator, let's do this. And then I think they said somewhere in here, Jill Stein got 18. Okay. Jill Stein wins 18% of the vote over Gaza. 18 plus 32 is 50%. So the city, now, of course, this isn't indicative of the entire country, right? But at the same time, it's indicative of the kind of rhetoric the impact of the rhetoric of lefties, okay? Donald Trump won with 42%. Kamala or the Democrats would have received 50 if Jill Stein didn't take 18% of the pie. Jill Stein did take 18% of the pie. As a result, Kamala Harris lost a Democratic stronghold in Michigan. So I don't know where Connor gets his stats. Dearborn is in Wayne County, which Kamala received 62% and Trump won 33%. It might just be the city. Okay. So she might have still won Wayne County. But the point is that this might not be indicative of the entire electoral map. However, this is indicative of the flagging support for the Democratic Party over Israel-Gaza related to that conflict within a significant Muslim population within the United States of America. Here we go.
So
because 14 million people.
So if Democrats...
Yeah, so if Democrats decided to inject AIDS into 14 million people, would you change your vote? Yeah, I'd probably change my vote. I would probably abstain from voting if Democrats intentionally killed 14 million people. I would probably have abstained.
Supported the USAID cuts.
Right.
Republicans didn't.
And they didn't.
No, but I don't think that, I would still vote for the Democrat in that context.
I know. And everybody who brings up these stats also would. I also would. So why are we bringing it up? Like it's this thing that really, really matters. It's being...
What the fuck? This is just left-wing sociopathy. That's all that is. That's just left-wing sociopathy. What? Why is 14 million people dying important to you? We still talk about the Holocaust, which was 6 million people 100 years ago. We still talk about the Armenian genocide, which was like 11 million people a century ago. We still talk about Genghis Khan, which was 1,000 years ago. We still talk about all the people who were raped and murdered throughout history as if it's serious and it affects politics. But why do we care about 14 million people? Yo, Aaron, what the fuck was that? That was crazy pants. That was a crazy pants argument. What the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you? If anybody was killing 14 million people, why wouldn't you care? 2:30? Yeah. Dude, what the fuck was that? What was that? I'm going to rewind that one more time so I can take substantive psychic damage for your amusement. What? Why are we talking about 14 million dead people as if it's bad? I don't know, because it's bad? Because it's like a slow rolling horror show? Let's do that one more time.
Spats and disagreements with the live and learn, hutch type mentality.
Damn, did I rewind too far?
Outcome, and it's like, oh, so you did need them. Which is it? Because it can only be.
Okay, I rewound too far.
There's a subset of people where they're criticizing. It's kind of like
They're brought up disingenuously, and it just
back there. Nothing I say about.
There's just things that are brought up disingenuously, and it just drives me crazy. Like the USAID cuts. Okay, one, we knew that Doge was going to happen or whatever, but we didn't know about the USAID cuts. Now I hear that number, the 14 million that are projected to be.
Oh, she doesn't want to be guilt tripped over the dead. Got you. Still said in the most psychotic fucking way possible. Truly, she is a BPD queen. Let's take a look at that again.
Killed. Let me make my argument before you make faces. Let me make the argument, please. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be a fucking horror show. Get ready.
Okay, so by 2030, there's a study that projects that because of the USAID cuts, which were completely unconstitutional, which I didn't agree with, obviously, 14 million more people are going to die because they're not going to get access to aid that they would have otherwise if the USAID budget had been preserved. Okay, that number is brought up all the time to be like, that's 14 million people that could have been saved if you'd voted against Trump, voted for a Democrat, and prevented USAID and Doge from these cuts from happening and from Doge happening, right?
Okay. This is descriptively true. And while it wasn't always predictable, we knew Trump was going to do some shit like this, right? We knew that he was going to back Israel hardcore in the Israel-Palestine conflict. We knew that he was going to fuck over Ukraine. Dude, one of my biggest reasons for voting was because I have Ukrainian friends, and I knew Trump was going to fuck over Ukraine, and there were going to be thousands of people who would have been alive had a normie Democrat establishment candidate won, versus thousands of people whom are now dead because Trump is in charge of the Ukrainian war. I knew that was going to happen. And I knew that there was a snowball's chance in hell of the Democrats actually getting gun control passed. So I was willing to take the risk in reference to gun control, a topic that is near and dear to my heart, in order to try to do the lesser of two evils when it came to electoral politics. So if I was worried about thousands or tens of thousands of dead, but now we have 14 million projected dead, how the fuck is that not something that we could use as a cudgel with which to beat the fucking politically apathetic?
Let's pretend, all else being equal,
I'm hypothetical.
the Republican Party is the exact same. Democrats are the exact same, except they also support the USAID cuts. Would you then say that, and MAGA doesn't?
Mr. Boop says, I have to say, this is the only political content I can actually listen to for extended periods of time without getting supremely annoyed, bored, or degenerate. Mr. Boop, that's what I'm trying to do, okay? I'm trying to take on the psychic damage on your behalf while objecting to it from a relatively sane position. That way you can engage with online politics, which is fun and is interesting and is cool, but you don't get so discouraged that you want to kill yourself. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take on the psychic damage on your behalf, and I'm trying to articulate beliefs that maybe you don't agree with 100%, but you're like, okay, I can see where he's coming from. That's what I'm trying to do.
Support the USAID cuts. Okay. Would you then say, oh, we ought to vote for MAGA then?
No, but that's because of all the other evil shit that the Trump administration has done. This is not a W.
Because 14 million people.
So if Democrats supported the USAID cuts,
right,
Republicans didn't,
and they didn't.
No, but I don't think that. I would still vote for.
Fast and Bulba says, "I'm an anti-sex work, pro-Iraq war lefty. You can't put me in a box." Based
Democrat in that context.
I know, and everybody who brings up these.
Is it illegal to bang too many dudes? Well, in my world, it would be.
stats also would. I also would. So why are we bringing it up? Like it's this thing that really, really matters. It's being cynically invoked, and it's so transparent that it's cynically invoked.
Wait, it's not cynical. It's not cynical to like appeal to someone else's values, right? Like if what I take the position that like we need to save ourselves first, and so sort of like the structure of our country and preventing.
Andy B says they sure didn't have that same energy when Hugh Hefner was doing what Bonnie Blue is doing. Okay. Maybe we should have. Maybe we should have.
Us from falling into an authoritarian state, that if the Democrat, like all fight against the specific USAID cuts.
Yeah, see, no. You guys are proving the point. I have half a dozen people who are like, she's not hurting anyone. That's crazy. That's a crazy take. Yeah, dude, no offense, guys. I parasocially love you, and I appreciate you being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Watching a woman well, and by the way, I didn't watch, but seeing a woman announce online that she is going to allow 1,000 phalluses into her orifices over the course of 24 hours, and you're not like, this bitch is fucking crazy. There's something wrong with this woman. She needs psychological help. She is hurting herself. The fact that that's not your first instinct just tells me that we're temperamentally different. We're just different, dude. It's okay. We don't have to agree. But let's say that we talked about institutionalization the other day. I'll pull this up. Okay. So we were talking about like, well, how do we prevent crazy people from getting access to firearms? And we were talking about institutionalization. And so I would unironically change this. So the current standard is the Baker Act criteria, which they won't go voluntarily, and they pose a significant risk of injury or death to themselves or others, and they can be released as soon as they're deemed no longer a threat to themselves or others. Okay, that's the current standard. New mental health criteria that I would advocate for would be cannot take care of themselves in a way that is conducive to health/being a productive member of society, can be committed to a public hospital asylum for prolonged periods until they are stabilized by drugs and therapy and community placement programs. You're saying this is Orwellian. You're saying this is authoritarian. I'm telling you, this is exactly how I would use this program. If there was some chick walking around banging every single dude that she bumped into, then yeah, I would institutionalize the fuck out of her. I would use the new mental health law in order to force her to get therapy, in order to force her to get medicated so she doesn't, I don't know, destroy her vagina, get random STDs, get abused or raped by random men with whom she is having promiscuous intercourse with. Yeah, I would 100% put her in a mental health facility. So we're just different. You don't think that this is like what Bonnie Blue is doing is sufficient criteria in order to commit her to an insane asylum. And I do. Okay. We're just different. It's okay for us to be different. All right. We don't agree. It is what it is.
And I'll be in court or helping or assisting or signal boosting the people who are in court fighting against the USAID cuts or whatever. But if our goal is to protect our system first and our country first before we help others, and I think that is maybe my most proximate goal, is to defend the Constitution and defend freedom in this country.
Hey, everybody, you all did what I predicted you were going to do. You're going to be like, institutionalization is worse than her being a whore. Okay. We don't agree. That's fine.
Then it's not cynical for me to trying to appeal to your values, right, which is harm reduction of overall death, to notice this difference between one party and another. I don't know how that's hypocritical.
Because you're focusing on the procedure and the process. The issue is that those cuts occurred unconstitutionally because no one allowed.
I don't think they occurred unconstitutionally, by the way. I think the president, as the administrative of the executive state, like all funds can be dispersed, but I'm pretty sure he can say, as the executive, we don't need these funds. As a result, we're sending this back as a rescissions recommendation to Congress, and then Congress can delete the funds. So I don't even know if this is accurate.
Elon Musk. He's appointed by Trump in this role that's supposed to be really just reserved to a very, very limited capacity temporarily, and he starts doing like trying to cut things that were congressionally allocated already that he doesn't have the authority to be cutting. So if that's your issue, then why are you pointing to the outcome and saying, and especially weird to say, we need to care about ourselves first, but you're talking about 14 million people globally.
Conservative liberalism says, if Republicans can make me believe they give a fuck about the working class of America, then I'll be receptive as fuck. Wait, of a shift. Let's fix lifelong medical debt and support organized labor. Number one, the fact that you guys are paying medical debt is funny to me. You pay your medical debt? That's funny. I just let the insurance companies negotiate it, and that's what the medical people get. You know, I don't have $10,000 for, you know, somebody jamming a camera up my ass. Get $7,000 from the company and then fuck off, you know? Anyways. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, yeah, they're never going to support left-wing policies, conservative liberalism. You misunderstand what I'm saying. Donald Trump says America has been hollowed out by he doesn't even use the word neoliberal. It's been hollowed out by the globalists, the Marxists, the communists, the fascists. It's been hollowed out. They've sold your jobs to brown people. They've let endless hordes of brown and black people into the United States of America, and they're working on my speech is already better than Donald Trump's speech, by the way. And they're letting them work for cents on the dollar. That way Americans can't compete. What I promise is that we are going to kick the illegal rapist murdering browns and blacks out of the country so you can afford a house and so you can have higher pay. Now, is deporting all of Mexico and all of Haiti and all of the immigrants to the United States going to have disastrous economic impacts on agriculture and construction? Abso-fucking-lutely. But does that make white people feel better that their annoying Haitian illegal immigrant neighbor who plays music too loud and keeps chickens in his backyard is getting deported? Probably makes them feel a little bit better. Does it make them feel better that a giant Hispanic neighborhood that's a part of their like town is now quiet because, and like everybody's dead, like it's like a church mouse pissing on cotton in there. And the reason why is because none of the Hispanics want to commit any crimes because they don't want to be deported while they're still working within their communities. But previously they had an ethno-religious racial resentment because within that community, they were Catholic and the person I'm talking about is Protestant. They didn't speak English, so it was difficult to communicate with them. And then also they have a cousin who used to work the fields for $20 an hour. And now Juan from Tijuana is working the fields for $5 an hour under the table. Like, yeah, you made those people feel better. You fucked up the economy. You hurt a shitload of people, including totally innocent immigrants to the United States of America. But you feel better because Hispanics and Haitians were mildly annoying members of your community. So that's what I'm saying. They're not actually going to address the economics. They're not actually going to help working class Americans. They're not actually going to help middle class Americans who are backsliding into the working class, but they will hurt immigrants. And that'll make, Trump people feel a little bit better.
Globally are going to die, not in the United States.
Aaron, there's no inconsistency. On the one hand, you're appealing to things that you care about and saying, well, how would I?
HTXL says, this woman banged too many dudes to my liking. She should be institutionalized. Yeah, sure. It's the same way that this woman took too much Tylenol. I think she should be hospitalized. You understand that there was like some dumbass pregnant woman who took Tylenol as a protest against the Trump administration and she caused liver failure and she's going to fucking die? Yeah, that woman should have been hospitalized. You're right. There's too much of a good thing. If you eat too much chocolate cake to the point that you're 600 pounds, I think you should go to the hospital and get gastric bypass surgery. Okay? Yes, too much of a good thing can be bad. 1,000 dicks in 24 hours is alarming. If you ate 1,000 White Castle cheeseburgers, and you were 600 pounds and you were causing like damage to your body, I would say that you should go to therapy and you should be hospitalized. You figured it the fuck out. Jesus.
I determine the vote. And on the other hand, you're saying, listen, if what you care about are lives.
Sorry, we should get back into the content. But Sapien says, why would the poor people be upset? The stock market is doing so good. AKA Batasui says, I was watching a segment that said school teachers are on average making 27% less wages than others with equal or less education. Yep, because it's a public service job.
You should also agree with me because in addition to the things that I care about, what you most care about, and I'm saying I don't care about like the loss of life overseas. I'm just saying in terms of what you value more or less, and you're giving a hypothetical of a version of Trump that really does care about not cutting aid to foreign countries, and I'm happy to accept that hypothetical.
Not Trump, like the Republican Party.
Not like the current Republican Party.
Yeah.
Like in that situation, in this hypothetical, yeah, you could have a different preference matrix, which you would still vote for the Democrat. In other words, it's overdetermined that you're going to vote for the Democrat. But in a
Pete says she makes the claim that Pisco actually doesn't care about USAID cuts because if the Dems did them, he would still vote for Dems. Yeah, but that would be because of all this other shit that I said, right? Like, you understand that some of this is like existential to the United States. Like, if Trump had succeeded in the false elector scheme and overthrowing a peaceful transfer of power, that arguably could be the death of the Republic. You understand that, right? So the death of the Republic, in my opinion, would be worse than 14 million dead people through preventable disease. That would be worse. And so as a result, I would still vote for the Democrats as the lesser of two evil. That doesn't mean that I can't complain about what the Democrats do. It's not 100%, like this whole like binary thinking of a political party. You vote for a political party, so you have to endorse every single piece of policy that they pass is fucking stupid. It makes political discourse worse. You think I like that Democrats are sweeping for Bill Clinton, doing everything that Donald Trump did? I don't. You think I like that Democrats keep trying to do stupid as fuck gun control? I don't. You think that I like Democrats are like ignorant on economic matters and as a result propose like economically disastrous policies that are counterproductive to their stated aims? I don't. I think the Democrats are fucking stupid. However, Democrats are clearly the lesser of two evils in this regard. Voting for someone does not mean you endorse every single policy position that they even contemplate. That's fucking stupid. If Nikki Haley was the presidential nominee, I probably would have voted for Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley has wildly stupid positions on internet anonymity. Like, somebody called her like an anti-Indian slur on the internet, and Nikki Haley was like, that's it. No more internet anonymity. Which was the dumbest, most immature position possible. And yet, I would still vote for Nikki Haley over Donald Trump. And I would absolutely vote for Nikki Haley over like Zoran Mandami or Hassan Piker or Rashida Tlaib or AOC or name any progressive. I would probably vote for Nikki Haley over any progressive.
Appealing to someone else who doesn't care as much about the institutions, doesn't care much about the rule of law and the structure of the country, and cares just about the raw outcomes for individuals in terms of their, them living or dying, then it's not inconsistent to say, hey, if what you care about is harm reduction for people abroad.
Jet X says, do not do a forearm out. Do not do a forearm workout and stare into the camera.
Look at this harm. I don't think that's just
it's not, but it's not just the raw outcomes. There have been conflicts that have killed far more than the Gaza genocide. The reason why it's significant is because the intentionality going in this
true
genocide. It's not because of just the number of people dying alone.
No, I don't think it's just because of that, for sure. And I think that you would agree that this is something else I said in my discussion in the video that I had of like the recap, where there is this kind of, I think, genocide exceptionalism, which I'm not trying to sound crass. I think that you would acknowledge that we care about things, and I agree most pro-Palestinian people would care about things other than just genocide. You care about crimes against humanities and war crimes and genocide and poverty and starvation, whether intentional or not. And I agree that there's a special harm being done by the intentionality, the special intent of genocide. But like, given the choice between two options, right? Like, if there's a genocide of a 40,000 population person versus like, if you assume that the metrics or the estimations are correct, it's like 12 million people are dying. It's not so intuitive to me, like, which is the worst outcome there. And it's not so intuitive to me that we should like discount, not saying that we should consider them exactly the same or that they're not apples or oranges. In some respect, they're apples and oranges, but it's not like that we should are we really going to say that we know that our intuition is strong, that the genocide of the 40,000 is worse than the starvation and disease of 12, 13 million? That's not intuitive to me.
This conversation.
Why? Gilroy VFX says, because most people would agree with you and it's your right to call her a whore. She should be shamed as such, but you cross the line when you say that she should be institutionalized against her will. Why? Why? When you bang 1,000 dudes, there's no way you vetted every single one of them with STDs. There's no way that they turned in accurate blood tests for STDs. There's no way that you're not going to encounter like a rapist within that 24 hours. There's no way that you're not going to risk pregnancy and or STDs via that action. Why do you have to watch someone commit self-harm? If somebody was slashing their wrists, you would send them to a mental hospital. But because it's dicks instead of a razor blade, you're like, yeah, that's fine. An endless carousel of dicks is okay. But if she took a fucking razor blade to her wrist, then you all of a sudden are like, oh yeah, that's fine. Like let's take her to the hospital. You understand? Like you guys are also conceptualizing institutionalization like incarceration. That's not the point of institutionalization. The point of institutionalization is to be like, okay, why are you trying to fuck 1,000 dudes? And then Bonnie Blue goes, well, I never really thought about it before, but I think that my father left when I was 8 years old, and I'm looking for constant male attention in order to fill the void where I thought my father's love should be. And so as a result of this psychological breakthrough, and you giving me medicine that stabilizes my bipolar disorder, I no longer wish to have 1,000 dicks in my butt, vagina, and mouth. You guys act like no, she has to. She has to do this. She has to save Gaza. Okay, all right, that's a bridge too far. But like, who is she helping? She's not helping herself. She's hurting herself. She's not helping society. She's making men worse. It's a form of self-harm. Why are you guys okay with like the second that somebody takes a razor blade and puts it on their wrist, you're like, okay, go to the hospital, talk to a therapist. But when somebody is like, I want 1,000 dicks in my orifices, you're like, go off, queen. Go off, queen based. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not the wrong one here, okay? You guys have some like temperamental bullshit in your brains where you're like, well, I could be a whore and I wouldn't want to be institutionalized. Therefore, nobody should be institutionalized ever. And that's a fucking stupid way to think about the world. All right? I'm right. You're wrong. We don't have to agree. Okay?
Happening right now on social media, and I think people do get it. People are more viscerally disgusted by this woman, that this Ukrainian refugee, a young woman who was brutally murdered on a train or something like that in North Carolina.
So we get to talk about institutionalization even more. Let's go.
Well, I get you. Yeah.
She's like stabbed in the neck, right? And people that are bringing up like statistics, those statistics might be accurate, but it's not. It's like gonna fall on deaf ears to the person that's concerned about this one thing. It's like bringing up like, oh, did you know? Like, if you really care about death, you would not be focusing on this woman killed in the subway. You'd be focusing on like the fact that 30,000 Americans die of strokes needlessly.
Aaron,
think about that. But what point do you think I'm trying to illustrate? What point do you think I'm trying to illustrate? You're saying it's.
I'm interested. What is the steel man, Aaron? I'm happy to hear it because so far I think this argumentation is poor.
It's not intuitive. Like, really what the difference is when you have the intentionality behind the number of people that are dying. So 40,000, it's less people, but it was intentional, versus several hundreds of thousands more dying on accident, or millions more, right? For but it wasn't like intentionally done.
Well, I'm recognizing that there's, and I'm giving you credit because I agree with you, that there's a special harm and rights deprivation that matters differently for 100 people die of heart.
I have no idea why Fast and Bulbous said this, but bring back war elephants and extravagant regalia. I mean, I agree. I just wouldn't want to. I just wouldn't want to see a war elephant injured on the battlefield or killed on the battlefield. That would make me super sad. I want war elephants on the battlefield because I want to see them stampeding through military encampments. But I don't want to see an injured or dying war elephant. That would make me super, super sad. Lawson Harrison says, what were the 14 million wearing? True. All right, let's stop talking about sex. We're not going to agree. It's fine. I'm right. You're wrong. Take the L. I'm fucking with you, okay? Have your perspective. I don't give a shit. But I'm just telling you, I feel the way that I feel, okay? We're not going to agree. Let's move off of the sex stuff.
Problems, and one person gets brutally stabbed like that, I think people are rational to consider the rights deprivation and the intentional malicious act as part of that calculus. And so, yeah, you're going to be more animated by the obscene, horrible killing than like the statistic.
Please don't mention BPD. I have BPD PTSD. Listen, guys. Insane, attractive women will ruin your life. All right. And a lot of people use BPD in order to describe bipolar disorder, which is bipolar disorder is a disorder, a chronic mental health condition characterized by extreme mood swings between mania, high energy and euphoria, and depression, low mood and lethargy. I know actually like a healthy chunk of people who have this shit, including like 2 or 3 good male friends. But that's not what I'm saying when I say BPD. What I'm referring to is borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is a mental health condition characterized by severe emotional instability, difficulty controlling anger, unstable relationships, an unstable sense of self, and impulsive behaviors like self-harm and reckless actions. Symptoms include extreme mood swings, chronic feelings of emptiness, intense but short-lived anger, fear of abandonment, and periods of paranoia or disassociation under stress. Treatment for BPD primarily involves psychotherapy, with strong therapeutic relationships being essential for positive outcomes. So this is what I'm talking about with BPD. And by the way, there are tons of attractive people who have BPD. And I think it's, I'm not going to armchair analyze. But the point is that when you say, oh, Steven Destiny is hooking up with a bunch of BPD girls, this is what you're really saying. You're really saying that he's hooking up with women with severe emotional instability, difficulty controlling anger, unstable relationships, an unstable sense of self, and impulsive behaviors like self-harm and reckless actions. And by the way, those reckless actions can and often are reckless sexual impulsivity, which is why a lot of men, including Donald Trump, including me, have joked about like BPD e-girls, right? Maybe Donald Trump didn't say e-girls, but he's talked about BPD girls. So the whole point of this is that like women can be pretty, but they can ruin your fucking life. And the fact that Aaron was like, lol, 14 million, who gives a fuck? Because that's not something you seriously care about. That was one of the most callous ways that I've ever heard the deaths of 14 million people discussed. And that includes like MAGA. Like the way that MAGA, like the 14 million USAID deaths, whenever you talk to a MAGA person about it, it's water off of a duck's ass. That's the way that she talked about it. So my prediction is she has BPD.
Of 100 people die.
By the way, why the fuck am I being brought up here? Just like Connor guilt trips his son. Why the fuck am I catching flack on this stream? Yeah, I guilt tripped my son because I wanted him to pay attention to the injury of his mother. Fuck you, Missy. Sorry, there's just Missy is talking shit about me in their chat.
From heart failure that weekend or something like that, and they're not 100% comparable, but at a certain level of scale, you start to you have to consider it as part of your analysis. Like if I could prevent one such killing on the bus versus 1 million people dying of cancer every year, yes, you weigh in the rights deprivation, you weigh in the malicious intentional
True, get him, Pisco
aspect of it, but ultimately everything I think is fungible in that way, where you have to make some kind of rational trade-off.
Connor's Jonah says Connor's the Hollow Knight, but for taking psychic damage. True. Sapient Green for 100 DKK says thank you for your sacrifice. I live to serve, kings and queens. I live to serve. Quick shill. I'm probably going to engage with this for like another 10 to 30 minutes, depending on whether or not the content flows. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We got 170 people here. I parasocially love you for being here. Thank you for your eyeballs. I promise I will not do a forearm workout while staring into your eyes.
Where it can't just be like, okay, one person gets murdered. I would trade away the entire planet in an unintentional fashion for this one intentional malicious rights deprivation. You understand?
But you said, yeah, but you said 14
Yep.
15 million people could be killed because of USAID cuts. You're still voting for Dems. In my hypothetical, where I said Republicans.
Okay, Aaron, but that's not hypocritical because we still have all these other problems. Like, I don't know, Donald Trump trying to overthrow the Republic through the false elector scheme, ethnic cleansing Gaza in order to turn it into Atlantic City, backstabbing Ukraine, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths, probably thousands, but maybe scratching towards tens of thousands. Mass deportations, fucking with construction in it. Dude, I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to do it again. Just look at your fucking screen, okay? Yeah, the 14 million preventable disease deaths are fucking a horror show. And if the Democrats were doing it, I would be criticizing the fuck out of them for it. But it's not the Democrats who are doing it. It's MAGA and Trump who are doing it. And not only are MAGA and Trump doing one of the most horrific humanitarian crises within the past century of the planet, but they're also doing all this other fucked up bullshit. The fact that she thinks this is a W is fucking crazy. That's crazy pants. It's almost like she's a BPDE girl.
And Democrats, everything's the exact same. The only difference is that Democrats support the cuts to USAID and Republicans don't.
There's a certain level of scale at which, I can't with precise, specificity tell you where it is. And part of my...
Hold on. Yeah. Ved Sunil says, love the anti-whore energy. We need to hold the men accountable as well, though. Yes, Ved Sunil. I think the other thing, too, is you guys are like reflexively defensive of loose women because that's how you get laid. Boom. But, yeah, the men who are cheating on their wives with Bonnie Blue are fucked up. And if you knew a guy who was like, hey, I'm in a loving relationship, I love my wife and I love my kids, but I'm going to go hook up with Bonnie Blue, you should fucking annihilate that person. Annihilate them. Be like, you're such a fucking piece of shit. Why are you ruining your marriage to go get some orifice? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you destroying your family for this bullshit, for this e-whore? You fucking idiot. Like, you should bully the fuck out of that person. And if they follow through on that shit, you should not be complicit in their lie. You should tell their spouse. You should tell them, hey, your fucking husband told me that he was going to go hook up with Bonnie Blue, and then he texted me about it, laughing about it. He hooked up with Bonnie Blue. He's a fucking piece of shit. You do what you got to do. If you stay together, whatever, that's fine. If you guys break up, I just wanted you to know the truth. Yeah, dude, 100%. All the people who are married or in committed relationships who participate in a Bonnie Blue orgy need to be bullied like a motherfucker. 100%. I'm with you there. Andy B says, brother, I'm with you 100% on the degen adult content stuff is self-harm. I'm talking about how liberals were out for blood for guys that did it like Hugh Hefner, but it's girl power now. Sure. It was a different time. Hugh Hefner should have caught more shit. And by the way, I think Hugh Hefner's legacy is somewhat sullied. So what people did back in the day, this bears some level of criticism, okay? So let's take a look at Hugh Hefner. Okay. So Hugh Hefner used to be viewed as a Chad. And the reason why he was viewed as a Chad is because he walked around with a captain boat. He seemed like a sweet, nice guy. He did the Playboy bunnies where he found like the hottest chicks on the planet and he made them dress up in bars and all that kind of stuff. And they would dress up at parties, and then the girls would, they wouldn't be compelled to hook up with people, but they would kind of be expected to hook up with people. And there was a chick, I forget her name, total babe, but she like loved Vietnam and she loved abortion. Kind of a piece of shit, but she was an attractive lady. A journalist who became a Playboy bunny. But in the 70s and 80s, this girl, Gloria Steinem, okay? I still think she's a piece of shit. Gloria Steinem, but she went undercover as a Playboy bunny, and she kind of exposed how fucked up this world was, because under like the glitz and the glamour and the alcohol and all that kind of bullshit was effectively just these women. They never talked about the prostitution, but they were effectively prostitutes, and they were prostituted out to rich and powerful people. Now, the good news is that they were adults, right? Hugh Hefner did what what Jeffrey Epstein did, but Jeffrey Epstein did it to 14 to 17-year-old girls, and Hugh Hefner did it to adult women. And to some degree, you had to know that what you were getting into, which was the fact that you were going to dress like a slut, you were going to go party with rich men, and ultimately some rich guy was going to proposition you, and you would have to decide about whether or not you were going to have sex with them. Like, you had to know that as a Playboy bunny going in. However, one of the things that was kind of interesting was there was an autobiography from one of the girls, Gloria Steinem, a Playboy bunny confessional book. I forget who it was, but it was one of these girls. It could have been Holly Madison. It could have been this girl. I don't remember, but I saw an interview in reference to one of these girls who wrote a book. And she was basically saying, like, Hugh Hefner's madam, whoever was in charge at the time, basically, like, she was a model. She wanted to do a Playboy shoot. She wanted to hang out, but she didn't know if she wanted to be a bunny. She didn't know if she wanted to, like, be one of Hugh Hefner's wives. But she was ushered into a room where Hugh Hefner, before he went to bed, inserted himself into 7 different women for like 10 seconds apiece, then finished his business and passed out. And like, you can look at that as like, oh, he's such a Chad because he got all these babes to give it up to him. But I almost view that as like kind of pathetic. He didn't have a relationship with any of those women. He didn't know any of those women. He barely looked at any of those women. He did it because he thought that he was being impressive by seducing half a dozen attractive women with whom he had 10 seconds of coitus and then passed out. Like, is that cool? Or is that kind of sad and pathetic that he dedicated his entire life to that? I don't know. So y'all decide if it's cool. Y'all decide if it's cringe. I don't really give a shit. But the point is that, like, for whatever the valorization of Hugh Hefner's lifestyle, it actually ended pretty sad. Like, he still got old. He still became an old man. Gold diggers were fighting over his corpse before it was even in the ground. Half of the women that he had relationships with, long-term relationships with, they didn't even like him. They were just putting up with him so they could have some degree of fame as Playboy bunnies and wives of Hugh Hefner. So ultimately, it kind of seems like a shallow, vapid, stupid, ultimately kind of ugly style of relationship. So, yeah, I don't know. You guys tell me. But yeah, I think that Hugh Hefner's legacy should be reevaluated.
My analysis here is I think that an authoritarian state is much more likely to do other kinds of abuses, and just based on the promises of one party versus another. And, you know, my intuition.
Yeah, see, and then you guys make up fucking cringe positions. Just her, though, not the Johns who were lining up to get fluffed. They're in the clear, neat. Nope, never said that. You guys made up a position and then got mad at it. Sucks to suck.
On which party excess we're able to rein in and which not. So a lot of it goes into the analysis, like in the background here, about like my intuition of the harm. But at some level of scale, I think you would agree that we would want to, you know, forego the rights that we care about at some degree of scale.
Well, Prime clearly doesn't feel like the party is movable on this because, you know, he obviously feels, and it's not irrational, a lot of the Democratic base feels this way every single fucking day. The Democratic Party.
Sure. So Kay brings it back. Sure, I agree it's fucked up, but if she's cleared by a mental health people, then there's nothing you can do unless you want to have government for doctors to make diagnoses based on morals. It doesn't go anywhere. Sure. Between my institutionalize every whore position and your, well, if you're a whore, but you're mentally sound, you should be allowed to do whatever you want to do. That's probably the same policy. Okay?
Feels this way, that they will go down with the fucking ship that is Israel before they change their goddamn position on it and get in line with where the majority of the fuck.
Correct. Connor, I don't like promiscuity, so I lock people up for it. You know what I would also do? Oh, man, you guys are going to love this. I'm showing off my fascist credentials, okay? My 600-pound life. These people should not be on disability and should not get food from the government unless they're in treatment for their obesity. Okay? These people should get no federal assistance, no state assistance, unless they are in active treatment for their obesity. Okay? I'm serious. I'm serious. These people should not be getting hundreds or thousands of dollars a month for soft drinks, for chips, for cookies, for snacks. This is a medical emergency. These people will die 40 years early as a result of self-harm. These people die all the fucking time, and we're subsidizing their deaths through state non-intervention. So, if you want to do this by yourself, if you don't want to accept tax dollars, if you want to eat like, if you're like a trust fund kid and you can spend millions of dollars on fucking health, on fucking snacks, and this is how you want to spend your life and this is how you want to die, go for it. But if the state is involved whatsoever, these people should not receive a cent of government spending unless they're in treatment for their obesity. Okay, there's another fascist take for you. Enjoy.
Bases. We all talk about how, like, oh, these Gaza purity testers, they just care about the genocide. They don't care about anything else. They're immovable. It's so unreasonable.
Titanium Marble says, I'd say riding motorcyclists is more dangerous. Should we be thrown in the mental asylums too? Yep, motorcycle drivers. Asylums, now.
But nobody's talking about, but nobody's talking about how the Democratic Party will not move on Israel. So they're the ones, to me. It's people who support Gaza aren't in fucking power right now. Maybe, you know, they're in the base, but they don't care. They don't have any power really institutionally. We can name on like two hands. These two hands more than suffice to name the Democrats that have been the most outspoken with respect to Israel-Palestine. Okay,
I just view them as different.
There has to be a line somewhere for cultural degeneracy. Yeah, not just that. Guys, there's 1,000 streamers who will tell you that you're correct. Let's pull up. Let's do it real quick. I'm being an asshole, but you guys are being assholes too. So, you know, forgive me. Forgive me for fighting you, okay? Lib and learn. Let's go ahead and click here. Okay. YouTube. Let's go to Destiny. Okay. So this guy,
trans athlete is going to do.
Sorry, where is it?
Break up your vision.
Here we go. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm almost done, but I want to make a point.
Oh, this is Pete Buttigieg. She's
okay. So if you guys want to say, oh, this is crazy, you know, you think that people should be institutionalized if they're engaging in self-harm? Yeah, I do. But if you don't like that take, that's totally fine. All right? It's totally fine for you to not like that take. Hassan Piker is going to say, go off, queen, bang 1,000 dudes. Steven is going to say, hey, can I be one of the 1,000 dudes? IRI is going to say, yeah, base, go for it, queen. Pisco is going to say, who are you as a man who is a part of the patriarchy to tell a woman what to do? Josiah is going to say, I think it's kind of gross, but I don't think the state should intervene. Hutch is going to say, yeah, it's kind of gross, but I don't think the state should intervene. Soy Pill would say, you know, I'm going to do it as a joke. I'm definitely going to wrap my tool, but how do I sign up for the Bonnie Blue gangbang? Then Straighterade is going to be like, the cis hetero patriarchy has destroyed women for 10,000 years. Bonnie Blue is a war cry for women everywhere. And then Pisco, I think I already did Pisco. So the point is that you don't have to like all of my takes. I don't like all of your takes. It's totally fine. We can still be friends. We don't have to agree on everything. And by the way, there's a snowball chance in hell that I'm going to pass legislation to incarcerate Bonnie Blue for being a whore. It's a very low chance, okay? I'm just telling you how I feel. All right? Can I vent a little bit? Can I share my feelings as an American? Can I share my feelings as somebody who claims to be social conservative? Can I say that I don't like whores being whores to the point of self-harm? Will you let me do that? I thought this was America. But if you want 10,000 fucking liberal and lefty content creators to say, no, guys, it's actually morally neutral to be a whore to the point that you're self-harming. It's actually morally neutral or even positive to be fat as fuck and die 40 years early. It's actually morally neutral to do heroin as long as you don't get addicted. If you want somebody to say that shit, there's a dozen creators out there for you. And by the way, I'm not saying leave my community. I'm just saying we're not going to agree on this one. And it's okay that we don't agree. All right? I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. I'm more authoritarian than you are. I'm still pretty fucking liberal. But I think when it comes to self-harm, the state has a right and duty to step in. And I think when it comes to self-harm, it should not be subsidized by the state. It's just that fucking simple. And if you don't think banging 1,000 dudes is self-harm, I think you've kind of lost it. I think you're kind of Coomer-brained. I think you're lost in the sauce. I think you've been on the internet for too long. But haven't we all? Back to the content.
And so like Prime is weighing, and like the people that are sitting out the vote, they look at this party and they see, I don't really believe you that the Democrats could be moved.
Who determines what is degenerate? Me.
On this, because even after this election, right?
The base is being moved.
Yeah, the base is being moved, but it's not being reflected in the party. And so they feel like, okay, well, it just doesn't seem to be any amount of Democratic constituents that can feel this way on this issue that you'll ever see the change reflected.
Okay, Deadly Zebra says, what if society determines Christians to be degenerates with make-believe friends? Okay, this is where you guys are fucking stupid. Okay, you guys are just fucking stupid. Heroin addict. You guys are actually like incapable. Sorry. I'm right, you're wrong. Degenerate. Decline or deteriorate physically or mentally. Okay, so let's take a look at a heroin addict. Would you say that this person is thriving, or do you think they're declining physically? What do you think, chat? Do you think that this is morally neutral? Like this? Do you think this is neutral? Do you think this guy is degenerate or this guy is degenerate? Okay, which one do you think is degenerate? Meth addict. Which one do you think is degenerating physically or spiritually? The chick with scabs all in her fucking face because she's so itchy from methamphetamine that she picks holes in her fucking face, or the normal chick? The rotted teeth or the healthy teeth? Which one do you think is degenerate? Let's do alcohol. Alcoholic. Person. Alcoholic person before and after. So this is before, this is after. Which one is actually generating versus degenerating? Which one is degenerate versus healthy? You guys act like this shit is arbitrary. It's obviously not arbitrary. It's obviously not fucking arbitrary. Catching STDs is not arbitrary. Having unwanted pregnancies is not arbitrary. Having abortions all the time is not arbitrary. Being a drug addict is not arbitrary. So the fact that you guys have fallen so far down the liberal tolerance rabbit hole that you are no longer capable, like a obese versus fit person. The fact that you guys have fallen down the rabbit hole of arbitrariness, that you can no longer identify like healthy versus like unhealthy. Like look at this picture. Do you think this is arbitrary? This is a slice of someone's corpse. Okay, now they're both dead. I understand that line of argument. But look at this. Healthy brain matter, relatively healthy spine. Looks like the vital organs are okay. And then look at this shit. We got fucking like tumors. We got cancers. We got so much fat that it's fucking covering the exterior in a giant marbled mess. The fat is so bad that it's covering all of the vital organs, probably populating the bloodstream with fat. You think this is arbitrary? Are you fucking high? Listen, again, for the 50th time, you guys don't have to agree. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree with each other. But don't tell me that it's arbitrary. Don't tell me it's neutral. It's not neutral. It's bad. Okay?
in the institutions. You'll ever see it reflected in the politicians. They will not change on this issue. So if it's a matter of like, oh, but you can push Kamala more than you can push Trump more with respect to Israel-Palestine, these people don't feel that way. I happen to agree with you.
I mean, that's kind of stupid, but whatever.
That I do think that that's true, but I'm not surprised that they feel that way, given how resistant Democrats are that are currently in office to changing on Israel.
I kind of view them again.
What about cheesecake? Cheesecake's fucking delicious.
And we're gonna loop on this. They're separate issues about like whether or not
you can't see it, but I'm rolling my eyes right now.
I understand, but like whether or not Democrats are movable is a separate issue from whether individuals are movable. Like
there you go, fast and bulbous. I think the one guy, one jar guy should have been institutionalized, and maybe necrophiliacs. How about the guy who let a horse fuck him to death? How about that guy? How about the guy who told all his friends, "Hey, I'm gonna go fuck a horse," and they were like, "Hey, John, I don't think that's good. Horses have like 40-inch penises, so if a horse fucks you, you're gonna die." And then John was like, "Well, you know, as long as I don't hurt the horse, you know, whatever, who cares?" And then you know what happened to that guy? A horse penis shot up his anus and it ruptured his intestines and he fucking died. Do you think that guy should have maybe gone to like a mental health facility beforehand in order to be like, "Hey, why do you want to fuck a horse, John? That's kind of crazy. Maybe you shouldn't fuck horses because it'll kill you." Maybe?
I just don't see them as the same. And so regardless of whether or not Democrats are movable or whatever, just like in the existence where like we have the candidates that we have.
Listen, I'm just going to be mean. You guys are a bunch of horse fuckers, okay? Bunch of horse fuckers.
Not saying that we shouldn't try to move them. Not saying that we shouldn't.
I'm not letting the Johns off the hook, conservative liberalism. Never did.
Try to replace them. Hell,
you made up a position to make yourself feel better.
I'm on the front line saying that Schumer should step down as minority leader. I'm on the front line saying that we need a primary Fetterman. We need a primary all these people. So 100% agree with you. That
Please, how many dicks have you sucked? Tell me now. This is a family show. Reel it back in, guys. Reel it back in.
The Democratic Party needs to move, including on Israel. But when you have a level of, I'm just going to say, an example of a commentator who can't take a win and will, for example, criticize Mamdani as in principle being an agent of a Zionist entity that is the Democratic Party or something. Hold
on. Dank Brandon says that's a Facebook rumor. It's not true that somebody was hospitalized for Tylenol. Listen, I saw it on the internet, which means it's true.
It seems like it's probably not true of the broader left coalition. And you remember which side I was on in terms of that debate with Hutch. So you don't need to tell me who's the more proximate ally and who I'm happy to like collaborate with and all that stuff. But there are some individuals who embody a kind of ultimately immovable position.
Gilroy VFX. Okay, maybe I'm being an asshole. You're right. I'm leaning into it a little bit because you guys are being dicks and you're not seeing what I'm saying. You're being obtuse. Your beliefs about Bonnie Blue would change laws and mental health authoritarian enforcement. Bonnie Blue might deserve it, but thousands would get institutionalized. Yeah, no shit. Gilroy VFX, you might not have been here yesterday, but we were talking about what kind of mental health changes in laws would actually have prevented the Irene Zanetsko, that chick who got stabbed on the bus. Irina, what's her name? Irina Zarutska. So Irina Zarutska, we were talking about like what law would have prevented Irina Zarutska from being killed because she was stabbed to death on the fucking bus. She was chilling, minding her own business, looking at her phone, and then some fucking schizophrenic with a knife shanked her fucking carotid. And as a result, this total normie Ukrainian refugee bled out on a fucking city bus. Like absolute fucking horror show. And realistically, all she would have had to do in order to survive is put her back to the wall, which is what cops do, right? Now, that's fucked up. It's beyond fucked up, right? But what would have saved her? And the thing is that this guy, this fucking schizo guy who was incarcerated 14 times, I think he only had like one felony on his thing. The only thing that, in my opinion, would have saved people like Irina Zarutska is the Baker Act criteria says they won't go voluntarily and they pose a significant risk of injury or death to themselves or others. They can be released as soon as they're deemed no longer to be a threat to themselves or others. This person would be loose in society no matter what. Whereas, or in our current society, I would say. Whereas, if you had new mental health criteria where they can't take care of themselves in a way that is conducive to their health and being a productive member of society, can be committed to a public hospital or an asylum for prolonged periods until they are stabilized by drugs and therapy, then you wouldn't have that random schizo on the bus who stabbed somebody in the artery. Or if it did happen, it would happen statistically, substantively less. Okay? That's kind of what we were talking about with like in reference to mass shootings, but also in reference to Irina Zarutska. Like, how do you separate crazy people from drugs? And so you're right. Way more people would be institutionalized. But I think with body cameras, with modern security cameras, with abuse reporting software, with abuse reporting, like the way that DCF, the Department of Children and Families, currently operates, where you can do anonymous reports for potential abuse. I think that modern public hospitals would be infinitely better than what we had in the 70s and 80s, based off of technology alone. It would just cost a fuckload of money. Let me take a look. And I think I did that with a dollar sign. The Baker Act criteria is infinitely a more free society. It's a infinitely more free and more cheap society. My proposal, which you don't have to like, I'm not telling you to like it, would be infinitely more authoritarian and infinitely more expensive. And by the way, we can stay here. Okay, we can stay here. Nobody's saying that we have to pass this law. You're just going to have schizophrenics who stab people on the bus every now and then, and you're going to have mass shootings every now and then. So feel free to stay here. If you're like scared, Connor is going to become dictator of America and he's going to send all the whores into an asylum. I don't want that. You know, you love whores too much. That's fine. Don't vote me for president.
Position, and where they cannot be convinced, they're not in the business of being convinced, and they're going to find a way to denigrate our candidates no matter what. And that's what I think we saw in the prime debate. But again, I don't know that
Denigrate
there's
our
much to say
candidates
there.
no matter what. What do you mean by that?
So I should say refuse to endorse / vote for our candidates. And I've included that in denigrate and just be like basically counter to the Democratic Party.
All right, let me see if
in terms of
Doobie's
their
available, because
electoral results.
I'm supposed to be hanging out with Dan Pace at 1 p.m. and I think I told Doobie 1 p.m. So I'm gonna check that shit. Doobie, are you available now? Question mark. And then I have 2 Doobies. Does Doobie have an alt? I have Doobie and I have Doobie boobs. Okay. I think the other one's better, so I'll just send him that. All right. Let's get into it for just a few more seconds, and then we're probably going to change content to either Doobie or to a Sitch and Adam breakdown.
Regardless of the outcome or the cost. That's what I mean. That there's a subset of creator who is like that. And I'm not even including in that a bunch of the most famous creators. I'm saying people like Prime.
What? You guys have been in the liberal circles for too long. So if someone is going to get raped, you punish the victim? No, dumbass, but you make sure that they don't expose themselves to like situations where it's easy for them to get raped. What?
And I like Prime. And you like Prime. Like I can like people who I think are politically out to sea. Hell, I like Connor, and Connor is like, at least he calls himself a Republican.
It just scares me. Maybe again, you're saying that like when I said you said that the people in the focus group hypothetical that I gave you, you'd speak to them and make different arguments than you would to Prime. But it really scares me because a lot of the Democratic base is disillusioned.
Yeah, see, you're different. Vensu Neal says I wouldn't send Nick Avocado to asylum either. I would.
With the party, and they're actually closer, even if it's irrational, even if I disagree with it, to Prime's position than they are to yours. And if all libs have is you need to vote harder, you need to lick Kamala's clip more, you're not enthusiastic enough, this is your fault, just like more of that, I don't see Democrats winning.
Look,
I just don't. They're the weakest arguments. They're not persuasive. They suck ass.
Of the party. Wait, Aaron, I'm not the messenger of the party. You know, proof is in the pudding. People like Mamdani are gathering crowds. People like Bernie and AOC. People like Gavin Newsom, right? They're messaging. And so I'm
I don't know who Free Solo guy is.
not an expert on what is the right messaging for the Democratic Party. I'm just a debater right? I feel like
What, you're discharging yourself of responsibility? I was never insinuating that you have any connection to like the fucking DNC or any of this. I'm just talking about what's in your control.
I am not,
and what's
I'm
in
not
your control
representative.
is to just recapitulate the same strategy the Dems have been using, which is Trump bad though, Trump really bad though, Democrats slightly less bad on Israel than Trump, and acknowledge that. You have to vote. It's not working. It's the same strategy that I've seen that just failed, and it's being brought out again and again and again.
Yeah. Paul says, Connor, the level to which you are upset indicates you need to be institutionalized. You are obese with 1,000 dicks and razor blades. I mean, honestly, guys, honestly, I might need some, I might have an anger problem. God, you guys are so gross. 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 Gross.
I'm just myself, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm representative of what the Democrats' approach are. I have no affiliation with the Democratic Party other than I'm a registered Democrat.
You use the same strategy though.
What do you mean? That the other side is bad? We're not supposed to use the strategy of the other side is bad. I mean,
no, that's not the only.
Correct. All right. Anyways, I think I'm good with this. The point is that Aaron, my chat is filled with Coomer degenerates who don't like being criticized. That's totally fine. The other point of this is that Aaron and or Straighterade are trying to play with hypotheticals that I think are stupid, and I think she's sweeping for far lefties being electorally irresponsible. I think that Pisco is correctly calling out the bullshit. I wish Pisco was going a little bit harder, but that's okay. I went sufficiently hard at you and sufficiently hard on my chat. Institutionalizing her wouldn't necessarily stop her from taking 1,000 dicks in 24 hours. It's just be crazy, dude, and orderlies. Listen, you guys are like, oh, if you go to a mental hospital, it's the same as being incarcerated. No, you talk to a therapist, you talk to a psychiatrist, you get drugs, you talk about your daddy issues. Holy shit. Should MAGA be the institutionalized? 100%. Yep. Yep. All right, anyways, let's move into the next content. Sitch and Adam being fucking annoying. Quick shill before we move on. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And let's watch Sitch and Adam people gave cope
enforcement agencies
about where we are as a nation. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican with real Republican virtues. If you want to think that I'm not, go ahead and ask my chat. I've been arguing with them about sexual degeneracy for the past hour. Right now, we're going to be watching Sitch and Adam. Sitch and Adam are centrists. They don't like that label. I think it's true. And they're contrarians who, in my opinion, like to argue the steel man of everybody's position all the time. They can view contrarian as an insult. I don't necessarily view it as an insult. So they're watching a lefty, Chris Hedges, freaking out about where the authoritarian Trump regime is at this point in time. I think that he's pearl clutching a little bit too hard, but we're going to go ahead and watch Sitch and Adam react to it and then maybe sweep for the right wing a little bit. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but we'll find out together. Let's go. Bring them onto the stage. And by the way, I think I've engaged with you guys sexual degenerate, pro-degeneracy, neutral degeneracy comments enough. I'll engage with the funny ones, but I think I'm going to move on from you moral frogging about my moral frogging. I think I'm just going to skip those.
Right. And he comes out of the Christian nationalist movement, which I wrote about a decade ago in my book, American Fascist, The Christian Right and the War in America. It's a movement I know very well. I'm also a seminary graduate. And I think we've reached a turn.
Dang, am I hearing somebody's nose breathing or is that my dog? All right. So somebody on the show has a nasal whine.
A very frightening turning point. I think that we've already seen an assault on civil liberties, on institutions, universities, the media that are tasked with maintaining an open society. That will now be accelerated. I don't take any of this rhetoric lightly.
Rob F says, BPD girls, eh? Maybe just this once.
I look at it as three phases. First, we saw those who protested the genocide attacked as anti-Semites, although a significant percentage, 20-30%, were probably Jewish. That was a way to shut down free speech.
Yep. Well, QC John saying the first base thing in chat today, okay? Young girl hottest need to remember, no matter how hot she is, some guy somewhere is sick of her bullshit. It's true, dude. It's true. Even attractive women have their own bullshit. Just remember that.
Then we saw undocumented workers being targeted and demonized as criminals and all this kind of stuff as a way to build Trump's version of the brown shirts, this rogue paramilitary group, ICE, with all of these detention centers. I mean, the budget is now larger than all federal law enforcement agencies combined. ICE, these detention centers are not going to be exclusively for undocumented workers. And now we're seeing the radical left demonized to shut down individuals and organizations that dissent from the rapid consolidation of this police state or authoritarian state.
I want to go back.
Hey, but he lays it out pretty succinctly, right? Okay.
Hans Mayer. I don't understand why Americans are so interested in what other people do in their bedroom as long as it's legal. Who cares? Hans Mayer, your society is famous for people shitting on each other's chests. Okay? Gross. I don't want to normalize. Oh, you're also very famous for creating BDSM content, which, based. But the whole point of this is that I'm not going to be taking sexual advice from a German. Okay? I'm not going to be taking sexual advice from a German. Oh, as long as everybody consents, then who cares? I couldn't even do that. That was like Borat. How do I do Hitler? How do I do Hitler talking about shit porn? Sie Scheiße, yes. Anyways, I'm not taking in sexual advice from a fucking German, okay? Your birth rate is probably at like 1.25. You guys take poops on each other's chests. You're famous for torturing each other sexually. Like, pass. Okay? German birth rate. 1.39 births per person, okay? We are 0.16 higher than you. I'm not taking advice from the demographically collapsing poop people. Okay? Sorry.
Okay.
Right.
We've got all these ICE detention facilities. We've declared Antifa a terrorist organization, right? It's just a matter of time before we start arresting American citizens and incarcerating them in these.
Okay. This is where the Trump admin thing, and I'm not trying to like overly criticize because I think Adam actually has a relatively like sane take for the first few minutes of the video. But I don't think that people with septum piercings are going to end up in Guantanamo Bay. I think that if that started to happen, the American public would revolt against Antifa protesters being incarcerated in indefinite detention in Guantanamo Bay. I think that the ACLU would get involved. I think the ADL would get involved. I think every civil rights organization on the face of the planet would get involved. I think they'd sue the shit out of the federal government. And I think the Republic is strong enough that they would win in court and the Trump administration would have to pay millions, if not tens of millions of dollars to the people they falsely incarcerated. However, if we did not have the strength of our activist NGOs, and if we did not have the strength of our judicial system, do I think that Trump would 100% start incarcerating his political enemies all day, every day? Is the rhetoric that the Trump administration, including Stephen Miller, uses in order to, is that the kind of them trying to set the ground so they could try to do that kind of shit? Genuinely, I believe so, yes. If Stephen Miller is directly quoting Goebbels during a fucking speech, you think he cares about incarcerating a few communists? I doubt it.
Detention centers, right? He's basically building the concentration camps.
It makes
American
sense.
fascism.
It makes sense, Adam.
We're on the brink.
I don't know why you're making fun of this. It makes perfect sense. Okay. It's like when you buy a hammer
Mhm.
and you're like, I bought this new shiny hammer. I have to use it on something. Okay. They're going to build these sparkling new.
Panzer Mayer says, repeated again. I don't understand why Americans are interested in what other people do in their bedroom as long as it's legal. Who cares? The Scheisse. Okay? The Scheisse porn. That's why I care. Gross. Don't eat poop. Stop eating poop, you fucking freaks.
Alligator Alcatraz. It's they're like, listen, we took all the undocumented illegals, we put them in there, but now we ship them back to their own countries. They're just sitting there. They're crying out to be used. We need to put people in there quickly. Get Antifa, shove them in there.
Wasn't
Unork says, are any of your viewers loose women? Which ones so I can avoid them? Yeah, beef supreme. Me and the wife swing. We like having other couples join. Much better than cheating. See, I knew it. Bunch of fucking degenerates. Conservatism says, but now you finally realize that there's an issue for the men too, so maybe we're good. They only need to be bullied, not institutionalized. They are the razor blades in your previous analogy. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But at the same time, let's say that somebody was engaged in like high risk sexual behavior. Let's say that there was a guy who was going to be a part of the Bonnie Blue orgy, and then they were also like engaging with like streetwalkers and engaging with escorts, and they were engaging with any random promiscuous woman that would have them. Then of course we're going to diagnose them with sex addiction, and we're going to get them like psychological help. Do I need to emphasize the psychiatric and psychological assistance that I'm arguing for? I think I need to, because you guys don't understand it. What you guys are hearing is institutionalization. So you guys hear like straitjacket, padded room, lithium. That's what you guys, you picture like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But I think we could do infinitely better than that. And what I'm talking about is like state-funded therapists, state-funded psychiatrists. And the whole point is to be like, hey, bro, you were caught in a criminal action engaging a street walking prostitute. Your family said that you participated in an orgy with Bonnie Blue. Your ex-girlfriends all say that you're a rabid sex addict who cheated on them. As a result, let's talk about your symptoms and see if you have sex addiction, and see if we can get you some, CBT therapy, and see if we can get you some medication in order to help you out. So you got like, and I leaned into the meme. I'm not going to lie. I leaned into the meme a little bit just because you guys were being dicks. So I was being a dick. But at the same time, like, yeah, like I want people to get CBT. I want people to get therapy. I want people to get psychiatric help if they need it. If somebody actually has like a hormonal or psychiatric disorder that they're compulsively engaged in risky behavior that's going to result in their death or injury, then yeah, like I want them to get help. So you can say it should be on a voluntary basis. Maybe you're right and I'm wrong. But guess what? I'm still going to meme. And when Beef Supreme tells me that he's a swinger, I'm still going to meme about putting him in a padded fucking jacket and throwing him into a fucking padded cell. Now, he might enjoy that. Maybe that's part of the kink. I don't know. But I'm still going to joke about it, and I'm not going to give a fuck. Your moral frogging about my moral frogging, I don't care. I think it's funny. It makes me angry, but I think it's funny too.
Didn't Hitler go
Because you're a bunch of degenerate gooner whores.
on and on about Jewish people long before he ever gained power?
He did.
Wasn't
He
he
did.
openly giving speeches?
He wrote a book about it when he was in
Right.
prison. Yes.
Yeah. Well, what was he? Was he?
AF Racing says, I love Vietnam and abortion. Gloria Steinman. Unironically. Yeah.
In prison for the beer hall putsch, where he
Yeesh.
basically got a bunch.
Yeah. No. Tezzy. We disagree. Okay, hold on, guys. Guys, listen. You keep fighting me. Okay? We're different. We don't have to change. Okay? You can be a liberal and you can be in my chat. You can say it's her body, her choice. And I can say it's her body, but she has a moral duty to live a healthy life and to take care of her family and her community. And we can disagree. You can think that she can do 1,000 milligrams of Tylenol a day while she's pregnant. You can think that she can do heroin as long as it's not hurting anybody. You can think that she can take 1,000 cocks in 24 hours. This is a family show. You guys are making it vulgar. You can think that she can take 1,000 dicks in a day and that's totally fine and it's morally neutral. I don't. We're different. I'm a mild social conservative. I will be friends with degenerates, but I'm still going to call them degenerate. I'll be friends with drug addicts, but I'm still going to call them drug addicts. I'm going to be friends with alcoholics, but I'm still going to call them alcoholic. Okay? So we are parasocial friends. Okay? And if we don't agree, you're not going to change my mind, and I'm not going to change yours. It's that simple. Okay. I feel the way I feel. I advocate for the policy that I advocate for. You don't have to like it. We can still be friends. Okay. Okay. So if you knew a friend who took 1,000 cocks in one day, and you would say to your friend, well, I don't like it, but it's your body, your choice. And I would say, hey, Bonnie, you're kind of being a stupid fucking whore right now. I think you have psychological problems. I think you need to go see a therapist and maybe a psychiatrist in order to get this shit under control, because it's such risky behavior that I think you're going to hurt yourself and you're going to hurt other people. Those are different perspectives. Okay? It's all right. We're allowed to have different perspectives. We live in a free society. We good? Are we good? I think we're good.
Bunch of business people together and at gunpoint tried them to mutiny against the government and put him in charge.
Yes.
That's how he got incarcerated.
Yes.
That's that seems like a far cry from January.
Beef Supreme says, when I hear people talking trash about the sex lives of others, I almost immediately think you are sexually repressed and jealous at some level. Do you have kids, Beef Supreme? That's my question to you right now. I'll catch up with chat like 45 minutes from now. But do you have kids? And then what I was going to say too, I'm really not that jealous, because from 15 to 25, I was a serial monogamist. And from 17 to 22, I engaged in promiscuity. Now, not the kind of promiscuity that you guys are talking about, because you guys are degenerates. But, you know, I hung out with loose alcoholic women, okay, from 19 to 22. From 17 to 19, I dated. From 19 to 22, I hung out with loose women. And then from 22 onwards, I stopped being a piece of shit. So, you know, I'm not really that jealous of anybody. Like, I had fun. I had fun when I was young, but then I grew the fuck up. And I feel like you guys aren't growing the fuck up. I feel like you guys want to be 19 years old and promiscuous forever. And I think it's silly. I understand if it's illegal, but as long as there are consenting adults, who cares? Again, Hans Mayer, every time you talk about sex, I'm just going to bring up the fact that your country is famous for being below demographic replacement and poop pornography. Okay? It's gross. It should be criticized at minimum. And people who actually eat feces should probably see a mental health professional. Maybe at the force of the state. Sacred Snow says, I think this whole conversation can be easily solved. Institutionalized is too far and probably too motivated by Bonnie being in your face online. Same as Hassan being deported. Sure. As a matter of fact, Sacred Snow, I'll say that the energy that I have is probably because you guys reacted so negatively to me doing it. I doubled and tripled down. Do I think that people should be institutionalized for self-harm behavior? Sure. Does sexual behavior fall under that? Maybe. But I might need to articulate something more dangerous than participating in an orgy, like intravenous drug use or participating in an orgy without protection. Maybe at that point, I could win some of you guys over. But the fact is, you guys are you're throwing such a fucking hissy fit over saying, like, don't be a degenerate, that I feel like I have to bully you a little bit. And you can bully me. You don't have to give me super chats. You don't have to be nice to me. You can be funny in chat. We can meme about each other's, like, you can meme that I'm a prude and I can meme that you guys are into scat porn. Okay. We can compromise on this. However, I feel the way I feel. All right. I feel the way I feel. You feel the way you feel. All right.
January 6th to me.
It's a lot more on the nose, as the kids say.
On the nose.
Yeah.
That's the part of January 6th that's always missing for me, where he actually commandeers the military. Now, if he pulled out the military.
Anonymous chatter says, so Cotter was unironically reading the Playboy articles. Best.
And started confiscating voting machines.
He'd be like,
oh, this is this is pretty close to the situation in Nazi Germany.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But conserve liberalism. Sorry, I'm still catching up on previous Bonnie Blue discourse. Okay. I've been married and loyal to my wife for 13 years. I have 2 children. What makes you think that I think that men aren't responsible for their sexual habits? I'm responsible for my sexual habits. You're responsible for your sexual habits. There's good and bad habits.
None of that ever happened. So hopefully Trump will stay on the right side of the law here. Although they're going out of their way to characterize him as doing everything illegally.
So, well, there were two things that this guy, and we're going to go back, I assume. I haven't seen this video. We're going to go back and watch. Are we watching this whole video, or you just want to show that one clip?
Oh, we can watch some more, but it is,
Okay.
this video is so incredible because this is Scott Adams' 2 movie situations, and the 2 movies are just, I mean, we're getting to the climax of.
Yeah. 10 Train says, what about food for healthy foods? 100%. 100%. We had this conversation the other day with Lactoid on the Prime Kai panel. And on the Prime Kai panel, sorry, Doobie, hey, I can be in about 15 minutes. I could do that. Let me know when you're ready. But realistically, I could do the Sitch and Adams segment like again. You know what I'm saying? Because we haven't really gotten into it so far, and we're still talking about like Bonnie Blue and sex shit. And then Doobie might want to chat, and I kind of do want to catch up with Doobie because we've been talking about it for a few days now. So I kind of want to talk / debate him / have you guys make fun of him in chat. But yeah, we were talking about it on the Prime Kai debate, and he was like, "Listen, I think that we shouldn't be giving people cash equivalents in order to buy junk food. You should get rice and beans and some basic protein from the government." And while I think that that is maybe too far to like force poor people to exclusively eat rice and beans, I do think there's something to be said for forcing food stamps and welfare recipients to eat healthy. You're living off of the government dole. The government should be able to dictate what you're consuming, and it should not be Kool-Aid powder without vitamins, and it should not be Czech cola, and it should not be, what's another example of candy that I love? It shouldn't be Sour Patch Kids. You should not be living off of Sour Patch Kids, Czech cola, and Kool-Aid powder. You should be forced to eat produce and protein and potatoes and rice. Grassroots for 20 says, none of this would have happened if you just shut up and got in your cells like good inmates. Dude, I'm starting to agree with Grassroots' position of universal basic jail. I think you guys are too degenerate for freedom. Ordered liberty. Ordered liberty. Conservatism says, I agree with you. And Oliver Anthony's supplemental nutrition programs shouldn't finance junk food. Hell of a left turn we took, but here we are. Fast and Bulbous says, I'm not fat, but I've been smoking heavily, drinking heavily, and doing hard drugs since 12. I'm trying to have a good time, not a long time. I think you're stupid, but that's okay. Jack Darko says, would you hold extreme stunts in the same regard, like Evil Knievel type shit? No, because that's funny. Die for my entertainment. So I know that you're going to reverse that on me and say, well, Bonnie Blue is hurting herself for your entertainment. Bam. You just own me in the marketplace of ideas. See, now Bonnie Blue can be a whore. Congratulations. You won.
These movies.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
it's pretty insane. I don't see how these two worldviews aren't going to collide in some fashion. So something has to give, right? Hopefully it's resolved peacefully, politically, with our words, not with violence.
Yeah.
But these two views of the world cannot coexist. They can't. It's impossible.
There are two issues in terms of what he was talking about. I would want to address. There's the Christian nationalism claim, and then there's the brown shirts claim. On the Christian nationalism front, I did see a clip. Now, I don't know. Maybe Charlie Kirk was lying.
Grassroots Chajamon says, you can pry my motorcycle from my cold, dead hands, and you probably will. That's awesome.
Maybe there's other clips I haven't seen. I have not seen anyone produce them. But I did see a clip of Charlie Kirk arguing with someone who was on the right. He was doing one of his like little speaking things, and there's someone asking him questions, and they were criticizing Charlie Kirk, saying, "How dare you have gay Republicans be involved in your movement because being gay is a sin according to the Bible," and blah 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 blah. And in that thing, when Charlie Kirk was defending the idea of he personally is not in favor of gay marriage, but
yes, correct. Severin says, do you agree that only you said disagree, but I don't know if you did a double negative. Do you disagree that only cowardly men without integrity refuse to give head to their significant other? Yes. Another person on the institutional chopping block are men who receive oral but do not give oral. That's another person who is on the chopping block. Those people can be incarcerated, 100%. Well, not incarcerated, institutionalized. Any person who receives head but does not give head can be institutionalized under the Connor regime.
Was defending working with gay conservatives. He specifically said that we don't live in a theocracy. America's not a theocracy. And, you have to follow the Constitution. And he specifically said that, doesn't know why the speaker was so bothered by what people do in the privacy of their own home. So now maybe he's changed. I don't know what year that clip was. I don't know if any of his opinions have changed, but I did see that clip. I have not seen a Christian nationalism clip provided to me that would make me feel that Charlie Kirk was in favor of Christian nationalism, which, by the way, would mean, because it's kind of a nebulous term, would mean that you support the idea that America should be a theocracy that is governed by the New Testament and the Bible rather than governed by, freedom of.
How many bodies is too many? I'd say you're saying for a male, but I would say in general. I think 10 to 15. I think you're pushing it. And the reason why is because you guys have to understand, like, I know you guys are all a bunch of fucking Coomer degenerates and freaks, right? So, Doobie's ready. So we'll move on to this real quick. But we'll come back to Sitch and Adam. I'll find more spicy Sitch and Adam content for us to deal with. But realistically, like 10 to 15 people, you have to understand, at least in my position, every time that you have sex with someone, you're kind of giving a part of yourself physically, but you're also giving a part of yourself spiritually, emotionally, all that kind of shit. And I think it's only you fucking antisocial fucking freaks and degenerates who think that you can have endless amounts of people and not have some kind of emotional cost related to it. And so I think you're coping. I think you're lying to yourself. And I think once you get past 10 to 15, you get past, like, I don't know, I'm young and I'm figuring it out and I'm finding out who I am and I'm exploring the world and I'm hooking up with different kinds of people. I think you get past that and you just get into like the soulless pursuit of pleasure. And so that's my perspective. What? I thought I popped this out. There we go. Anyways. I'm calling you, Doobie. I'm calling you. Pick up the phone, Doobie. You said you were ready, Doobie. There we go. Doobs.
Hello.
Hey, how are you now?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I think I have to meet someone in a little bit, but I can push them back a little bit. Let me text them.
What time zone are you in?
I'll be on by 13:30. That's perfect. Sorry, what's that?
What time zone are you in?
Eastern.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in Pacific.
Cool. What? You're West Coast?
Yeah, I'm in California.
Okay, cool. I love Cali. So, I'm kind of scrolling through chat because we're arguing about sexual degeneracy, but I know that we had a variety of things to talk about. I think you wanted to talk about, at least a month ago or so, you want to talk about Destiny. I know that we had a beef in reference to the Red Sea crisis in Palestine. I know that we probably had beef in reference to whether or not Jews are being pussies about Israel-Palestine. And then I think there was something else that we disagreed with. So what do you want to start? Well, actually, can you introduce yourself to the chat in case they don't know who you are, even though they should? And then can you tell us which topic you want to start with first today?
Sure. So I am Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. It is the, so far as I'm aware, the largest politics server on Discord that isn't attached to, like, I think Destiny's is a little bit bigger now. But mine is the biggest. It isn't attached to like a streamer or anything like that, right? It's just a, self-contained community. And I guess the reason people should probably know of me if they're like in the space, probably do know of me if they're in the space, is because I have been doing debates and whatnot on Twitch and YouTube for almost a decade now, I think. I know I've known Destiny for almost a decade, which is weird to think about. yeah, I know just about everybody. We do like AMAs on my server with all kinds of people. Everybody from like random ass YouTubers and streamers to like to actual massive political figures. Like we had Roger Stone. We've had sitting politicians, Congress people. We've done all kinds of shit over the years. So yeah, that's who I am. But now we can start with I don't even know, to be honest with you. So we can I think the initial idea was that there was some sense from the DGGers in chat that I did something to justify I'll call him Steven because you like calling him I'll call him to justify Steven's reaction to me, right? Which is encouraging people to dox me and whatnot, and saying that I'm part of some like cabal that's out to get him and pressuring people not to work with him or whatever the fuck. Which it's all total bullshit. But they seem to have some kind of evidence that this was true. I've spoken to a handful of DGGers, like just in random voice channels on Discord where I usually hang out, and nobody's ever been able to present anything to that effect. So I was hoping there was some Destiny Simpson chat. They would have some evidence that we could look at that I could respond to that would justify the behavior.
Sure. Let me sorry chat, I'm going to skip your stuff, but let's be real, you guys are bullying me about Bonnie Blue anyways. And then Severin, I'm seeing your chats, although I don't know if you want me to see a specific thing. So hold on. Let me just cover the super chats real quick, and then I'm going to scroll to the bottom. That way I can see if anybody actually has any substantive criticism.
Yeah,
so
I feel like they probably forgot why they're supposed to hate me at this point.
At this point, probably, yeah. Especially with like the Charlie Kirk assassination. As far as I know, you're relatively old news. But Asay Garcia for 20 says Mexico used to do something similar before the court would give legal authority to a family member and then send them to an annex to get sober. It worked great. Too bad we can't do this anymore legally. Literally, though, based Asay Garcia. Andrew Giaconopoulos for 5 says seriously, Adam is the biggest charisma black hole of mildly successful content creators. How does anyone take this millennial Scott Adams seriously? That's mean. Read Me 45 says tell Doobie to put on the frog sona. I miss it. Okay, based. So now we're gonna scroll down, and I'm gonna do a little bit of a catch up as well. Okay, so chat. Some of y'all got mad at me because you were accusing Doobie of being a piece of shit, and I was or am one of the last 3 Destiny orbiters, friends, sweepers, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And Destiny has made this argument to me, which I don't find compelling. I just re-articulate it, that he's saying that he's getting doxxed, he's getting swatted, and he's been doxxed and swatted for the past year or two. And Queeman and JStock's communities are filled with A-loggers who like to go to Kiwi farms. Therefore, he is trying to dox people in that community and dox people in dox JStock, dox Queeman, because he believes that they deserve it because they are knowingly participating in his digital harassment. However, when I asked for evidence that Doobie was doing something similar, the only thing that people brought up was Discord logs where he was in JStock and Queeman's communities talking shit about Steven. So what we're looking for is any kind of evidence, substantive evidence, that Doobie participated in A-logging or harassment any greater than some kind of tepid online criticism.
So I think you're misunderstanding. So Steven did post some like screenshot logs on Twitter, like some imager links. Those aren't from JSOC or Queeman's Discord server. So those are one's from Wix and the other's from Pisco's. And
so that's even less. Like that's even less.
I had no interaction at all ever with JStock before Destiny made these like accusations against me, right? Of like working with him to like pressure people not to have Steven on or whatever. And Queeman, the last time I spoke to Queeman before all this was like a year and a half or 2 years ago, and it was like a massive argument that he and I had that led to me kind of disconnecting from Chud's community. Because there was a guy who had his like personal information linked to his Discord account, and I'm sorry, his Twitch account, and he apparently wasn't aware of this. And this guy, somebody in Chud's server found out and was basically just mocking him with his information. The guy was not okay with it. They kept doing it anyway. Queeman was defending this. The guy was an idiot. He made it public, so it's on him. So I didn't like that. And I had a massive argument, and I pulled out of the chess community. It was like 2 years ago.
Was that a creator?
It was Elder Drazi.
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah,
and
so
then
I
sorry,
hadn't
just
spoken to
summarizing
Queeman
that. Sorry, if I'm just repeating what you said, but Elder Drazi had social media connected to his Twitch and YouTube personality or persona that had his personal name on it, and so yeah, like people within that community were like, "Well, this isn't doxing because it's all public, and even if it is doxing, he's such an idiot that he deserves it." And yeah, that was I don't know, year and a half ago.
Yeah, so that was the last interaction I had with Queeman before all this stuff. Now since then, I have I think I've exchanged like 1 or 2 Discord messages with Queeman. Actually, I was trying to get him onto a Prime panel, where I was trying to have like these GGers and the snarkers, quote unquote, like interact with each other and confront each other. But he didn't want to go on. So, and then I've spoken to Jay Stock on the stream like twice, I think.
Yep.
But that's it, right? And again, this is post Steven encouraging people to dox me. So, so yeah, I think it's silly. But
well,
again,
and I mean, I have 160 people approximately in my chat right now, and I haven't seen anything else except for what you've stated. And so I don't see anybody saying, "Oh yeah, I have Doobie's alt on Kiwi Farms. Oh, Doobie docs this person. Oh, Doobie docs that person. Oh, Doobie has done this harassment campaign." I'm not. Nobody said anything like that yet.
Okay.
And they're not presenting evidence. So out of the 160 people who are in my chat, it doesn't seem like we're getting much of a response as far as something substantial that warrants you getting doxxed.
Yeah, and I mean, and at the time, again, this is like a month old, but at the time there were people in chat saying that I was going to be doxxed, that they were coming after me, whatever the fuck. So what I'm curious about, right, is like, how does this person like? So given that now, I know that I can say there's nothing to justify this reaction. And if they've never seen anything to justify the reaction, how do they square that with their loyalty to Steven is what I'm wondering. Or thinking about Steven as an honest person that they should listen to. Right.
Well,
and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about people in chat, right, who defend him constantly, say that he's honest and yada yada. If this is just a big lie, right, and he's encouraging people to dox me over a lie, like that seems pretty fucked.
Well, so this is gonna be just a little bit difficult for me because we're in a private call. But if I see something, okay, Beef Supreme, you said because you're a liar, Doobie. What has Doobie lied about? So that's something that should probably be substantiated. But if I was to articulate, excuse me, my sympathy to Steven, and I'm sure some people feel the same way that I do, is that Steven has been a giant in the space for a decade, right? 2016 is when he switched over to politics. And he did do things that, while self-serving, like he milked plenty of smaller creators to have crash outs. He was mean, he was abrasive, he was rude, and all that kind of stuff. The other thing that he did, though, was he gave almost everybody a shot. So anybody who wanted to call in the stream, anybody who wanted to debate, anybody who wanted to do this, anybody who wanted to do that. And we've seen repeated people make careers off of being Destiny orbiters. And we've also seen people who otherwise would have taken substantially longer in order to get far, get a boost just from a few interactions. And so that's almost like a public service in my book. And so Steven is a flawed individual who's done fucked up shit. And I think I've talked about what he's done fucked up earnestly. But I also don't feel like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, where if Steven is schizophrenic about one topic, or he freaks out about one topic, or if he's wrong about a topic, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well,
and I'm sure plenty of his chat feels the same way.
Okay, so again, I understand everything. Like what you just said is one of the reasons that I liked him for almost 10 years, right? And we had a pretty good networking relationship, right? We're never friends, but we would do a lot of networking. When I'd have people on for AMAs, I'd invite them to come on and confront them, like I did with Roger Stone, or like the fucking ambush that we did on Coach Red Pill. Like we do this kind of shit all the time. I've helped him with like random little dramas. And one of the big things I liked about him is that he would interact with smaller people and kind of lift them up, right? So I think that was great. So I'm not asking you why you haven't because I think you know that he's dishonest sometimes, right? What I'm curious about
Either
is
that or self-deluding to some degree.
no. I think he's just straight up dishonest about
lying. So you're saying he
a liar,
knows
yeah.
the truth is one thing and he's saying the opposite for effect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since somebody accused you of lying, but they haven't really come up with an example, do you have a specific thing that sticks out in your mind where you feel like Steven was knowingly being dishonest for effect?
With me, that's the most obvious one. I think him pretending that I'm some like crazy anti-fan who is working with Kiwi Farms and J-Stalk and Queeman, and also pressuring people behind the scenes to not to work with him or whatever. Like all of that is just total nonsense, right? And I've spoken to Wick about this. I've spoken to Kyla about this. I've spoken to Pisco about this. I've spoken to you, but I don't think anybody would say that I've ever pressured anybody not to work with him. And what I've done is like criticize him. I've been curious about people's like for example, for Wick, I was curious as to actually no, I wasn't even asking Wick like why he was having him on. It was other people in Wick's community were asking Wick why he was having Destiny on, given that Destiny had publicly doxed multiple people at that point. I was encouraging people to dox me, and Wick, there's a really funny post where it's like, oh yeah, because Wick has a no doxing rule in his community, right? And the question was, hey, why do you have this guy on if he's the doxer? And you have a no doxing rule, and no doxing is very important to you or whatever. And it got to the point where Wick said something like, oh yeah, well, I think I'm not being consistent. You're right. So maybe we need to like rethink the no doxing rule. Like there's something to that effect. Just a little bit fucking silly, right? Because Wick's entire thing was, oh, I have these strong principles that I'm sticking to, and one of those principles is this thing, but I need to adjust the principle to account for this so that I can have him on and still be principled. So I thought that was pretty dishonest. I think Wick should just own that he wants him on for the clout or whatever, which is fine. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
can I bring up my perception though, which might not back all of Steven's claims, but effectively it's something that I feel like people might be using against you, and it's something that I can think of where honesty might not have been your first priority, I suppose. And the one that was kind of shocking to me. Sorry, what's that?
The devil's advocate thing.
Not just the devil's advocate thing. I don't care about the devil's advocate thing. I figured, dude, as soon as we had that entire fascist discourse where you were like a centrist fascist, where you loved gay people, but you wanted to kill your enemies, I was like, okay, Doobie, like, even if Doobie believes this stuff, it's at least partially a character, because the politics are so extreme and so kind of esoteric that Doobie is not going to be able to accumulate enough people to believe in his esoteric beliefs that he's ever going to be able to implement them. So I kind of started looking at you more as like a fun debate sparring partner than a serious ideological advocate. And that's kind of how I treated you since that conversation.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think so I thought most people were I mean, at least the panel hosts were aware of this, right? So early days, when you came around, it wasn't really the early days anymore, somewhere in the middle. But back then, what I would do is I was basically using the Twitch channels, Twitch streams, debates to advertise my server, right? That was the purpose. So one of the ways to do that is you get eyes on the screen, get people to stick there, get them angry, get them worked up. So it brings viewers to the stream for not just viewers, but viewers who are interacting with the stream to the stream for the content creator. And at the end of it, I can show my Discord server. And a lot of these people will be so angry they'll come on and want to yell at me, right? So what I would do is I would ask panel hosts like before streams, or sometimes they'd reach out to me, and they'd ask me if I could defend this thing for him, right? And I did this like for Fnatic, for example. He had on Gotenks and some other crazy woman, and they were talking about COVID, right? And Destiny, and they were like anti-vaccine. They thought that COVID was like fake. Like Gutex thought that like we shouldn't even ban drunk driving. He's a fucking crazy person. And Destiny was obviously very pro-vaccine, very pro all the like very against what they were saying. And Fnatic needed someone to be the bridge in the middle. And even though I massively agreed with Destiny, I came on and I played the centrist and the translator for these two retards, right? Or I'm sorry, R slurs. And I would do that all the time. Like I would do this for Wick, Prime, whatever the like whatever
you're like a
furthest away
heel.
position is, I'd come on and argue that position, right, as best as I could. And because I've been on Discord for a long time, I've spoken to God knows how many people. And something I love to do is just try to understand different ideologies, different perspectives. I was pretty good at like steel manning most positions, right? And something I would do early on in my server is just one day I was a Muslim, the next day I'm a Catholic, the next day I'm an anarchist, the next day I'm a fucking tanky communist. Like I would do this all the time. So I've got a lot of practice on it.
Oh, I have no, I understand the origin story, and I'm happy that you're explaining it to the audience. And I feel like the frog, as Jordan Peterson would point out, is a creature of chaos. It is both a land animal and an animal of the water. And it's funny. Don't you have wings sometimes too?
Yeah, well, so what happened is I used to have like a little eye ring, like an eyebrow ring, and then like bat wings.
Nice.
But I broke it at some point somehow, and I was too lazy to fix it, honestly. But I'll
Okay,
get around to it.
but I want to bring up two things, and it wasn't necessarily being the heel or steel manning random positions in order to make Twitch and YouTube politics more interesting, because that's what happened too. Was like the fascist thing was contradictory to something else that you'd said, and I'd also been on Prime and Hippy Dippy panels where the topic was a bad topic, and so everybody kind of agreed on it descriptively, and so as a result, the conversation died. And I think that on a couple of those, particularly in reference to Prime, what I saw you do was if the conversation died, you would adopt the perspective that was necessary in order to spice up the conversation again. So I kind of like, I just accepted your role. And you have to understand, like, different people accept different degrees of responsibility for their persona or who they are. I've been the straight man the entire time that I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics, effectively articulating exactly what I believe when I believe it, because that's easy for me. That's the character that I can play because that's who I am in real life as well. So I basically just been saying what I believe. But the truth is that if you just had a bunch of straight men in politics talking about policy, it would not be good content. So, that's where for me, like I accepted your role in the space a long time ago. But to point out, a couple of moments that I would say like might have rubbed me a little bit weird. And therefore I accepted that people have said that you're kind of like a Varys character from Game of Thrones, like a master of whisperers. The one that I remember that kind of rubbed me wrong that was public was the Mr. Girl situation. And the reason why was because Mr. Girl went on his crusade where he found out that Stephen was still talking to Anne of War. And he was rubbed wrong by the fact that Stephen had so many promiscuous relationships, was not being honest about his promiscuous relationships with his partners. And it seemed like Anna was somebody who was potentially being abused as a result of the situation. So he decided to launch the investigation. And I think that you confronted him on stream and you said, hey, like I was pretending to help you at first because I wanted to find out what you were doing. But then realistically, I told Steven because I think you're being a fucking snake. And that to me kind of showed me that you were capable of going along to get along in order to have somebody expose themselves and then betray them later. So you had some degree of cunning and patience.
Okay. So you sort of got the story correct. So he reached out to me, and I think he had this idea that we were friends. I think he had this tendency to throw his friendship at people to make them responsible for that friendship. It's sort of a thing that manipulators do, where they make you sort of responsible for their emotions.
I remember that in reference to Chud.
You. Yeah, they just make you responsible for their emotions by throwing them at you and laying them on you constantly.
Yeah, if you don't do what I want you to do, then you're ruining our friendship.
Yeah. So he would say all the time that we're friends. He wanted to play video games together. We'd hung out a couple times in Discord. Like I have this small server called like Motel Doobie. It's just like a bunch of random streamers and friends and mods for my server. And I used to hang out on there all the time when I was working. And we talked in there a few times, but very little. So I didn't consider us friends at all. But to be clear, I do know a lot of people in this space, and I think he knew that. And he reached out to me one day just randomly and asked me for contact with Denims and Bad Bunny, who I'd had on for AMAs before. And I was going to get him in touch with them, right, through my mods who were closer to them than I was, because I hadn't spoken. I think I'd spoken to Denim once, but I'd spoken to Bad Bunny a handful of times, but I hadn't spoken to them in a while, right? So I had mods who were closer to them that I was. So I was going to do it, but then he started like saying things that kind of implied that he wanted to get in touch with these people to mine them for information on Steven. And because at the time I used to listen to Destiny stream all the time while I was working, like it was kind of my background noise. If I wasn't listening to an audiobook or sitting in Discord listening to people talk, I would. So I heard him say to Steven directly, like, you know, I would never betray you. You can trust me inherently. We can move in together. We're gonna be lifelong friends. Like all this kind of stuff, right? Just begging Steven to trust him, right, and trust him without question. So him coming to me and laying out that he was backstabbing this guy, that he'd publicly begged to trust him so many times, that I really dislike that. That's disgusting to me.
So Steel Manning Max, though, do you think that he could have, because this is my perception of it. I think that Max might have seen things in Steven that Steven wasn't. And what I mean by that is that Max, in my opinion, wanted to always take the edgiest, craziest, most insightful position. That way, not only could he be attacked as a villain, but also he would provoke some level of like introspection and insight. And I think he did that in particular through hip hop music. I think he did that in particular with the pedophile discourse. I think he did that in particular with the cuties discourse. And so I feel like, you know, Mr. Girl, in my opinion, is always looking for that insightful, controversial angle on which to get negative attention but force people to think. And I think that he saw the way that Steven conducted himself in reference to debates and believed that he was a comrade in arms fighting for some like higher, more insightful truth. And that since they had been, you know, Steven had been censored by Twitch by getting banned, and Mr. Girl had been censored by YouTube by getting banned or demonetized or whatever the fuck, that they were comrades in arms fighting the lazy sheep-like masses who didn't think about serious topics deeply. And that's what I kind of remember about his initial pledge to Steven for loyalty, is he felt like he had like an artistic comrade in arms. Artistic, not autistic. However, what I think that if you're looking at it from a Machiavellian lens, at least, you know, kind of the way that I do, I think that Max ended up resenting his role as a lightning rod on Steven's stream, where he didn't feel like he was like a peer artist or a peer friend who were working together to fight like the lack of insight in the masses. He felt like he was being used as like a lightning rod and a weapon by Steven to deflect from his own, to deflect from Steven's controversy. And so in that way, you know, right or wrong, you can see like Mac's duplicitous nature in reference to what you were saying as betrayal. But I think that in Max's mind, he was betrayed first.
Yeah, I think he took the Reddit ban as betrayal, right? And Steven's which I think is silly. I think
it is silly.
I think
it's very silly. You should not wrap up your personal worth as an artist in whether or not you're able to participate in another person's Reddit. That is a crazy thing to fucking crash out about.
Yeah, it was that and the Nick Fuentes streams.
I agree.
Those two things I think are what led him to see Steven as an enemy and want to backstab him. And because I'd seen all those earlier, I mean, and I can understand that, right? I'm not saying you need to be somebody's friend forever if you find new information about them. But I think
you should front stab
somebody. Exactly. If you've begged somebody to like to trust you and to be close to you and yada yada, you should have the backbone and the I think the fucking I think it's immoral to do what he was doing. Right. So I didn't want to participate. I tried to give him a few outs early in the conversation to just leave it alone and not come to me with it. But when he kept pushing and kept like dropping little things, as if he was trying to get me to ask him for more information, because I'm pretty good at reading people. And I could tell that he was trying to get me to ask him for the information so that he would so that he'd be able to like dump it on me, right? And then I'd be able to help him. So at that point, I messaged Steven right away, like as I was talking to him the first time, to let him know like, hey, this guy's doing this. And then from then on, I was just seeing whatever information I could get about what he was up to.
Do you okay? So I'm understanding your characterization, and I don't think it necessarily like I don't think it doesn't align with anything that I've thought. However,
Yeah.
have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? And what I mean by that is, have you ever participated in gay ops? And what I mean by that is like, I don't have time for this shit. I'm almost 40, and I know that you have a kid and a wife now, so things might be different. But gay ops, in my opinion, is where like people try to do information warfare with such small stakes that they're putting out disinformation to the opposing side when when the disinformation that they're putting out to other communities is like it's 250 viewer streamers in some cringe beef. You know what I'm saying? So I guess my question is, have you participated in gay ops as your, I don't know, as the king of the Discord political dumbasses?
Absolutely, but not with streamers. So if you look up Centipede Central right now, just like Google Centipede Central, there's a Vice article that talks about Centipede Central there being like a coup and the server was destroyed, right? And it was at the time it was the largest I think it was the largest political Discord server. It was a very pro-Trump server, and it was destroyed from the inside by the admin team. I did that, right? I wasn't on the server at all, but I knew the people on the server. I knew people on the admin team, and I convinced them to turn on each other and destroy the server. Now, early on, when I was building my Discord server, I did a lot of things like that. There was a fucking interview that I did where the guy was calling like the Genghis Khan of Discord, right? Because what I was doing early on was I would go to smaller Discord servers or even larger Discord servers, and I would try to convince the owners to merge with me, and so I can pull their community into my community and grow the bubble. Or if I couldn't do that, I would see them as a competitor. I would look for ways to take them down. And I don't mean reporting them to Discord. I mean I would turn the admin team against each other. Now, the truth is, I realized this when I was very young. I do have the ability to be extremely manipulative, extremely cunning, if you want to call it that. I'm very good at reading people. And I think a lot of people on Discord are people with not much of a social life, no practice in any sort of these interactions. So a lot of them are very easy to, sway if you want to. I did do that early on starting my Discord server, so I'm not going to be dishonest about that, and I can give you tons of examples of that.
Well, okay, so hold on, but right there, even though you're saying that you are guiltless in reference to trying to do gay ops against Destiny, can you see how somebody who knows your prior reputation as a Discord Genghis Khan and sees you moving through various communities in a hostile way to that creator, how they would be suspicious that you were effectively like the Varys, you're turning your army. And by the way, I've just been watching a lot of Game of Thrones clips recently, so I'm sorry to everybody who hasn't watched Game of Thrones recently.
You're not the first to make the Varys reference.
Well, but if you're making the Varys reference, then like, why wouldn't that person be concerned that Varys and his little birds seem to no longer favor them for king of Twitch and YouTube politics? Now, I think this is kind of lame because I think you should just create your content and not really give a shit about the gay ops of other people. But at the same time, if somebody has built their career on Reddit, built their career on Discord, built their career on relationships, and now everything is imploding, then why wouldn't you see Varys, kind of turning against your cause and be like, oh shit, this motherfucker's trying to destroy me?
Yeah, I totally get that, right? But this is why I wanted to be clear earlier. I did that with Discord servers. I've never done that with a Twitch streamer person because, from my perspective, you, other streamers, are people. This is your livelihood. I have no interest in destroying your livelihood, right? Like that's discuss. I mean, I'm a business owner. I started my business when I was 22 years old. I grew up extremely poor. Right? I used to work 3 jobs and sell my blood for gas money. Like I know what it's like to grind, right? So I have no interest in undermining, destabilizing, destroying somebody's business. Like this, I wouldn't do that. And I don't think you'll ever find an example of me doing this to anybody within the streaming or like space at all, ever. But if we're talking about like Discord servers, I also haven't done it in a long time with Discord servers, but I can understand you having that impression. Like there was a time when people were afraid to talk to me one-on-one because they were afraid I'd do like mind magic on them, right? Like, so I totally understand the impression, right? But again, you'll never find an example of me doing this on with like streamers, other than that one thing with Mr. Girl, if you want to call it that, which I don't really consider that.
No,
And
but the
like I
okay,
said, you can-
but putting it together, and by the way, like I'm not saying that this is true. Okay, I'm presuming, I'm hoping, because I've only seen you as a frog. The only time I've seen your face was when it was a random black guy talking to Nick Fuentes.
Hey, that was really funny.
What was that, you or was that somebody else?
No, that was some black child from YouTube.
Okay. But see, that's the kind of thing where it was funny, right? It's funny. And I've engaged, like, I liked our debates. I like the way that you test the grounds. I like the way that you test the water. But you understand from my perspective, I only know you as a frog PFP. I only know you as a frog PFP who has tricked Nick Fuentes into thinking that you're black, who has done gay ops in order to take over Discords, who has played a steelman of every political philosophy. And then also, you're unironically a frog, which is a creature of chaos, and you have wings, which is literally the description of Jungian chaos, right? And so I know that it's like, it's cartoony, it's jokey, it's funny, it's very low stakes, it's Discord, right? But at the same time, you know, you could be blameless and guiltless, but I understand how a paranoid person who is being attacked on all fronts, who has lost all of their online friends, how they would see you like moving through several communities and then be like, oh, Doobie's positioning himself to fuck me over, even though we've known each other for a decade. Fuck Doobie.
Yeah, again, I can understand. And actually, I'm very happy you caught on to the Chaos Frog thing. That's really funny. I didn't think anybody caught on to that. But it started as like a Pepe reference. You know, I'm the king of the Pepes on my Discord server. It's kind of the joke. So the reason that what you just said doesn't land with me is I've known him for almost 10 years, right? And he knows that I know everybody in the space. I know Pisco, I know Wick, I know Erudite, I know fucking everybody, right? And I've been in all these communities for years, right? Like I knew Chud when he was like a 10 viewer Andy, if you want.
I know, isn't it? So I always compliment Chud whenever I bring shit up, and I don't know if he ever sees like if anybody ever clips it or tags him in it, but I'm actually proud. I'm proud to have known Chud back when he was wearing a fucking wrestling mask. You know, like I'm proud that I've known him for that long, and now he's a successful drama streamer.
Yeah, well, before the wrestling mask, it was some like green like picture of some dude with white hair. I forgot who the dude was. But yeah, I've known you since you came on the scene. I've known Pisco since he came into the scene. Actually, very early on, I did consider sort of monopolizing this side of Twitch. I'm a pretty wealthy person, right? I'm not the average chat shitter, right? And I do have a competitive streak. This is true, right? And very early on, when I saw the Twitch politics space kind of forming, I did consider monopolizing it in meaning that I wanted to pull all these small streamers onto my Discord server, have them stream from my server, use my audience for not just like views, but also like reactions, pull people from my community onto their stream to have debates and whatnot, because I felt like that would be an easy way to feed them content. And in return, I would pay, I think it was like $500-600 a week for each of them to advertise their shit, right? Like all
for small people, they would fucking love that. Yeah.
And I strongly considered doing this. I think we started it a little bit, but I realized pretty quickly that because you guys were essentially competing businesses, it just wasn't going to work out because there's too much incentive to fuck each other over or not work together or fight for time slots or whatever the fuck. And I just had no
True.
interest in managing all that. But that was very early on, right? But getting back to the Destiny thing, I because he knows me and because he knows that I know everybody, I think him pushing this idea that I'm in these spaces to fuck him over is ridiculous. I think he has to know that's bullshit because again, he knows that I know Pisco. I've known Pisco probably longer than he's known Pisco, right? And I was in Pisco's community for a long time. Pisco sort of like replaced him as my like listening. You and Pisco actually replaced Destiny as my like daily listening streams while I'm working, right? So I was in Pisco's stream for months, just listening, super chats, chatting, fucking with people in chat. Usually arguing Israel-Palestine in his Discord server because he's got a server full of like rabid Zionists. So him pushing this idea that I'm only there to like turn Pisco against him is fucking ridiculous, right? Like,
Yeah. That's
the
least something that Queeman said to his credit. Even the last time that Queeman and I talked in DMs, we fought. Destiny was like, "Oh yeah, all these people are conspiring to fuck me over and blah 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 blah." And Queeman said, to his credit, I think, and I think Steven needs to consider this. Well, you did something to piss all these people off, right? And it really is like the Pixie situation. Like he was complaining to me. He's like, "Oh, nobody's working with me. Nobody talks to me, nobody debates me, nobody DMs me, et cetera, et cetera." Well, I think for me, because my chat hated me earlier today because I was shitting on all their degenerate pornographic sex behavior. I think that one of the cornerstones of liberal and progressive perspective on sex is consent and not really much else. And Stephen went on the red pill arc, which was arguing for like a more liberal progressive sexual position. And then he was viewed as violating consent. And so as a result, it wasn't just viewed as, oh, Stephen did this like cute gooner fuck up thing. Isn't he so fucking cute? It was like, no, you said something in public that should have prohibited you from behaving this way privately. Because you behave this way privately, I can no longer trust you. And not only can I not trust you, I probably dislike you. And I think that's why the people are hostile to Stephen is because of that, more than out of some Game of Thrones Machiavellian desire to dethrone the king.
Yeah, it really is just that. I mean, like I said, when I cut ties with him entirely when the leak stuff happened, and it wasn't really
did you cut ties in November or in January?
I think it was November. So there was
November 29th was the original leaks reveal, and then January 20th was when President Sunday kind of revealed it to the world.
No, it was before that. It was when Melina started saying on stream that her stuff was shared without consent, and people were kind of ignoring this. I was really irritated that people were ignoring this because I wanted it to be answered for, right? I wanted to, like, is this true? I want somebody to bring it up. So there was a stream that he was on with Wick.
Hold on, did you pay Wick to ask that?
Yeah, I did. I use.
I was about to say because that would enforce the conspiracy.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm sorry.
I paid Wick to. There was like $20 to ask a question, right, or like to bring it up.
That's funny.
So that was because it really irritated me that people were like, Wick was ignoring this. Everybody's ignoring this. It was silly. But the thing that really got me to cut ties it wasn't even really the nude leaking thing, though that is bad. It was his response to it, which I thought he was taking like no accountability. No, he was behaving like a selfish piece of shit. But further, the leak stuff exposed what I consider to be like malicious dishonesty regarding the Lauren Southern thing. It's his fucking relationship. I don't give a fuck who he's fucking. But I remember when he broke up with Melina, there were like hours long streams, right, where he was framing her as some delusional, jealous, crazy person. Since he was jealous over Lauren Southern or some other woman that she was like that she thought he had some relationship with, and again framing her as some delusional nutbag. But that was true, right? So he was, my opinion, maliciously slandering her to her community, to make her to weaponize the community against her, so that the narrative that was spread is that she's crazy and jealous and yada yada. Like that looks like, to me, that's gross, right? So that plus the way that he responded to the nude leak stuff just made me feel like, okay, I just want. Oh, and also this caused me to look into other shit, like the claim that Hassan went to like a brothel and like fucked some like child sex, like sex trafficked children, whatever the fuck. Like, it got me to looking into all that stuff and a bunch of other shit in the past where I'd kind of given him a pass or just not looked into it because I trusted the guy. I thought he wouldn't lie about this shit like that. And I just found that just a long pattern of malicious, what I consider to be malicious dishonesty. So I just wanted nothing to do with him. So I cut ties, just want nothing, no networking, don't want to be in any of his content, don't want to be on the stream, don't want to talk to him. Just, I just, same thing that sort of happened with Chud, where I just kind of pull away and that's it. Right. And if he comes up, I'll criticize him.
Did you pull away from Chud?
Yeah. I used to be in Chud's community all the time. Like Chud's was, because Chud streams early, for a while, he was my like early morning stream while I was working. Right.
Dude, anything related to Twitch and YouTube politics from Chud, I still watch because it's fun. It's fun having an English guy watch a stupid thing in Twitch and YouTube politics or Twitch and YouTube politics adjacent, and then just pause every 5 minutes and explain why the person involved is a fucking idiot. That's good content to me. It's like very high calorie, low commitment content.
He's like Jerry Springer,
Yeah.
He's like he's a great entertainer. I have my issue with Chud was just that I felt like was running cover and excusing the Elderdrazi stuff.
Yeah.
And for me that crosses the line because not because of so much the sharing of the personal information, but I felt like they were, I don't want to be an ass with Elderdrazi, but I felt like they were bullying a guy who was like at the bottom of the totem pole. Yeah. And for me, that's not okay. Right?
No, there's some things that I've seen from Chud and Queeman where like if you're bullying somebody who's not a part of the community, who's unlikely to see the content, I don't really care about that. But there's some people who are clearly like super sensitive to the point that they'll be looking for lolcow content about themselves. And so they'll basically be like psychically hurting themselves. And Chud and Queeman will keep going because they think it's funny to bully somebody who's a fucking lolcow. But for me, if you're bullying like a lolcow with 1 million subs, who has a shitload of viewers, who has a shitload of financial support, who has a wife or a girlfriend, I don't give a fuck. That guy has a decent life outside of stream. Whereas if you're bullying a lolcow who's likely to see it and they don't have anything going for them, then you're just bullying somebody who's already on the verge of suicide. It's like, holy shit.
And to be clear, like while that was happening, Queeman was deleting stuff. After a while, he started deleting things and telling people to stop it. But DK was doing it. Chad was still excusing it. So for me, there's like a line cross there where you're like, just and Elderdrazi was on stream and they were justifying it to him, right? So it wasn't even like he wasn't even there, but he was on the stream and they're justifying posting his shit to him and mocking his wife and yada yada, right? So like there's a line there that I'm just not okay with it, so I pulled away from the community, right? And that doesn't mean I'm trying to take Chud down or I hate Chud. It's just I didn't like how he handled the situation, and for me, I have no attachment, so I just pull away, go somewhere else. Not a big deal. Which is exactly what happened with Steven, right? Now I talk about Steven sometimes because he's relevant to the space. He's a very big figure in the space, and whenever there's some new development in his court case, whenever he says something stupid that causes controversy, people talk about it. So I talk about it. And I criticize him because he deserves a lot of criticism for the dumb shit he's been doing.
Yeah,
and that's right?
That's where for me. So I understand your position within the community. I understand why Stephen would be paranoid about you moving through various communities. I understand that your criticism might hit a little bit harder compared to like the average chat shitter. But I can't identify a specific behavior that you've committed that the average Destiny anti-fan chatter shitter hasn't done. Criticizing the way that he's conducted his personal life, plenty of people do that. Criticizing the way that he's engaging with politics optically or rhetorically, I don't even know if I've heard you do that. But I wouldn't view that as beyond the pale. And so that's where for me, if I was to be, because like doxing, you're exposing somebody's name, you're exposing their address, you're exposing their phone number. By implication, you want some people to call and harass that person either at their home or at their business. You want people to DM that person and show them that their address is on the internet, that way they feel unsafe in their own home. You want that person, like their real name to be like emailed or direct message to them. That way they know like their identity has been exposed to make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I feel like even if the act of doxing itself is not illegal, the harassment that is implied by actively participating in doxing is unethical and immoral. And so the only way that you should really engage in that kind of behavior would be within the context of what he said, like, well, I've been getting harassed for 2 years and these people are responsible, therefore I'm going to do it to them so they feel what I feel. I could understand that morally, but I don't think that there's sufficient evidence to show that J-Stock specifically, Queeman specifically, and you specifically have engaged in that behavior. You could say that J-Stock and Queeman have fostered the kind of communities that wouldn't give two fucks about Steven getting doxxed and would probably even laugh at him being harassed. And there might be some cross-pollination between them and Kiwi Farms. But I don't think that's sufficient evidence to justify Queeman and J-Stock's doxing, let alone yours.
Yeah. And to clear, like, since I was accused of working with these people, cause before I didn't watch J-Stock stream at all. I saw him once in a while. I think typically when Destiny was on there, I'd watch whatever video went out to see whatever drama or argument they were having. Queeman, I was aware of him streaming, but I didn't watch it. I think I watched it once when he was talking about some Israel debate. I forget who it was. I feel like it was Mehdi Hassan. But other than that, I had no interaction with these communities. So yeah, like saying that I'm like in league with them or whatever. And this is what really irritated me isn't so much the dox threat, right? Because people have been trying to dox me for fucking a decade, right? And much scarier people than DGG idiots who probably can't lift 20 pounds, right?
Right.
I've had run-ins with very serious groups. Like
you fought like fucking
Muffin,
actual
like,
Nazis and dissident right-wing
Score.
groups. I remember some of that shit.
I've gotten a shit ton of people arrested over the years. So
Right.
like these people are still after me. So the only reason the doxing thing irritated me would be that I have a wife and son now, right? So if I were doxed, it might put them in some kind of danger. That's not okay to me. But really the core of it was the dishonesty. Because I think bare minimum, he has no evidence, no reason to believe that I'm doing all the shit he said beyond his paranoia, right? And if he just asked Wick, Kyla, you, Pisco, none of these people would ever say that I pressured them to do anything, right? Like ever. And I'm very confident that none of them would say this.
The pressure thing, though, I think that it's subconscious. And I'm not saying that you've done anything inappropriate in my chat or that you've sent me like inappropriate DMs or something. But I think that what people know, and this doesn't just apply to you, this applies to all my chatters. If I have 150, 180 people hanging out in my chat, then typically I know that I'm doing something right as far as like entertainment. But if I take a 30 to 50 viewer hit, and then 20 of my viewers are calling me the biggest piece of shit in the world, now maybe I believe what I believe. So I'm going to stick to my guns, right? But when you lose audience and when a large section of your audience becomes critical of you, there's a temptation to bend to their will because like you want to keep the audience, you want to keep the money flowing, you want to keep people happy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so while I haven't succumbed to the pressure of Destiny anti-fans or whatever, I can see how a smaller creator or a less thoughtful creator could. And so that's where I kind of sympathize with Steven, where the reason why these people are pressuring me, they jump into my chat, they call Steven a piece of shit, they say, hey, he has this illegal material, do you disavow? The reason why they're doing that isn't because they actually care about my individual morality, nor do they really care about the outcome in reference to Steven, in reference to the legal case. Otherwise, they would just let the legal case play its course. What they're trying to do is they're trying to socially isolate him. They're trying to make sure that he doesn't have any friends. He doesn't have any allies. Nobody will participate with him. Nobody, because they think he's that bad of a guy.
Right.
And so they can feel justly about that. But I also think that Steven can think that liberals and progressives are a bunch of pussies who the second there was any pressure to disavow him, nearly everybody in online politics threw him to the fucking wolves, despite having 3-year, 5-year, 10-year relationships with the man, the second that he fucked up publicly and the second there was any public pressure, they were like, yeah, fuck him, I disavow, and I hope he burns in hell.
Yeah, so I totally get that pressure. Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think there's any evidence, any reason to believe that I'm one of the people doing that, right? So I talk about it when
I
it
don't
comes
think
up,
I don't think you've done any undue pressure.
but
Your undue pressure, your pressure is, hey, this is my opinion.
yeah, exactly. So like you're talking about it, you're talking about the guy. I give my opinion. That's it. Like, but I think there's pressure the other way too, and I saw this with Pisco, like firsthand, because like I said, I was hanging on Pisco's stream and server for months, right? Months before he had that that blow up, that argument with you and Steven about the communism thing, where I thought you guys were fucking ridiculous. Right? I thought you and Steven your arguments were terrible. To be honest with you, I felt like
I think Pisco's come my way since.
No, I don't think so. I mean, at least I hope not. I really hope not. But at the time, I thought your arguments were bad. Okay, I thought Steven's arguments were bad. I thought Steven was. I thought Pisco was correct, right? I think he said it was like that there was no real argument here. That it was actually just spite driven, or over like feelings of like disloyalty or abandonment or whatever. So I agree with Pisco about that when he said that at the time. But so I was there for months, arguing with people in the server and in the chat all the time about random shit. And when you guys had that argument, there were people in Pisco server who are like hardcore DGers who wanted the bridge rebuilt, right? And when Pisco was arguing with Destiny, and I took Pisco's side, they started and Destiny pushed this narrative that Pisco only dislikes him because of me, right? Which is fucking crazy.
Yeah, Pisco is not that weak-willed. Like,
yeah,
like Pisco is open to criticism and open to suggestion, but try telling Pisco to do anything that he doesn't want to do. That's like one of the most stubborn, intransigent, donkey-headed motherfuckers I've ever met in my life.
Okay,
where you cannot force Pisco to say or do anything that Pisco himself does not want to do.
I really like Pisco.
No,
I
he's
consider
great.
him to be one of the.
He's just an asshole.
I think there are like a handful of people in the space that I consider to be like genuinely decent, good people, and he's one of them, right? Like genuinely. So
he legalistically argues sometimes. He likes to call it linearizing arguments. But sometimes I feel like he does. You believe in A, and I'm like, yeah. And he's like, you believe in B, and I'm like, yeah. And he's like, you believe in C, and I'm like, yeah. And then he's like, well, therefore you must believe in X, and I'm like, hold up. So
yeah, I get that.
But he's rhetorically effective. I just don't find that tactic to be particularly honest, but that's fine.
I don't think it's dishonest so much. I think that's just the way that he thinks. He's very linear, right?
Sure.
And there's actual sense.
I just think that any intelligent person, including him, because by the way, I don't think he's unintelligent or obtuse. I think he would concede that he got me to concede on ABC, but in order to necessarily believe X, I must also sign on to D, E, and F. And then we fight on D, E, and F.
Yeah, I get that. But yeah, so the idea that I convinced him to do that, to dislike Destiny, is ridiculous, right? So the only reason I was talking to about Destiny on Pisco's stream, I'm not even streaming in this chat, was because Pisco brought up this shit that Destiny was saying about him, that he was pandering to like Hassan and the far left or whatever the fuck. And Pisco was very upset about that, right? So Pisco was talking about it. I was reacting to Pisco talking about it. And that was it, right? Like that wasn't any deeper than that.
Sure.
So there are people within Pisco's community who are and this happens a lot with smaller creators when they're attached to a larger creator. A lot of the early joiners are people from that larger community, and if there's any like conflict between the two, these early joiners will pressure the smaller streamer to rebuild the bridge, right?
Yeah,
and I think that was what was happening with Pisco. I think it's still happening with Pisco, and so when Destiny put out this narrative that I'm like working with all these people to undermine him or whatever, people within his community latched onto that and started pushing this idea that I was flooding his community with minions because people came on from the stream where, hundreds of people watching the stream, people are going to join the Discord server. So people are coming on and agreeing with Pisco, and they thought that because they were agreeing with Pisco, they must be minions of mine. Right? Like that's how ridiculous it was. Right. And eventually one of them paid like,
yeah, that's where I think Steven has an example, and I'll just say this honestly, because I think I told him to his face last time I was in Miami. Queeman and J-Stock, in my opinion, have engaged in A-log behavior. And what I mean by that is that if Steven fucks something up or does something criticizable, they will blast that out to their audience. Now, their audiences are comparably small, but they use that as fodder for content, kind of like we all do, right? When you hate somebody consistently and they do something stupid, you make it content. But I think JStock in particular has built his bones off of being a Destiny A-log. Now, that being said, there's nothing wrong with that. Some of us have engaged in that kind of content. And not only that, but then Steven brings up, well, within the information warfare game that he's playing, because he's tied up by legal shit and not really having an orbit anymore, he feels like he must try to probably rebuild the bridge with Pisco, use food shops as a weapon, use me as a weapon insofar as I'm willing to be able to, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm thinking to myself, like, no, you don't. You don't have to do any of this shit. You could just stream and talk about politics and create content. You don't need to engage in information warfare. And if Hassan and his large audience says, oh, Steven's like a dishonest, pedophilic rapist, you can just go, no, I'm not. And then you can keep going on with your content. Like you do not have to participate in the information warfare, because ultimately, like, yeah, will you lose out on some opportunities? Sure. But realistically, the easier thing, rather than engaging in information warfare, would be to just engage in slightly better personal behavior. And so like, I don't think I'm asking for the moon from Steven, and I don't even think Steven is fighting me on what I'm asking him to do on a personal level. But like, what if you attacked me for who I am, that doesn't hurt me.
Yeah. I think the A-logging thing is weird. I'd never heard that term before I was accused of A-logging, right, or being associated with A-loggers. But I mean,
yeah, it's just documenting somebody's constant bad behavior.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like, when I watched Destiny, he would talk about Hassan anytime Hassan did something stupid, right? He would blow it up on the stream, talk about it. I mean, I think that's like normal behavior in the streaming space. Like, everybody
think
does
with
that.
A-logging, to differentiate it from criticizing your political rivals and opponents, A-logging is like a sole focus. Like if Steven just had Hassan bad, Hassan bad, Hassan bad, Hassan bad, Hassan bad content, and that was all of his content, then I would think he would be guilty of A-logging.
Okay.
If, however, it's like 1 out of every 50 videos is a Hassan bad video, then I wouldn't call him an A-logger.
Okay.
And that's why Queeman, I think, is not technically an A-logger, because he actually has diverse content.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And like I said, from my interaction with JSOC, he seems like a nice guy. I don't know him very well. Queeman, we have had that massive argument, but beyond that, I don't know him very well at all. So I can't really speak to their behavior or any of that. But yeah, I think, I was going to say that within Pisco's community, there was pressure. I think I saw people within his community pressuring him to rebuild the bridge, making him feel like he had less support than he did within his own community, banning people for agreeing with him on that fucking stream, which is fucking ridiculous. Eventually, one of them paid like $500 to ban me and make it sick. Like, one of the admins banned me, and then he paid like $500 to make it sick. And so like, I think that comes from the other pressure, right? Which is the pressure to maintain the bridge, maintain the connection with the community. I think if you, for example, I think you've done a really good job of separating yourself, so to shield shield yourself from that kind of pressure with your military content, with the conservatism thing, with your Warhammer content. I think you've built your own community, right? Like, I think you've done a very good job. But I think there are absolutely people within your community. I'm seeing some of them in the chat right now, where if you did burn the bridge with Destiny, they would pressure you hard to rebuild it. Sure. And I think it's normal. I think it's normal for people to want two content creators who they like to interact with each other. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but I think that pressure exists both ways. Now, in terms of the pressure that he claims that I was doing, right? I don't think it's just not real.
Yeah,
it's
not substantiated any worse than anybody else's action in the space. So just because, and I'll just say this descriptively, just because you run the politics server, just because you know everybody and have done AMAs with them or interacted with their content or whatever, I wouldn't say that, like, your criticism could be felt harder because of the length of your relationship and your position with Twitch, within Twitch and YouTube politics. But right. I don't think that should change his behavior. Some dickhead on a fucking, and that's the thing. Like, whenever I get caught up in drama, I really try to zoom out and articulate what's going on, because I think it sets things into scale. So, as an example, with the Stephen Pixie thing, it's Stephen recorded homemade pornographic content. He shared it with somebody he shouldn't have. It got leaked, and he's being sued. That's
My
what's going
criticism
on.
is- I mean, well, I think he
you-
also recorded it without consent. I think
the
the Cherry stuff
audio
is true.
recordings allegedly from Sherry, which has not proceeded criminally or civilly, as far as I know.
Yeah. So, but I believe that's true. So, because I saw, do you know who Baby Peaches is?
No, but I think I've seen them on a stream recently.
Yeah, she was on the stream recently. I think
I
she,
might
I
have
think she was
been
on
on
the
a
stream
stream
with
with
us.
her recently. I might have been
Yeah,
on
she was on the
Prime
stream with
with her.
us recently, right? Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
She was on that stream with us recently.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Baby Peaches. Yes.
I was on. So I didn't know who this person was at all, right? And I was on a stream with her where I argued with her about this Zip guy going to Steven's like hearing. And I thought that was like weird parasocial behavior. Like that's kind of weird to me. That's it. That was my criticism. I think it's kind of weird. That's it. So she disagreed with me. Later I went into this was post the allegations from Destiny. I went into JSOC server and people were saying, oh, you're on stream with Peaches and she did this and this and this. And they showed me some screenshots of her, looks like from like early 2024, saying that she knows that she received videos that were recorded without consent. She received them from Destiny. Now, to me, that was shocking because I had no idea she had any connection to any of this stuff at all. So I went back into Wix server and I was asking about like, hey, did you know this? and I tagged her and I said, hey, is this real? I didn't get rather than respond to that, she insulted me. So I kept asking her like, hey, is this real? Like, did you actually know of this? And yeah, we had a massive argument then. She didn't answer then. I spoke to her again recently, actually after the stream that you and I were on with her. And I asked her directly, right? Like, hey, is this real? Right? Because I'm not like a rabid hater, right? So on that stream that we were on, I didn't bring it up at all publicly, but privately asked her about it. Like after the stream was done, and we're sitting there with Prime and a couple other people. And she said that she didn't remember sending those messages, and the other person had deleted their messages in the screenshots, right? So it's just her messages, but it's obvious she's having a conversation. And she said she just didn't remember sending them. So
right, which sounds like cope in one direction or the other.
Yeah. So that makes it very hard for me to believe that she didn't send them. So so long story short, I believe that he did record people without consent, right? Like I 100% believe that. But again, I don't go around talking about that unless it comes up, right? And he comes up a lot because he's relevant to the space. So that's as deep as it goes.
What I think I'm praying, unironically, what I think Dan and Erudite and probably Mooten and anybody who has ever considered themselves a friend of Steven is that November 29th of 2024 should have been a fucking wake-up call. No, regardless of Steven's sins, that should have been a fucking wake-up call. Like, you engaged in behavior that was so disastrous that 95% of your orbit left you. Your name is toxic in political communities. Most mainstream political organizations that aren't under the age of 40 will probably not work with you. Political organizations under the age of 40 have to be ready to disavow you at the drop of a hat if you engage in more egregious behavior. And so as a result, your career opportunities, not even talking about it from a selfish level, I'm not even talking about hurting other people. I'm not even talking about having bad relationships. I'm talking about it from a selfish level. From a selfish level, he's hurt himself. And so if you don't wake up to the point where you touch a stove and you burn yourself, you're kind of a fucking idiot. And so, I think I've stuck by this so far, which is effectively like, I want Steven to wake up. I want him to smell the coffee. I want him to realize what's going on, and I want him to moderate his behavior accordingly. Also, one of the things that I'll just say right now is it's kind of like the Anton Chigurh quote, where it's like, if what you believed led you to this, then of what good was your belief, right? And so if nihilism and immature hedonism and the wanton pursuit of pleasure led you to this result of what good was your belief system. Now, I could be, from a biblical perspective, I could be throwing seeds on, infertile soil. And I'm not a Christian literalist to be clear. But I'm gonna throw those seeds, because I think if Stephen changed his behavior, it would be a net good.
I agree with you. I think you are throwing seeds onto salted ground, but you're a grown ass man, right? I'm not gonna. It's not my business to tell you who you can be friends with, right? I'm not. That's silly. So whatever, right? So like I've had toxic friends that I tried to help, and I stuck around way too long. I think everybody's had this experience at some point, right? So I think you are in the place where you're staying along too long, and it might be enabling a bit. But again, you're a grown ass man. I don't really care. Right?
And by the way, he's a grown ass man. So if I give him advice and he ignores my advice and he ends up civilly sued or incarcerated or destroys his career, yeah, that's going to reflect badly on me because I stayed, past the point that, reasonable people would have said, hey, I'm severing the bridge. But at the same time, he's a grown ass man. I can lead a horse to water. I can't compel them to drink. So if Stephen, modifies his behavior slightly, if he's less of a hedonist, if he considers other moral philosophies besides the ones that have led him to this result, then awesome. And then if he says, nope, I'm going to live my life exactly how I feel like it. Fuck all of you. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do X, Y, Z, ABC. And then it blows up in his face. Then the best I'm going to be able to do is say, hey, man, I told you.
Yeah. And I get that. Like, so for me, I just treat him as like, some idiot content creator that I dislike, and I talk about him when it comes up. Like I have no interest in undermining him, destroying his platform, anything like this. Like I just don't give a fuck, right? I'm in the space. He's relevant to the space, so I talk about him when he comes up, and I think he's stupid, so I criticize him. That's it. That's as deep as it goes.
Sure.
Now,
we might have to divide this up. We might have to divide this up because I was actually supposed to be someplace else at 1:30, but I stayed because we were still getting into the meat and bones of the topic. So basically, if you still wanted to talk about Hassan or the Red Sea crisis or those other topics, I would probably need to save those for a different day. But if you had any save rounds specifically to Stephen, then I would probably still want to hear those before we kind of wrapped up.
I mean, my if I had advice or I had an outcome that I wanted regarding Stephen, right? It would just be, I think he's lost in the sauce right now. I think he should probably take a month off, get some perspective, deal with the shit, and then come back when things have calmed down a bit, and then try to behave like a rational person. Because I think right now he's been spiraling for a while. And I think it's going to get worse if he doesn't do that. That's it. But beyond that,
maybe the demonetization is actually going to be helpful in that regard, because he's already talked about how he's going to do less political stuff. He's going to do less content in general. He's going to focus on gaming. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Now, I kind of said this to his face, just being transparent so you don't have to hear it from some clip. If Stephen quits or if he stays, it's beneficial to me. And what I mean by that is, let's say he quits, he disappears. Well, now there's a giant vacuum in DGG where DGGers are going to be looking for new communities, and maybe there will be more politically, sexually, socially moderate people who would be interested in my stream. And so as a result, I might catch some of those people, right? Not all of them, because let's face it, there's a lot of liberals and progressives and gooners and all that bullshit. They're probably not going to be interested in my stream. But if DGG imploded and Destiny disappeared and he took his millions of dollars and he fucked off into the sunset, I would potentially benefit. I also benefit if he stays. And what I mean by that is if he gets his shit together, if he works on canvassing operations, if he works on the midterm, if he only has sex with girls that are over the age, in my opinion, they should be over the age of 21, but that's fine. And he checks their IDs. If he doesn't leak any more homemade porn, if he doesn't videotape things that are not that are all, everything he videotapes, if he videotapes anything, which I would recommend against, but if he videotapes anything, it's all with consent, then boom, he cleaned up his act. He's still a force for good. We can hang out, we can shoot guns, we can make content together, whatever. And so for me, laying that all out there, people can say, oh, Connor, you're such a Machiavellian manipulative fuck because you have these things in consideration. But for me, these are the kinds of things that everybody who's a creator kind of contemplates. They just don't say it out loud because they don't want to be accused of being Machiavellian.
Yeah, and this is why I don't do the pressure thing, right? And I don't try to pressure Wick or you or Kyler or whoever not to interact with them, because you guys, I'm a very, like I said, I'm a very wealthy person. I built a very comfortable life for myself. I'm actually retiring at the end of the year. I'm selling my company, so that's going to be fun. But I totally understand the grind, right? I know what it's like. So I would never pressure anybody to do anything that isn't going to help them succeed. You guys have families, you have lives, you got bills to pay. So if you want to interact with a dude, and go for it. I like, for example, I just don't watch Wick stream when he's on, but I watch Wick stream on other times, right? And I donate to Wick stream all the time. So like, I have no issue with any of you. I just don't want to support this specific guy. That's it. It's not more intense than that for me.
Sure.
I have no skin in the game here beyond being a chatter. And in terms of, like, whether he's here or not, it doesn't impact me really, like at all. I've got plenty of people to argue with. I got plenty of shit to entertain me when I've got time. So it's not that important to me. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Kev99 says Connor's a hypocrite giving advice about Destiny dating 20-year-old people when he married an 18-year-old. Lol, it's worse. Number one, when I met my wife, she was 19. Number two, she was in a committed relationship. Number three, I did not break up that committed relationship. I was just her coworker for 6 months. Number four, when she broke up with her boyfriend, we went on a date to Pita Pit, and I didn't even try to, manipulate her into anything crazy. We got to know each other. We were friends for months before we ever dated. Number five, she's pretty mature for her age. I know everybody says that. I was 24. I was 24. This pedo pit.
Yeah. I mean, my wife is 7 years younger than me. Okay, so I can't criticize you.
Yeah. But how old were you? I was 24. It's a 5-year age gap. I'm not a pedo. Jesus Christ. All right, they're fucking with me. So anyways. So just save some rounds, and if you want to talk about the Red Sea crisis or Israel or the communist shit, I would be happy to do so. I do enjoy our conversations, but I think I need to
totally.
I need to run to the next
I'm around
thing.
tomorrow if you want, or we can do next week at sometime. Like tomorrow after 10 o'clock works for me. So
my chat hates you, but I was normally at 150. I was at 150 live viewers. That was kind of my average today, and you bumped it up to 185, 190. So they hate you.
Yeah, I'm sure
they love to hate you.
I'm sure the cum signal went out in the DGG chat, so they're all here to be mad at me. But the thing is, I would really like to talk to them, like one-on-one. I would like to understand why they believe that this is
and that's the
really
challenge,
want,
guys.
Right?
The challenge is, and Doobie brought this up in the beginning of the conversation, and we did not get anything substantive. You can phrase the question however you want to phrase it. But my question would be, why does Doobie deserve either to be doxxed or harassed for engaging in the behavior that he's engaging in, when it is largely, in my opinion, the same behavior that a chatter who dislikes Destiny would engage in? Criticism. Why is criticism worthy of doxing or harassment? Is there a different question you want to ask the chat besides the one I just articulated?
No, that's it. Now, some of these guys think that I'm like a tanky or something, but I can understand that, right? So, like I said,
I think you said the word posadist a few times, and I think that triggered.
Yeah, but hold on, but that's just because it's a really funny ideology if you look into it. They believe in working with dolphins and aliens to institute world communism. It's really funny.
All right, cool. Well, let's talk about that.
We can
next
talk
time.
some other time. Like I said, I'm around tomorrow if you want after 10 o'clock. Totally up to you.
All right, sounds good, bud. I'll reach out.
Talk to you later. Have a good day.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you love to hate Doobie, but that is fine. Let me check my text message real quick in order to see. Nah, let's push. We'll only have a half hour till you're off the air. Yeah, same as time tomorrow. Yes, please. And sorry for the delay. Okay, so what's going on now is we ran a little bit over time talking to Doobie, which is totally fine. We started the Sitch and Adam content. Realistically, I'm probably going to go back to the Sitch and Adam content tomorrow because I feel like we need to criticize some center-right people who might be sweeping for the Trump admin. I'm not saying that they swept for the Trump admin, but if they did, then I'm going to want to criticize them over it. Doobie, I understand exactly what you guys are saying, okay? You're saying Doobie is admitting to being some level of autistic, Discord, manipulative, virus type spy character who has little birds everywhere, and yet he doesn't want to be criticized or harassed or doxxed, which, by the way, I think is valid. Criticisms is valid, doxing and harassing is not. But I think that if the DGGers are so upset that Doobie is now a Destiny hater, they need to articulate how his hate is substantively different than any other random YouTube or Twitch chatter who also dislikes Destiny. You can say Doobie's dishonest. I don't trust him. He manipulated this thing. He did gay ops this way. He did weird shit with his Discord, whatever. You can say all that shit, but we're trying to isolate the argument to this specific domain for why Doobie's a bad guy and deserves what Steven wants to do to him. Now, maybe Steven doesn't give a fuck anymore, right? Maybe because the Charlie Kirk thing happened and the politics world has moved on from dogpiling Steven. Maybe he's moved on as well. And honestly, I hope he has. But there was an argument probably a month ago that Doobie deserved to be doxxed, and I haven't seen it substantiated. Conservatism says, let's have a struggle session in the VC afterwards. Let Doobie know how you feel. We'll build bridges, guys. Lol. Plague Doctor says, man, the odd look I get when my mailman heard freaking pedo pit come through my speakers. Based. All right. Oh, dang. I should have done this, but then Grassroots yelled at me to get it off of the screen. So he has asked him why Christian Vlaris timing him out in chat drove him to kill Charlie Kirk. True. Solo Frosty for 10 says, I'm 20 minutes behind. What's up, Connor in chat? Why can't Doobie and Destiny not clear this up themselves? I feel like this is an agreement on fact that chat isn't going to be able to answer. Connor can moderate. Truth be told, they're grown-ass men. I would rather they figure it out. I don't want to get shit on my boots when they're fucking starting to fling shit at each other. Phoenix for 5 says, Connor, give me the eyes. Give me the eyes. Yes. I would, but then Gen X is going to freak out and leave the community, and I don't want to do that. Polarize says, I don't even understand the question. Doobie, if you missed the conversation, Doobie is somebody who runs a large Discord of Twitch and YouTube political autistic debaters. He came out pretty hard against Destiny after the Pixie situation. He thinks that Destiny is guilty of more things than what he's been accused of in court. And Steven has accused Doobie of being a spider-like Varys Game of Thrones character who is trying to screw him over by manipulating other creators in order to no longer associate with Steven. He thinks that is what Doobie is doing in my community. He thinks that's what he did in Pisco's community. But Doobie is saying in response, no, I've been in these spaces for the better part of a decade. I've built my own community. I have my own interests in this space. And as a result, these are valid criticisms that you need to contend with. They're not, like the master manipulative harassment campaign that Steven has argued it is. Beef Supreme says, not a challenge. He told you to your face why not to trust him. If you can't see that, then I don't think I can tell you anything anymore. Yeah, but guys, Varys, do you guys understand that Varys was an incredibly interesting character? For those of you who haven't seen Game of Thrones, Varys is a spy master who serves in King's Landing, who is loyal to who he thinks is loyal to the realm. And so as a result, he does manipulate. He does betray people. He does put out false information. He does do misinformation campaigns. He does spy. He does lie. But all of his loyalty ultimately is to the realm. And so I'm not saying that Doobie is some like noble character who has an underlying loyalty to the Twitch and YouTube political space. I don't know that to be true. That's the nature of a spider. You can't trust a spider to not bite you, but you can trust a spider to eat mosquitoes. So, that's why I would say I would rather have a conversation with a smart, insightful, duplicitous, and cunning person than a straightforward idiot. I just would. I think it's better content. Conservatism says, why do they need to articulate their feelings when their feelings are strong enough to speak for themselves? No idea. He's a commie nerd. Well, we'll talk about that sometime. Vedson Neil says, because Doobie accepted in your community as well as Pisco's, etc. He's a part of Twitch and YouTube politics, whether you like it or not. Even if I booted him from the Discord, even if I booted him from the chat, he would still be a part of Twitch and YouTube's politics. So that's not neither here nor there. Grassroots says, when I figured out how to citizens arrest a bird, universal basic prison will truly be possible. Well, at this point, with my audience advocating for Bonnie Blue to bang the entire United States of America, which, by the way, is so gross, guys. This is a family show. Why are you bringing up Bonnie Blue like this? Absolutely repulsive. But after my audience arguing for Bonnie Blue banging every single person in the United States without state intervention, I have to say I'm becoming more amenable to universal basic incarceration, the other UBI. Kay says, but Doobie is making his character an issue and his history is sketch. Sure. I'll sleep on it, says Beef Supreme. Gotcha. Mr. Boop says, Doobie may be Varys, Destiny may be King Rob. Just don't be like Ed Stark, Connor. I can't consume Twitch poll if you get executed. That's fine. It'll be like a digital execution, so I'll still be alive to make content. Rob F says, you said you wouldn't ask Destiny about the Doobie accusations because it was his business. Now that you have Doobie on, will you? I asked Steven. Rob F. I don't know if I said that early on because I was saying like, oh, well, that's their business to handle. I don't want to get between him and Doobie. But I think I asked Steven. We talked about it in person last time I was in Miami. And then we talked about it kind of on stream. Now, people criticize me because I didn't criticize Steven sufficiently in that conversation. However, we did have the conversation, and Steven said that effectively I was being naive by believing Queeman and believing J-Stock and believing Chud and believing Doobie to a degree that they were not involved in anti-Destiny gay ops. He basically said I was just being naive. So, but I think that if you're going to act against somebody, you should have some level of evidence for it that's substantive. Beef Supreme says, I might just dox myself. We don't need to explain shit. He just told you to your face. Sure. It's simple for me. He has no skin in the game. Well, he has some skin in the game, which he has the Discord. But I'm not going to do gay ops against Discord because I have better things to do in my time. Kakode, who does not like the way that I pronounce his name, says, one eye on the enemy. Love you, Connor Poo. Yep, love you too. To dox or not to dox, that is the question. I'm not going to build a bridge with a man who said, don't trust me. Well, I wouldn't trust him. You understand that? You understand that, right? Like you can work with people you don't trust. So let's say that there was a car on the side of the road and there was a guy who walks up to you and he says, hey, I like to steal shit. Don't trust me. What you do is you take your wallet from your back pocket, you move it to your front pocket, and then you work together to push the car out of the road. And then once the car is out of the road, you check your pocket again to make sure that your wallet is still there. Then you shake hands and you say, okay, well, since I can't trust you, thank you for working with me on this project. However, I'm going to go my separate way. And then when you start walking away again, check your pockets again to make sure that he didn't steal your wallet. Conservatism says the validity of a criticism rests on the merit of the criticism itself. Doobie doesn't need to have a big Discord in order to bring credibility to his position. Sorry, that's the Tylenol talking. No, I'm with you. Good criticism can come from bad places. General Ballsack says, I've seen insurgents have more rationality than Destiny at this point. Well, I mean, I think Destiny is in a corner. And so he's fighting from a corner. And that doesn't mean that all of his attacks are going to be effective or well thought out. Whit Quipster says, I bet dollars to donuts not a single DGG could articulate why Doobie should be doxxed without revealing some truly unhinged double standards. Sager's No says, I don't think Doobie should be doxxed, but I get why Destiny is paranoid about him. I agree there. How can anyone believe anything he says after the gay ops story? There's literally no way to know. Sure. He's not doing the same thing. He's in a bed of his own making, same as D. If he doesn't want the attention, disengage. Sure. But at the same time, I think that Doobie enjoys it. The same way Steven enjoys it. They enjoy the space. They enjoy the games of power. They enjoy the gay ops. They enjoy the conversations. They enjoy the debates. That's why they participate. Beef Supreme says, I'm sold on the fact that is what Doobie is doing. Gotcha. Landon Stewart says, there's clearly a reason why when people talk about Destiny, Doobie isn't far behind. Lol. He even deep downplayed what he said to Zip Zip and admitted it's interrogating that perch girl. He's a small part, but a part. Okay. 10 Train says, can't trust my cat not to bite me, but she sure is fluffy. Exactly. Luke says, I think Destiny, we always have a spot on streaming simply because of his political views. Nobody else has the same takes, and I agree with almost all of them. Yeah, he's a liberal. He's a liberal. Rob says, Connor just gave the argument for dating BPD girls. True. Like the stream, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I was going to run to go do the Valor Reacts, but I pushed it back so far that I had to cancel. So, yeah, I'm just engaging with chat before we wrap. Bonnie Blue windmills are spinning overtime. You will rue the day. Yes, I am. I'm already ruining the day, conservative liberalism. Jonas Zilla says, I can envision a horror game where you play as a married man trying to hide from Bonnie Blue. Tub Thumper says, I'm 34. My girlfriend's 29. Yes, she's an adult. Marry your 29-year-old girlfriend if she's cool. British whores must be protected from Connor's centrist fascism. True. I force her to take Tylenol 18 times a day. Nice. It's almost impressive how badly they hate they ruined it, Grassroots. True. Destiny's problem is that he's adjacent to psychopathy. Sure, but you can manage that. I'll trust a random stranger more than Doobie. Okay, well, guys, it's lame Game of Thrones, okay? It's Game of Thrones where the stakes are people talk shit about you on the internet. Let's keep perspective, okay? I'm not Eddard Stark. I'm not going to get my head chopped off. I'm going to say something cringe, and then dozens of you will say, oh, Connor sucks now. And then you'll go talk shit about me in a Reddit. Listen, the stakes are not that high, okay? Conservative liberalism says you don't need to trust somebody in order to engage with them. If your feet are on solid ground, you can be open and stand on business. Yes. Connor, he can also steal your life. Doubt. Doobie 100% misrepresented the zip combo. Okay, well, we all self-sweep, right? We all self-sweep. Sacred Snow says, I enjoy 24/7 edging my docs. Getting released to the most unhinged corner of the internet is an interesting mindset. I agree. Connor going to be here at 1001. True. Be her. Oh, no. You're talking about Bonnie Blue. No. Disavow. Gross. Disavow and gross. Okay. I caught up with chat. We had 17 separate people donate today. Cacode, Q Feminix, Phoenix, excuse me, Solo Frosty, Grassroots Hegemon, Readme 45, Andrew G. Canopoulos, Asai Garcia, Grassroots again, Sapient Green, Patriarch with 10 memberships, thank you. H-Lock, Shaved Dog Butt, Dank Brand, and Hippopotaman became memberships. Test Dunny Human gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, King. Anonymous Chatter did another super chat, and Gen X renewed her membership. And we got another 10. Grassroots Hegemon with another 10 memberships. Thank you, King. So anyways, I parasocially love you guys. We hit 4 hours and 40 minutes for the stream. That's enough for me. Go watch your favorite liberal streamer. Ask them about Bonnie Blue, okay? Say, hey, I was hanging out in the Counterpoints chat earlier today, and Connor was really dogging on my girlfriend, Bonnie Blue, and calling her a whore. Do you care if Bonnie Blue and I engage in consensual gangbangs? Sorry, this is a family show. I know that's gross. But then your favorite liberal streamer can say, no, do it. It's fun. It's morally neutral and or good. And then boom, all of the bad taste in your mouth because I called your girlfriend a whore, that can be washed away. So good luck. Good luck. All right. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a great day. Catch you tomorrow. Bye, Conserve. See ya.